Zoe, prom's here. Dress? We got you, girl. No, no, no. Send them all back. Yes. This one's a keeper. UPS Returns helps companies solve for the needs of customers like Zoe.
Welcome to another episode of The Young Turks. Now, it's not Friday, it's not a power panel or anything like that, but tonight is an incredibly important night. You've probably heard about the debate, that's cool too, but no, I'm talking about Jimmy Millions, who's here. Jimmy Mordor Millions Door, and Wes is back as well. Important news to cover today. It's a good thing we've got you here, because we're going to do the first hour, then myself and Cara Santa Maria and Kim Horch are going to do the second hour. There's a little break, and then we're going to have debate coverage for you. And this New York debate is not like just any random debate. This is a pretty damn important debate for both Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders, because both of them need to win New York. And considering the tone of the campaign over the past week or two, it might be a fiery one. And the fate of the rest of the primary probably rests on what happens in, I believe, Brooklyn tonight. And we're going to be covering it live, giving our commentary and all of that. But before we get to that, we've got a lot of important news literally about what's happening to Earth, what happens when you pay people a little bit more. Turns out good things actually happen. And we've got updates on Donald Trump, Bernie Sanders, and Corey Lewandowski as well. So why don't we jump right into it? Last night, Bernie Sanders drew a crowd of over 27,000 people in Washington Square Park in New York City. Now, that's how many people were actually at the rally, but many people are reporting that there are thousands or tens of thousands of other people at overflow areas looking on from buildings and things of that sort. So an absolutely massive crowd, apparently bigger than any crowd that Obama had during his first run, where he was credited for drawing massive crowds as well. Most media outlets, though, are not interested in that. They don't care about that or what it could possibly represent for New York, which is difficult to tell at this point. They're much more interested in what one of his supporters said while speaking to that crowd. You'll see that right here.
Well, I agree with Secretary Clinton that Medicare for all will never happen if we have a president who never aspires for something greater than the status quo. Medicare for all will never happen if we continue to elect corporate Democratic cores who are beholden to big pharma.
So, which part of that do you think people had a problem with?
So I find it interesting that he referred to some of the Democrats who are standing in the way of progress. He referred to them as corporate Democratic whores. Is that what he said, right? And reflexively, the Hillary Rodham Clinton supporters, when he's talking about Hillary, why would that be your reflex? Oh, methinks that you protest too much. You have a guilty conscience. Because when he said corporate horse, nobody thought Bernie Sanders, did they? Nobody thought Bernie Sanders. Yeah. Nobody thought Ralph Nader. But they did think every other goddamn Democrat.
Now, you could say that he had said, I agree with Secretary Clinton, blah, blah, blah. And then later on he says the corporate horse, so maybe it could draw back to that. But in the middle, he talked about President Obama. members of Congress.
Yes.
But people aren't assuming that he's talking about President Obama, who did stand in the way of certain forms of
Yes, he did.
reforms of the medical.
He said he
insurance
wouldn't
industry.
sign a bill that did not have the public option, and then he did exactly that.
Exactly.
In fact, he campaigned against the public option because he went to Dennis Kucinich's district and said, "If this motherfucker's standing in the way," instead of going to Ben Nelson's district and saying he's the one standing in the way because he won't give you what you want.
Yeah. So that was Paul's song there. He's a healthcare activist. And look, many people are angry about this, and we're going to get to the apologies in just a second. And they should be angry. I think there's that expression that, no, not as angry as they are and trying to make it all about Hillary Clinton, which, look, since Hillary Clinton is in the race, you shouldn't use that word, obviously. Also, pragmatically, you shouldn't use the word because you know that her supporters are desperate to find any way that she's being unfairly targeted and to either make a big deal out of it legitimately or blow it out of proportion. And that has happened a lot, and so he should be far more careful. But when we're talking about such a huge problem, a problem that he is an activist trying to solve, the fact that we're more angry about the word choice than about many millions of Americans continuing inability to get health insurance, many of those who have health insurance still not able to pay for it,
Andrew, family camping trip. Bad gasket. Meet Earl.
What time on that gasket? 8 a.m. 8 a.m.?
8 a.m.
Duff. New gasket. UPS Next Day Air Early helps businesses solve for the needs of customers like Andrew.
Politicians don't have good ideas, shouldn't serve as president, all that stuff, who've seen that are so used to seeing it that they're then seeing it in places where it doesn't exist. So when Bernie Sanders interrupted Hillary Clinton at a debate, he was attacked as being a sexist. Even though every man who debates men interrupts men in those debates, Hillary Clinton interrupts men in those debates. So Bernie Sanders was literally treating her the way he would treat every other man and the way he does treat every other man. So I like it when that is what they're claiming sexism in, because it's easy to show how false that is. When you throw corporate whore in there, it seems like, oh, well, it muddies the water and it makes it seem like there might be some legitimate sexism coming from the Bernie Sanders camp as well. And I don't want to have to explain that in great detail to everybody.
I don't think the guy should have apologized.
Really at all.
No way, dude. Listen,
You don't think Bernie asked him
well,
to?
here's the thing. Look, as much as everybody gets upset about language, and I get people get, they want to hear nice words, but at the same time, if you think about what these guys have done to the economy, they've condemned certain people to a life of, poverty. They've redistributed the wealth upwards in the country. They've approved. By the way, you can use on network television. It's not that bad a word. It's not like, he called her the Big C.
Right.
But,
It's in the Bible.
Exactly. Not that that's necessarily the standard we should go by, but when you look at it, you think, okay, he's telling people what he thinks. I mean, I don't think you should tamp down on people's language. If you're upset, you got to curse sometimes.
And I would agree with you, and I would also say that this also reveals the sickness of our culture, that people are upset that he used a word instead of being upset about what he was talking about. Was that poor people can't see a doctor because of corporate Democrats.
Yeah.
That's what. Poor people can't see a doctor. We'll talk about that later. He said whore?
Yeah.
Oh my God! That's wrong. No, what's wrong is that people can't see a doctor when they get sick in the richest country in the world. That's what's wrong. Not that somebody referred to politicians or possibly the richest people in the world as whores.
Yeah, and one of the reasons I think we're seeing it here is, and this is what I tweeted earlier, this is one of the reasons I would like to see this primary finally end, hopefully victoriously on June 7th, is that there's so many supporters of Hillary Clinton who, prior to the primary, or before the primary really heated up, had strong liberal stances on campaign finance reform and reforming the health insurance industry and all of that. They used to be on the right side, and deep down inside, I think they still have those stances. They still know that if you give someone hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars, it's going to bias them. They routinely attack and continue to attack on the right people who are given that money. Talk about Ted Cruz getting money from the oil industry. You still think that influences him? Yes, you do. You're just pretending to not think that Hillary Clinton and other Democrats, the vast majority of whom are men, by the way, are influenced by the campaign donations that they're given.
It's not just the donations. It's everything else. It's who do they choose to socialize with. Somebody can give you money, but it's how many times do they go out to dinner, to the Hamptons, to Cape Cod, everything else with the same group of people who are usually multi-millionaires who don't have to deal with any of the problems.
No, she took $250,000 to give an hour speech. She was paid by the CEO. Yeah. They gave another $500,000 to the Clinton Foundation. I mean, it's dripping off. She can't help herself. Yeah. And so why do you think, Johnny, that the people who before this campaign were for getting money out of campaigns, but now because somehow they're aligned with Hillary Clinton, they
devoted to her.
It's just because they like the person and they don't care about the.
No, I think there's a good portion of liking the person. There's a good portion of it is feeling like she should have won in 2008, and so now this is like sort of making good on what she started then. Some people will support some of her policies. I'm sure. I don't know why when he has more liberal versions of it. They say that they like her education policy. They say that they like her incremental healthcare approach, which I have still yet to see ever described in detail. I have no idea what it actually is supposed to include. But they
Status
say
quo plus.
exactly. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt to assume that there are some policy-based reasons that they support her, and we know that humans are primal little monkeys. Basically, when we support a team, it doesn't matter if it's a geographic team, a sports team, a religious team. We don't want to talk about or recognize the downsides of our team, and that leads them to say, well, if Hillary Clinton takes this money, then apparently taking the money isn't that bad, which I think is wrong.
So when you say that Bernie Sanders, a guy who was in the 60s, is handcuffed to a black woman by choice, right, as a protest, when you try to say that guy who stood up for gay rights in the 70s, when you try to say that somehow that guy who's been on the right side of every issue for the last 40 years, somehow that guy now is a misogynist, sexist,
And racist.
and a racist. What you're doing
It's sickening.
is you're delegitimizing sexism and misogyny and racism just to support a corrupt politician. And that's from my friend John Heflin, and I like the way he put it.
That is a good way.
That's a great way to put it. We've all known that. When everything is sexism, then nothing is sex. And that's what the right wing does. They all political correct. They call everything, so now everything's irrelevant.
This is the opposite
And so
version of that.
it's the opposite
And there
version
is
of that.
real sexism.
There is real sexism. There is real racism in America. And when you call things that aren't those things, it makes the things that really are racist and sexist delegitimized, right?
And it
So now,
causes a significant portion of the population to tune out and to not care anymore when they do need to care. We talked about those fetal burial bills that have been going around the country over the past few months. Like, that is hardcore legislative sexism. And some people might not be willing to listen if it's just been drilled into their heads that every comment is sexist as well. But let's turn on to something, let's move from the sexism to a little bit of perhaps subtle racism here, but feel free to disagree. This week, Donald Trump is making his case to New York voters, giving speeches which consist, as they usually do, of long portions that attack people that he's not even running against. And Mitt Romney made a few appearances in his speech, as he always does. But in attacking Mitt Romney, look at the way that he chose to do it. And as you watch this video, bear in mind that he's in New York when he's delivering these remarks.
We've had Obama far too long. The last election should have been won, except Romney choked like a dog. He choked. He went, I can't breathe. I can't breathe, he said.
nothing.
You don't think so? Okay, so the claim that is being made and that I will make is, I said before the show, I've seen people talk about people choking hundreds of times over the course of my life. Like, Kobe choked, and everybody choked. Not last night, he did well. But people always choke. They say that. They're not so committed to the metaphor that they then talk about not being able to breathe. I've never seen that happen. And in New York, where Eric Garner was choked to death by the police and famously had the last words, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I don't understand what would lead Donald Trump to think that in a completely unrelated context, making fun of that is a good idea. But I can't imagine why anyone would say that for any other reason in New York.
I'm with you on this, John.
Oh, really? I thought that I would be one out of three.
No, I'm with you on it. I mean, whenever you say someone choked, you're like, you don't say, I can't breathe.
I can't breathe.
And
breathe.
Since this guy has a history of dog whistles and racist statements, it makes me think he did it in a way that he can go, no, I didn't mean anything by it, when he definitely meant something by it.
Yeah, look, it almost seems too smart for him to know that some of the extremely racist followers that he has in New York would recognize that reference and think that it was funny. There is also, I'm going to give a small chance that it is as random as it seems, and the only reason I'm going to acknowledge that is because he uses the expression choked like a dog, and I have no idea what that means. I have a dog. I've had a dog most of my life, and when I think of a dog, I don't think of them choking. I don't understand what that's about. So maybe he's just being random, but it seems incredibly racially insensitive. He's not going to care, of course. His supporters are not going to care, but I would show a little bit more tact considering that as quick as they are to label everyone killed by the police as thugs who had it coming, this is a guy who was choked out in broad daylight who did not need to die. It seems like a step too far even for Trump to mock
Literally,
that man.
they're selling Lucy's on the street.
Yeah, perhaps the least consequential crime that I can imagine. Anyway, you disagree?
Hey, you break the law, you break the law. Cop tells you to do something, you follow the rules. And if you don't...
Or they kill you.
They'll kill you on broad daylight.
Yeah. Well, that's the lesson that we've learned over the past few years. Now, We did ask our fans on our website what they thought. Is he intentionally trying to do this? So we could bring up graphic 18. You're going to see, do you think Donald Trump was intentionally mocking Eric Garner when making fun of Mitt Romney choking during his rally last night? Now, this was very early on. We took the screenshot, only 36 votes, split perfectly 50-50. Look how reasonable our viewership is. And there's still time to go on to the TYT app, which you can get on iPhone and Android, and make your voice known as well. Let's move on to a little bit more Trump-related news. Donald Trump's campaign manager, Corey Lewandowski, will not, in the end, actually be prosecuted for battery over his altercation with the former Breitbart reporter Michelle Fields. Palm Beach County State Attorney David Ehrenberg did not comment on Lewandowski's case on Wednesday, but told Politico last week that local police in Jupiter, Florida, where the charges were filed, have a lower standard for probable cause in battery cases. And he said, we have a higher standard to go forward with a prosecution. So after that whole ordeal, the whole rigmarole, he was charged, but will not actually be prosecuted. What do you guys think?
Is there a higher standard? It's got to leave a mark.
I guess. I mean, it did leave a mark. It did leave a mark. I don't know.
It left a mark. How much for a higher standard? A security thug grabs a woman, yanks her, leaves a bruise for no reason. I guess that's okay now.
Yeah.
I guess you can yank women in Florida and leave bruises on them, and then that doesn't raise. That's not a prosecutable offense in Florida. So that's what they're saying. It's open season now. You can leave bruise. That's not bad enough. Yeah. Is there blood? I guess there has to be blood.
I guess there's got to be blood, broken bones.
Yeah.
Wonder how wet that is. And so it's bad enough to arrest the guy and charge him, but you're not going to prosecute him. Why wouldn't you prosecute him?
I wonder what would happen if you yanked a cop in Florida.
Maybe charges. Maybe they have a high standard.
Maybe.
And I would say
or just said no.
Yeah.
There it is, right there.
You can be beaten in Florida if you don't grab a cop's taser and tase yourself. If you make him do it, he'll beat the shit out of you.
Yeah.
That would be a great option. Listen, there's two ways this can go. You can either tase yourself or I'm going to kick your ass.
Yeah. That's a tough one. Look, I think people would have been pissed, but I could understand if they had said, we've reviewed the evidence, and it doesn't look like it rises to the level of what is typically prosecuted for battery. But to say there's a higher standard for evidence, we have it on video. We can see it. A photo right afterward, we can see it. The evidence is there. The only person who doesn't accept that evidence is Donald Trump, and we know why he says there's no evidence. So the evidence is not a question.
So do you think the Palm Beach County State Attorney David Ehrenberg, do you think he wants a spot in the Trump administration, maybe? Or
I don't know.
I mean,
it's possible.
Why wouldn't you prosecute somebody who assaulted a reporter on videotape?
It might be possible. Maybe they think, considering how politically charged it is, they have a personal bias against getting involved because they think that it might end up hurting their careers. I honestly don't know. Now, looking at what actually happened, my first reaction and what I've sort of felt, I mean, I could go either way. I believe that what should have happened is Corey Lewandowski and perhaps Donald Trump should have immediately apologized, said that they're not going to do that in the future, and they could stop pulling on people, which, by the way, Corey Lewandowski did not stop doing. Right after pulling Michelle Fields, he also yanked on a protester. And I felt like that would probably be enough, considering the level of the altercation and everything. And it turns out, behind the scenes, there were people involved in this case that actually agreed with me. So Michelle Fields, initially reacting to the revelation that there won't be a prosecution, says, prosecutor's office told me they would inform me of decision tomorrow. If report's true, guess they decided to leak to reporters first. Ugly. And we find out from Katie Tur, inside source tells NBC News state attorney tried to cut deal where Lewandowski publicly apologized to Fields. Sources say Fields agreed, but it's unclear if Lewandowski did. And that was cleared up later on by Michelle Fields, who says, for those asking, Office of Prosecutor asked 2 weeks ago if I'd be okay with an apology from Corey. I said, yeah, but haven't heard back about it. So they were given, and this was brought up at a town hall to Donald Trump, they were given the out of simply apologizing to a woman, and they declined it. They didn't want to do it. He didn't respond. And he got lucky. Thankfully, there won't be prosecution for him.
Well,
I wonder, all he had to do was apologize. One of those people in this dispute has more political power than the other in the state of Florida. I wonder who.
It turns out
It's not Michelle Fields.
if you bump into someone, you apologize. If you yank on them,
Well, it's funny that you say that because the statute actually reads, the offense of battery occurs when a person actually or intentionally touches or strikes another person against the will of the other. That's it. End of sentence.
that does seem like the standard should apply.
He actually and intentionally
Yeah.
touched or struck. He yanked her, left a bruise against her, clearly against the will of her.
Yeah.
So it obviously rises to the standard of a prosecutor. And by the way, if you got a judge trial, he would definitely convict this guy.
Yeah.
Because they don't care about they just care about the elements that it reach the level of the statute, which it obviously does.
Yeah.
So a jury trial, the guy might get off. But if it was a judge trial, he wouldn't.
Yeah. I mean, you're forgetting about the pen that we have heard from Donald.
Oh, it might have been a bomb.
A lot of reporters carrying around bomb.
She had a bomb pen?
She had a bomb pen.
She had a bomb. Well,
You gotta be on the lookout for that.
She says it's just a pen, but I didn't get a good look at it. It looked like it could have been blown up at any second.
And they lied about it happening. Like, it's obvious that they lied. So they're already lying. And, do you think that would piss off the prosecutor that they're lying? They're lying to the cops. They're lying to us. They lied.
Yeah.
And then we found out that they lied. Isn't that already an
And they
offense?
were attacking the police in the media
Yes.
immediately after he was charged. They were attacking them. And from start to finish, it was seemingly from the outside, it was handled as poorly as it possibly could be. That it happened in the first place, that they denied it when they knew that there were video cameras. They alleged that she has a history of making false claims and that she might just be hysterical, playing into obvious tropes of sexism stereotypes from the past. And then when given the opportunity to talk, to at least admit that your guy shouldn't have done that, Donald Trump says no. They get the out to apologize. They say no. And so it seems like they've handled it as poorly as possible, but of course they're going to get off with no actual jail time. And to their followers, this is exactly the way that they should have handled it.
In all fairness, there wouldn't have been any jail time, even if he was
Yeah,
prosecuted.
and I'm not even saying that there should have necessarily been jail time, but he will face no consequences
Oh,
as a result of this.
And they did everything but call her a slut.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy, and this is exactly what their fans want to see. They don't care that that woman was a conservative journalist from a site that is massively in support of Donald Trump. They didn't care. It's a woman making a claim against a powerful man, so she's obviously a hysterical slut, and she should go off and lose her jobs, and it doesn't matter. And in the end, she's the only person who was harmed by this. She lost her job. A couple of other people from Breitbart lost their jobs. She lost her position on Fox News. Nothing's going to happen to Corey Lewandowski. And so this is what happens to people who go within the orbit of Donald Trump and his inner circle. Anyway,
but it was good to see Breitbart eat its own. It was
yeah,
nice.
that was interesting.
It revealed them to be exactly what we've always known. They have zero integrity. They have zero loyalty except to their own future.
Yeah.
So that was all about, it's good for us to be in bed with Donald Trump, but if we have to screw over our own employees, our own reporters who was assaulted, we'll do it. Who gives a shit? We're pieces of shit anyway. It's called Breitbart.
Yeah. Yeah, it was interesting to see a number of female journalists put out a letter defending her. And it's interesting as just sort of a lesson to, there's a lot of conservative female journalists in print side and TV side, and they hate the conversations about sexism and stuff like that. Like, Andre Chantaros wrote a book about how feminism has destroyed women and all that. But this is just a little indication of them that if they think that going along with the sexist system is like, oh, well, then they're going to be nice to me. I mean, I supported all this insanity. No, as soon as you cross them, if you're not Megyn Kelly, if you don't have those numbers, they will throw you right under the bus, and they will go over you multiple times. There will be no protection. And that was demonstrated very well in this particular case.
I think even if you're Megyn Kelly, if you went on the air and you're like, global warming is real, and we're a racist party bent on destroying your children's future, I mean, that would be the end of Megyn Kelly.
At that level, yes. They have a pretty high standard in that area. Just in terms of her feud with Donald Trump, they've stuck with her for the most part, from what we've seen. Although there were reports that she had some sort of meeting with Donald Trump yesterday.
Oh, really?
I don't know what that's all about, but I guess maybe we'll see. Maybe it has something to do with the next Fox debate. I honestly don't know. Okay, we have to take our first break. Tweet us about the stories that we've already covered. Go on the app. Vote on the Donald Trump, Eric Garner thing. Are we being too harsh? Are we seeing things that aren't actually there? or was he just being weird? Let us know in the app, and we'll see you after this break.
He's so progressive, he recycles his thoughts. His car cleans the air. He prosecuted a bank executive and won. His idea of Social Security is old people being able to survive. When he builds a bridge, it bridges the income inequality gap. The only campaign contribution he'll accept is your vote. He's the most progressive man in the world.
Not all Democrats are created equal. Support bold progressives, my friends.
We talk about TYT Army being so strong. Usually they help us run our show. Now they're going to help us run the country.
Like this.
It's time that we reclaim democracy for the people.
We had a huge victory for Wolfpack.
When Lincoln said this was a country by, of, and for, he said of the people, not of corporations.
Our representatives don't represent us. Whoa! Democracy! United! We are! We are! Too strong!
Stop this.
Thousands of volunteers, and you could be among them.
With Wolfpack, the mission is so clear.
Money is killing our democracy. 96% of Americans want it. When you get the power back, oh, that feels good. This is just the beginning. Let's go get them, man. Up and at them. Knock, knock. We're coming for them! Wolf-pack.com.
Welcome back to the first hour of the Young Turks, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
And Jimmy and myself.
We're going to go to the tweets.
We're going to go to the tweets. Why don't you start off with the tweet, because I know you saw one that you liked.
So there's a guy named Andres Luciano. And I always had a feeling that Andres Luciano was dumb, but then he made this tweet and he removed all doubt. So now we know you're like the dumbest guy who watches the show. He said, Jimmy Dore, if you were funny and could get paid $100,000 for telling jokes, you would. Why can't Clinton get paid for speeches? So I'm not going to respond to that except that I don't know what your parents did when they raised you to make you this fucking stupid, but that is one of the dumbest things. And you're watching a news show and you fucking say like, I got him! I got him! You can make money. Why can't a politician get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars from a corporation she's supposed to then regulate? Oh my God. Are you fucking kidding me? This guy watches this show.
Well, let's say hypothetically that you made jokes about how like women like shopping more than men, and then you were in charge of consumer protection for people at the mall. I would then think that you might be biased if you'd gotten money for telling those jokes. So there's nothing wrong with Hillary Clinton making however much money she wants giving the speeches, as long as she's not doing that after time in politics, with any link between it saying that maybe she operated in government the way she was so that she could then make the money, or that she then goes back into politics and is supposed to regulate those people. That's the problem. Speeches are not the problem. It's the huge handover of money that nobody can say that it's earned in any way, so that it obviously seems like it's intended to bias.
So when the health inspector comes to my restaurant and I give him $250,000 as he walks in the door, what's the difference between that and me hiring a comedian?
You have to give a speech. You have to give a speech.
I mean, really, you don't.
Yeah. That's the problem.
What's the difference? I'm bribing the regulator. What's the problem with me? Then I'm going to hire a comedian. Aren't those exactly the same?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Well, honest to God, kill yourself. You're that fucking stupid.
I'm not going to say that. So to put it in perspective, if you had seen that back in the day, when we're on the verge of going to war in Iraq, and you find out that George W. Bush had been paid $10 million by arms manufacturers to to give stupid speeches. Wouldn't you be concerned about that? Wouldn't you think that maybe that would influence him? He didn't have that kind of connection to the industry except for Dick Cheney and all that.
So tomorrow's story will be Bernie Bros force Clinton supporter to kill himself.
Okay, nobody kill yourself.
Yeah, don't kill yourself, man. Especially over politics.
Yeah, exactly. This
I don't know. There's
mostly entertainment.
There's at a point when you're that dumb, though, when you're just hurting society.
Yeah.
Like, that's the kind of... There's no help. There's no safe... Like, you just explained it to him about George. Do you think that sunk in, John?
I don't know. Maybe.
What do you think?
Maybe he'll tweet me. I'm trying to be diplomatic. That's my position on the panel.
Why?
So, I don't know. That's the way I was raised. So, Julie Mahoney says if you automatically assume because someone uses the word whore that they only meant a woman, you might be a sexist. I think that generally when people use the word whore, they mean a woman. But of course, there are many, many male whores throughout the world. There's a lot of women who purchase the services of prostitutes. There's many gay or bisexual men who also purchase the service. And when we assume that the word can only apply to a woman, we're kind of ignoring their entire life experience, which in a lot of cases can be quite rough. So let's see.
You know what Bernie did for me? He said, well, that was for me. Mic drop.
Steph Moss says today's debate will consist of Whoregate, calling Bernie voters ignorant liars, and oh yeah, HRC has already been declared winner. I was actually going to make a joke about that. I forgot. What it should include a reference to, I tweeted about earlier, it should definitely include a reference to the fact that that report came out saying that JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, and 3 other massive banks failed in their reporting to the Fed and the FDIC about how they would wind down in the event that they started to go bankrupt. They were supposed to do those reports, they failed, and they're now being given another 6 months in which to do it. I would like to find out, if they fail then, what Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders would do.
By the way, that's just a report. That's not them actually doing anything. That's just a written report as to, hey, this is probably what we'll do. They didn't actually have to do anything except write a report, which they couldn't do.
They couldn't do that. But to be fair, they only got 8 years to do it.
And they've only got billions of dollars to pay
thousands of employees. And they were not able to do it. Let's see if CNN asks that. But no, I think it'll be mostly Whoregate. Okay, let's turn from that to more important news. This week, a report from Environmental America detailed some of the absolutely terrible consequences that we've so far witnessed from fracking in America. Now, we're not going to cover all of it. It is available online if you look for Environment America Fracking Report. But we want to highlight some of the most telling statistics. Environmental America reports that at least 239 billion gallons of water, an average of 3 million gallons per well, has been used for fracking. In 2014 alone, fracking created 15 billion gallons of wastewater. This water generally cannot be reused and is often toxic. Fracking operators re-inject the water underground, where it can leach into drinking water sources. The chemicals can include formaldehyde, benzene, and hydrochloric acid.
And Diet Dr. Pepper, I heard.
Exactly, which I actually like. And so that then seeps back into groundwater, which is why there have been so many lawsuits of people in these areas getting sick.
Now, are there any of those 3 main ingredients that we can actually drink?
Don't
No.
I'll take
none of it. You can't drink any of it.
No, and it's leaching in there, and it's absolutely massive amounts. And I mean, the idea that they don't have to actually store it when their industry is intended to drill down and then pump fluid down there so that it just breaks apart everything. So the idea that maybe that would have consequences.
You mean like earthquakes?
Like earthquake. Oh, we're gonna get the earthquake.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry.
No, this is just poisoning all the well water.
Poisoning the water.
Poisoning all the groundwater?
Yeah.
You don't need groundwater.
Who needs groundwater?
Who needs groundwater? But what if you like that you can set your drinking water on fire? Okay, without fracking, you might not be able to do that, and that would be an inconvenience. You'd have to get your own benzene and add it. Also, newly fracked wells released 2.4 million metric tons of methane in 2014.
Wow.
Equivalent to the annual greenhouse gas emissions of 22 coal-fired power plants.
Kidding.
By the way, bear in mind, that's 2.4 million metric tons of gas. It takes a lot of gas to make up million metric tons.
And by the way, methane, much more destructive to the climate than regular CO2.
96 times.
Yeah, it's insane. And
so this idea that it's the clean energy is, bullshit spun by trillion-dollar oil companies?
It's equal to pork being the other white meat.
Yeah, pork
literally.
That's true. And by the way, this also, and they acknowledge it in the report, this underplays the actual severity of the problem, because what they're talking about here is when we do the fracking, it releases the methane. And we see that all over the country. I mean, LA has methane leaks pretty much everywhere. But then they have to transport the methane and the other byproducts of fracking, which can lead to accidents and leaks as well. Then they have to store it somewhere, and then you get things like Porter Ranch, where they're storing the stuff underground. It's already been fracked, and then just massive leaks on a scale that our planet has never seen before can happen, doing the equivalent of the damage that literally millions of cars would have to do. And let's talk about cars. If you bring up this graphic, you're going to see a comparison between the methane emissions from wells completed in just 2014 and how many cars it would take to equal that. Each of those tiny little red boxes, by the way, equals 10,000 automobiles. And so Texas is doing its fair share of destroying our atmosphere.
8.1 million, but that emissions is still below just the Porter Ranch gas leak, which was 9 million.
It's difficult to exaggerate how big Porter Ranch was. And you know how the consequences, what they'll be in terms of fines, in terms of jail time? Pretty much nothing. Nothing. It won't stop their business. They'll keep going. Man, if you accidentally put a rat turd in a donut, they'd shut you down. But if you destroy a significant fraction of our atmosphere, they don't care. You just move to some other industry. You probably get a nice golden parachute on your way out.
And that's funny you say that, because I think I read this week that the CEO of Sempra got a raise this year for how they handled the gas leak.
Sure.
And when that happened, I looked at it, I'm like, oh, dude, that company's fucked. You just think, okay, there's, 10,000 houses, each worth over $1 million.
Yes.
They're all going to sue. They're all going to want to reimburse. I thought, God, man, that bill is going to reach like $2 or $3 billion. Dude, Sempra made over $15 billion last year. So when you think about, when you think about that,
I had never even heard of that company before.
Oh, dude, they're making not only. Well,
that wasn't so.
You know who's heard of them? Our Governor Jerry Brown, the
guy
in the rest of the country everyone likes to call Moonbeam because he's so liberal, but his fucking sister's on the fucking board of it.
Yeah. Yes, he's in bed with the fossil fuel industry also. They're getting everybody. They got Tom Hayden, they got Howard Dean, now they got Jerry Brown. Jesus Christ. They're going to get Ralph Nader next.
Dude, doing this stuff in California. Let's get to the earthquakes.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Oklahoma, and then let's think about California and the stupidity of this.
Yeah, okay, let's talk about earthquakes. It's something we've mentioned before on the show, but we can't talk about the consequences of fracking without mentioning this. This is just for Oklahoma, by the way. From 1975 to 2008, the state experienced anywhere from 0 to 3 earthquakes a year, which registered at 3.0 or higher. Then the numbers jumped. There were 20 in 2009, 35 in 2010. It doubled again in 2011. 35 in 2012 was a nice little year. 109 in 2013 and 585 in 2014. The only things that could account for that are the rise in fracking or possibly kaiju on the prowl. I don't know what else could lead to a massive increase in a place that was not considered tectonically unstable.
And they've already proven, like scientists have proven over and over again, that is what's causing the earthquakes.
Yeah.
Like, there's no question about it. And when you think about Oklahoma, all right, they say it's possible they could have a level 7. They're not built for that. They don't have the construction standards for that. That stuff will collapse. Not to mention, you're close to the New Madrid Fault, which runs down through, near St. Louis and the Mississippi. You're asking for a disaster. Yeah. All to put a lot of short-term money in a few people's pockets.
Yeah, and it's difficult to come up with another industry that's not involved in energy where someone doing their service, making their product, can have such widespread ramifications. Like, if I make chairs, I can't literally destroy the earth for hundreds of miles around. When those earthquakes possibly topple houses, those people didn't get any money because fracking was in their neighborhood. In a lot of places, they're not even allowed to locally ban fracking from happening because state bills have stopped them from doing that. They're not going to get any money. Let's say that their houses are never destroyed. Oh, wouldn't that be a great future? But their quality of life goes down because now their area is continually racked by 1 or 2 earthquakes a day. They're not getting anything. You are allowed to run your business. You're allowed to sell services and sell products. You're not allowed to do that if it destroys other Americans' lives. And I thought that was fairly common sense.
They are allowed to do that.
I know. They're allowed to be able to, but apparently you can now. What if you were running an airliner and 1 out of 3 of your planes just happened to go down in a residential area? They would stop you, and in the long run, that would be less disruptive than what we're experiencing with fracking. And that's just Oklahoma. Fracking has risen in a number of states. And we can't ignore, of course, the short-term political context of this. So we're going into New York, and we've got two Democrats. They don't have the same position on fracking, by the way. They were asked at a town hall not that long ago, it might have even been by Anderson Cooper, their position on fracking. Hillary Clinton gave this long, rambling thing about making sure that we know what's in the cocktail of fluids, which, by the way, would be nice.
Can I give you a Bernie's answer?
What was Bernie's answer?
No.
I don't support fracking.
Are you for fracking? No.
Yeah, that's it. You can call that simplistic if you want. I bet that would lead to fewer earthquakes. And so, look, if you think that I'm being unfair, we've been critical of PolitiFact recently. They graded Bernie Sanders saying that Hillary Clinton is in favor of fracking, and they said it's mostly true. They're insane with their final grades. But it's true because not only does she still support fracking with regulation, which I'm sure they'll abide by, they'll probably just self-regulate, don't even worry about it, but also as Secretary of State, she went around the world and pushed for other countries to begin fracking. It's not enough that we destroy the lives of Americans, we got to export it abroad.
Well, the reason she pushed so hard for that is because it's the American companies that have the expertise in fracking. So it's about getting business for American hydrocarbon companies.
Yeah.
Not that, everybody should do it, but that everyone should do it so our really rich people can make a little bit more money.
Exactly. And look, again, just like with campaign finance, a lot of Hillary Clinton supporters, the ones who consider themselves libs, I bet if you look in their Facebook posting history from a year ago, 18 months ago, they've probably from time to time said some harsh stuff about fracking. It's been in the news. They were against fracking, but now Hillary Clinton, she thinks it's fine as long as you regulate it just a little bit.
So that's so weird, because there's another candidate that actually represents their positions better, yet they fucking try to shit on them, and they go with the person who couldn't give a shit about them or the environment. Hillary Clinton couldn't give a shit about regular voters. Am I wrong about that?
There are some issues where she gives a shit, but unfortunately some of the biggest ones, her position has been either because, look, whatever you want to believe, either she genuinely thinks that there should be hundreds of millions of dollars in our political system, or you genuinely think that she supports fracking with some regulation, or you think that she's been paid to have those positions. I don't care which it is. It's the wrong position, and it's not like we don't have another option. And New York, in just a couple of days, they're going to get to vote on those different options.
Well, I think Hillary Clinton's position is a lot like the woman who's quoted in the article, whose name I can't remember off the top of my head, but she's, person on the street who's like, well, people need jobs and we need power.
Yeah.
Which, that's absolutely true.
That's true.
And you could pull someone off the street to say that.
Yeah.
But in order to get beyond these things, you actually need government intervention. Yeah. Like the free market is not going to give you a green economy. If you trust the free market, man, we're going to eat the last fish, cut down the last tree, and that's it.
Yeah,
until we trust the free market for this stuff.
Until we literally devour the Lorax, we will keep pushing.
And by the way, and they're all subsidized by the federal government.
Yeah.
It's not just that they're making a killing as they destroy the planet. We're paying them to do it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you gave an example just a couple of minutes ago. If Europe is ripe to start fracking, then those companies in America with all that expertise can go and try to convince them themselves. But instead, we have some of the highest ranked government employees going and doing that advertising for them. It's not like, by the way, generally, when they go abroad and then they do that work, we don't even see the tax dollars anyway.
Right.
So I fail to see what the American interest in this is.
Well, I'll tell you how bad it is. Look, China has the ability to frack just like we do. We can show them how to do it, and they don't do it. They don't do it because they don't have the water to waste. And by the way, this is 2 days after they came out with a report that says 80% of their wells are poisonous anyway, and they still won't frack.
Yeah.
I mean, you're in a country where you've been told by experts that over the next 20 years you're going to have shortages of fresh water in a lot of cities and a lot of regions, and we're polluting it.
Yeah, we could use that 239 billion gallons of water.
You guys sound so sexist.
Well, maybe we'll find out hydrochloric acid is good for you.
You guys sound so sexist.
Benzene does wonders for the skin.
It does, yeah.
Yeah,
one makes you look young when you get some formaldehyde.
It's like, is that a
preservative?
This is a baby tumor.
It's so young. It really catches the light well.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But okay, we got a little bit of sort of good news for you, I guess, with this final story. McDonald's has discovered that when you pay workers a little bit more, they end up being happier. Mind-blowing, I know. And this is a result of them actually raising wages for at least some of their workers. In April, they announced that they would raise the average hourly rate for workers at U.S. restaurants that they own to $9.90, from $9.01 starting in July of last year, with average wages climbing above $10 per hour by the end of 2016, which is something. It's not to Bernie levels, it's not to fight for 15 levels, but it's something. The company also said it would allow those employees to earn up to 5 days of paid vacation every year following 1 year of employment. Jesus. What the fuck?
5 days, dude.
Maybe
5
they can
days.
earn 5 days after a year of backbreaking, grinding labor. Jesus.
We have a fucked up country.
We do. But there's a good end to this, perhaps. The raises affected only about 10% of workers. That's not really McDonald's' fault, I guess. The vast majority of their restaurants are franchised. I wonder if legally they could require franchisees to pay higher. I'm not sure.
They could do anything they want.
That would be something.
They can do anything to a franchisee.
Yeah, so here's a quote from McDonald's U.S. president. It has done what we expected it to. 90-day turnover rates are down. Our survey scores are up. We have more staff in restaurants. So far, we're pleased with it. It was a significant investment, obviously, but it's working well. And to give you context of why they're happy with it, perhaps, in October, McDonald's reported its first quarter of comparable sales gains in 2 years. The company built on that growth with a huge 5.7% increase in the following quarter. So that's the data leading up to today.
So this is hilarious. So what the company is discovering is that we actually make more money if we treat the people who generate that money decently. That is so weird. You mean if we don't treat them like complete animals and pay them a substandard wage so they can't actually live or see a doctor when they get sick? But if we actually pay them a little more money, they'll do a better job and we'll all make more money. That is there's no class in that at Wharton Business School. Where's that class that tells you to treat your employee better? So they did a study one time, and so what they did was they gave all these employees extra stuff, like they gave them an extra 15 minutes at lunch. And then they gave them lunch. And then they gave them a better lunch, right? They paid for it. They did all these things for it. And they said, the company's doing well. We're sharing it with you. And the employees were fucking happy. And they worked harder. And they made more money. And then, here comes the twist. They started taking shit away. So then they started taking away their extra time at lunch. And they started making them pay for their lunch food. Then they started just take that food away. They didn't provide anymore. And each time they took stuff away, workers' output went up. Whoa. That's weird. Why did that happen? That happened because they had been treated so well by their company previously, they felt that if the company had to take something away, the company must have been hurting. So they had to work extra hard to make sure their company could get back on their feet. That's how people think about their employer.
People are too nice.
That's how people think. So when you treat them with a little bit of humanity, they give it to you back in spades.
Yeah.
And that's what's wrong with our corporate culture, because our corporate culture only talks about the quarterly profits. And you don't make a quarterly profit by investing long-term in anything.
Yeah. No, they want loyalty up, but they're not willing to give loyalty down.
Right.
Yeah. Basic violation of human, fairness.
And they found that you don't have to increase it all that much to see results. I mean, $9.90 is not... forget about that not even being Bernie Sanders' $15 an hour. That's not even Hillary Clinton's $12 an hour. But that is an increase. It's it's more than 10%, and they saw results. And I've been trying to think. I mean, we joke obviously about how things at TYT in terms of pay is not always the best, especially for a lot of the company. And I've tried to think. I looked back over all the jobs that I've done over my life, and I started off when I was really young. At 14, I was a busboy. I did catering in the summers. I was a barista. I was a bartender. I was a waiter. I've only really had one sort of minimum wage job at a toy store, and I was so young I wasn't supporting myself or anything. So generally, I've had service industry jobs, which suck and they destroy you psychologically and emotionally. But you get a little bit more money for doing that sort of thing. When I try to imagine living here, or when I was in Texas, or even in Connecticut, on a minimum wage job, or I don't know how it's possible. I mean, even after the increase to $9.90, I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do for transportation after my lease ends. How the fuck would you do anything? You would have to, unfortunately, buy an extremely cheap car that's probably on the brink of failure. And you're going to you just go from financial crisis to financial crisis.
It's expensive being poor.
Yeah.
If you're poor, you're living in a neighborhood where the cost of average consumer goods, whether it's food, beer, whatever, they're way higher than the rest of town.
Yeah.
Your ability to get credit, to lease a car, to do anything, it's much more expensive.
To get a good interest rate when you get credit.
Exactly.
I remember Freakonomics showing they did a comparison between cheap grocery stores in poor areas and more affluent grocery stores, and things that aren't even really luxury foods are more expensive at the cheap place to give them an aura of being like a splurge item than the rich people just get to buy every day. Mm-hmm. It's amazing. And look, McDonald's, I'm going to give them some credit. They gave them a little bit of the raises. They gave them the ability to get 5 days vacation per year, which I guess is not the standard in this industry. I'm not going to give them that much because that's still a ridiculously low amount. But I think that what we're learning from McDonald's, what cities are learning as they raise their minimum wage, is that this helps the local economy. It helps morale, which pays itself off. This is the direction that we need to go in, and we need political leaders who are willing to push for this sort of progress.
What we really need is to have the minimum wage tied to the
cost of living.
Cost of living. Because what you said is, cities are now finding out that when you raise it, why are they just finding it out? We've had a minimum wage. We've raised it before. It's because it happens in such long intervals that people have to be re-taught that the minimum wage helps your economy. Yeah. When you raise the wage of your workers, they spend that money. Well, Asher Edelman, who's the real Gordon Gekko, told this to the people on CNBC. It almost blew their minds when he said, when you give money to a worker, they spend 100% of that money or 120% of that money. But how they pull that off, I'll never know. But he also said, but when you give it to rich people, the upper 1%, they spend 10% of that money. So that's the stack. So then that money gets taken out of the economy, and when you give it to a worker, that goes into the economy. It stimulates the economy. So this is a lesson we have to reteach everyone every 10 to 15 years, because that's how long it takes for them to raise the goddamn minimum wage, instead of having it tied to the cost of living, which is what it should be doing.
Yeah. No, you have thousands of people in this country sitting on billions of dollars.
Really, just sitting on it.
That's not,
or leaving it overseas.
One thing, one way you cure this problem is in idle wealth tax.
Yes,
just sitting there, fucking taxes.
Well, that used to be called That used to be called the estate tax, right? So we got your idle tax after you died, right? Mm-hmm. And so just think about how rigged the economy is. I'll think how big rigged our system is. That somebody's got to pay for stuff. We got to pay for wars. We got to pay for education. We got to pay for roads and bridges and dams, and we got to pay for all that stuff. And they had a vote to see who should pay for it: living, working people, or dead billionaires. And guess who won? The dead billionaires. That's how strong money is. It reaches from the grave to control our politicians. Mm-hmm. That's how fucking strong money is.
Well, also, since most of our politicians are millionaires, they would like their children to be millionaires as well.
Exactly, yeah. Which is why, by the way, when you see a billionaire who gives away 99% of his wealth, says to his kids, I'll give you $50,000 or whatever so you won't die in the street, but I want you to make it on your own. Or they just say, when I die, this is going to charity. That's so admirable. And also better for the kids. I don't have kids. I don't know exactly what it's like. I imagine you want to do whatever you think is going to be best for them.
I will say $50,000 will not keep you from dying in the streets unless it will keep you from dying in the streets this year.
This year, yes. But what I mean is, we've seen when somebody strikes it rich and then they have their kids can usually hold it together. But their kids are fucked. They will be little shits. They'll be worth nothing. They will never earn anything for themselves. If you pass on millions of dollars, your kids that you see are going to do just fine, but you're giving a big middle finger to your grandkids. I know that seems weird and everything. Maybe I'll feel different if I'm ever rich and in a stable relationship that results in procreation.
You want people to keep earning stuff in life and keep working for it. Otherwise, you just have a bunch of people sitting around blowing money on unimportant shit.
Yeah, we're not supposed to have an aristocracy in our country, right? Totally. That's what the estate tax is for. You're not supposed to have that kind of thing. That's why there was talk of a maximum wage. There was a time when they thought the maximum wage should have been $500,000. There was a maximum wage. That's not a horrible idea.
No, I don't think it's a horrible idea. But they'll say, that's what they do in Cuba. Yeah. But it's also...
That's exactly what they do.
They have a maximum wage. Yes. But if you get down to, the bigger problems are, you have very few people making a ton of money that really aren't doing that much.
Yeah, right.
They're not doing anything with the money. Most of the work they're doing is not socially beneficial in any way. It's like we are living out idiocracy.
Exactly,
piece by piece. Yeah. You got to have government directing research. You got to have government kind of regulating the economy, pushing it in a direction. Just to say, we can't do anything about it while the rich hide their money. And think about it, the people influencing the country right now who say, oh, I need 20, 30, 40 million for my kids or they're not going to make it.
They're not going to make it.
They're not going to make it. They're not going to make it. And they're not going to make it because you've systematically dismantled a decent life for the rest of us. Yeah. I mean, fuck your kids, man. You screwed everybody else over.
And this idea that somehow my kids won't be able to get a job and support themselves, being brought up millionaires, somehow I have to give them tens of millions of dollars so that they don't have to work. That whole thing about my family is set. This whole idea of we can't enjoy the moment unless I'm guaranteed of a better moment in the future is what's wrong with all humanity, right? So you're 100% right about that. You know, I don't think Rockefeller, one of those rich guys, was it Carnegie or Rock, but they didn't give their money to their kids, right? They donated it all to charity because that was the idea was that if you don't work for your money, you won't develop as a person.
Yeah. Well, on the plus side for the lazy kids, I'm sure a lot of those parents were real assholes that fucked their kids up.
That's true.
I mean, come on, man. Someone making billions of dollars, you think let's go out and play ball, son. Let me teach you this, son.
Even without the money, they can fall back on the family connections.
There's no. If you have that kind of money, you're never going to have to work. And you're never really going to understand other human beings. Yeah. And what people have to go through.
Here's the thing. Correct. There's probably a lot of people in the audience who are looking at us and saying, you guys don't know what you're talking about because you've never had millions upon millions of dollars. And look, I love social experimentation, so give me a couple $1 million and I'll see what it's like.
Mommy.
I'll report back after that. But we do have to end the first hour.
It's blowing up though, Johnny. I'll be at that million.
Johnny Millions.
That food in the Riviera is gone. You ate it already.
No, it's still there.
Okay, come here, whatever I need. Okay? I'll be home soon.
You'll be home soon.
I love you.
Love you too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow. So,
you read the book.
I did read the book.
Look at that. Isn't that nice? Maybe I should have wrote a scientific book or whatever the fuck it's called.
It's called science fiction. Maybe you've heard of this fucking shit.
Not a big fan of comedy.
Consider. I'll work on politics. I'll work on it. Okay. I'm not going to pay you $100,000 to tell jokes.
There's some comedy in my book.
There is comedy. Okay, so I got to end the first hour. Got to end the first hour.
I got science in my book.
I want to recognize two members. Member number 808, Sandra Katz, and member number 809, Eric Thurston.
Stacy says he read your book.
I'm going to read your book.
And
your second son reading it, make with his father's book.
And he liked my book.
Maybe I did read your book, but I just don't want to.
You would lie and said you liked it. I know you.
Okay, I'm gonna read it. Okay. Finally, we're gonna take a break in just a second. Theoretically, I can't guarantee that. And have the second hour. There is going to be a break before the debate coverage, but I know a lot of you are probably wondering when exactly that's going to start. That is tonight, 8:50 p.m. Eastern, 5:50 p.m. Pacific. We will be doing live debate.
I will be here.
They will both be here. Just possibly Michael Shore, but at the very least, we three will be here. Now, when we come back from this break, Kara Santamaria is going to be back after a long absence from the TYT studios, and Nerd Alert's Kim Horcher will be here as well. We've got a lot of stories, some interesting science and tech stories for you, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few.
Breaking news with Brett Ehrlich. This is Brett Ehrlich with breaking news with Brett Ehrlich. Bernie Sanders wants to break Wall Street, and he wants to break it real bad. I do a whole bunch of stuff behind the scenes. My name is Dave. I'm going to tell you some amazing facts. There was one woman in the elevator who was wide open, and here I am, now scrambling to repair it. Oh, you got a great relation. Enjoy.
Okay, fine. We'll do your budget. It's gonna be a nice fucking middle finger to that.
You especially are so stupid. More boring, less handsome version of Jack.
Only so many ways you can cook a steak, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you want some fucking tuna.
Maybe edit that out.
I thought it was a little embarrassing, but if people like it, I'll do it.
Who is hotter? Jen is macho.
There aren't going to be rose petals on the side of the runway. Why am I there?
It was the best Valentine's Day I've ever had.
How could someone not be attracted to me?
I don't know if you did it.
Thanks for being members and for being patient with me in this post-game show.
Whoever eats the most in 1 minute wins the title of Best Pie Eater. On your marks. Get set, go.
John and Hannah here.
And here's a brief look at what Think Tank's all about. I'm smiling. Oh my god, I'm so proud. Can a robot dance like this?
Wow.
This isn't going. Look at this coming. Sorry guys, don't hate me for the last Think Tank video. I'm just gonna go now.
Yeah, no, I need help.
The one thing that really appeals to people in the online audience is authenticity and sincerity.
Okay, we agree to disagree.
So of course you get the negative feedback that isn't constructive at all, and I dislike those. Hannah looks inbred.
That's really difficult for my self-esteem.
You need to lift weights. Fuck you.
Hey, let's keep it real. Am I wrong?
Once I was bit by a monkey. I can't say
No, they banned.
well then. Whoa!
I used to be very socially awkward, but look at me now. What up, girl? No? Okay. That couldn't look more like a vagina. Oh my god, I've never seen a clitoris before. You want to stab?
I want to stab people. So what really turns women on?
Anyone want to think of a weird way to fuck?
Cool.
This dress is blue and black.
Well, I disrespectfully disagree.
She is one of the 100 finalists for the Mars One project. I don't know what that means.
Why do you cringe every time you look at a photo of yourself?
Because I'm often masturbating in photos of myself. Few photos of myself.
Love.
Who's about to have
Also, masturbation totally counts as sex for you, so do it. Why you make me this weird alien?
Whoever has haughty eyes and a proud heart, I will not tolerate.
You guys tell me, hottie or not?
Tune in tomorrow for all new videos with me and with Hannah and with Think Tank. Have a good night.
I'm just doing what's right.
Yes, go back to that.
Mexico's going to pay for the wall.
It's so good.
Very, very big price.
second hour of the Young Turks. Cara Santa Maria back in the studio after 7 years.
No, it hasn't been 7 years.
It's been a very long time.
It has been a very long time. I apologize.
There, she's back, okay? And Kim Porcher, the Scorcher, is back as well after appearing on a Machinima gaming stream.
Yeah, I
watched a
ran
little bit of.
here right after.
Exactly, she's all gamed out.
Yep.
We got some tweets. Michael Cleaves was happy to see who was in the second hour. He says, second hour with Cara Santa Maria and Kim Scorcher. What good deed did I do to deserve this? Because I'll do it again. But you don't have to, because we're going to keep doing the second hour. You don't need to.
Well, for like a whole hour, I think.
Nah, we'll see.
More or less.
45 minutes.
Plus or minus. Plus or minus.
We've got some fracking tweets. Matthew Reed says fracking is what they call in economics a tragedy of the commons. That's a good reference there. And Kura says, in reference to the McDonald's pay story, there's a reason that tech companies do so well. Good pay, holiday, maternity and paternity leave, free breakfast, etc. Yes. I know it's silly, but when we have like free bagels or donuts,
it makes me so happy.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Who needs pay?
Yeah, so easily drawn in.
So what have we got for the second hour?
All right, well, we're going to go ahead and start with the story. Do you guys remember at the University of California, Davis, I think it was 2011, do you remember the pepper spray cop? We've got some video footage to refresh it. If that looks familiar to you, it's because that video went completely viral after it was released online. And apparently UC Davis was not enjoying the reputation that they got from that video going viral. So they have reportedly spent $175,000 to clean up the internet trail. Now it's less likely that you'll just stumble upon that video when you do a Google search.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
I mean, something still pops up that says...
it still exists in the internet. I mean, we were
even
able
if
to
you
find
were to
it.
clear it all, it would still say that we have removed some search results because of requests from, I guess, UC Davis.
Yeah.
Do you think that it's worth the money?
No.
No, I think it sounds like the sort of thing, like I'd set up this business to get stupid people who don't understand how the internet works to give me large quantities of money.
And it's actually,
like, oh yeah, I'll just take it off the internet. They won't be there anymore.
It was two businesses. It was one company that they eventually paid $93,000 to, including expenses for a 6-month campaign to clean up, and then another company that they paid $82,500 for. This specifically was a PR firm that, as they quoted it, followed through on a search engine results management strategy. So whatever that means.
Which probably in practice relies less on trying to get rid of these search results and probably tries to just flood the results with other fake good stuff, I would imagine.
Like optimize SEO. You know, all companies do that. All companies that have a good presence on the internet pay people within their organization to optimize SEO for their videos, for their content. And I mean, that kind of makes sense. Granted, this is not a company. This is a university.
Exactly, and a large amount of money. I mean, at a UC university, so $175,000 at a UC university. That's got to be like a half a semester for one student. They paid that student to go.
That's got to be like the salary of 3 professors combined, right?
Well, if they're adjuncts, 12
professors.
12 professors. Exactly. And look, it bit them on the ass in the end. Like, they could have gone forever without people finding out about this, but it made news again. And honestly, if you'd asked me, you remember that pepper spray guy? I'd say, yeah, the guy who doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
What school is that at?
They wouldn't remember.
I would have said, I don't remember.
And like, you're going to go home, you're going to be like, I really want to know what school that was. Let me Google it.
But now it's back.
Like, you can't clean that up.
You can't really
tell Reddit to stop talking about it. You can't tell the internet, oh, I don't want you to see this. Let's shut up about it. It doesn't work that way. We're jerks on the internet. It happens. It's happening now.
I also, though, I think it's such a good point that you made. Like, they don't understand the internet.
No.
Because doing this is newsworthy. And now we are remembering that Pepper Spray Cop was from UC Davis.
Yeah, it's like when somebody deletes their tweet. It's like, oh, that's cute.
Yeah,
Somebody's got
funny?
that.
I'm a tweet deleter because I can't handle it when there's a typo in a tweet.
Oh, I don't mean deleting a regular tweet. I mean, like, you put out a career destroying tweet,
sure.
and then you're like, oh, let me just get rid of that.
And then after the news cycle has run through it, you delete it. But I delete tweets all the time. But then I retweet right after that stuff. Not retweet. I also tweet something.
I hate when you notice a typo after people have started to like it or whatever, and you're like, oh god.
And you don't want to lose your likes. Oh, you're so vain, John.
Yeah, exactly. And look, this is an era of a lot of student activism, and for some reason, if you waste a little bit of money, it's like a big deal. If you steal something small, but as it gets bigger and bigger, people care less and less, and you get away with it. They wasted $175,000 on absolute BS. Mm-hmm. And rather than spending that money to actually generate goodwill, they spent it to get fake virtual goodwill. And if I was a student at that university, how about you put that into the student body so that they would actually like the university?
Or how about you put it into training the police force not to be so aggressive with the student body?
You're not playing Plants vs. Zombies.
Yeah, you want to bury it. I mean, produce stories that aren't so damning and terrible,
and that may have been part of their strategy, is to, as you said, kind of boost the goodwill around other things that are happening at the university. But regardless, this makes us remember Occupy, it makes us remember those poor students who were peacefully protesting, and it makes us remember Pepper Spray Cop was at UC Davis.
Which we'll now never forget.
All right, guys. I'm really excited about this next story. It has sort of a bummer headline, but I think that this is progress in the right direction. So apparently Canada is now set to promote and expand access for their citizens to physician-assisted suicide, following actually a Supreme Court decision there that sort of overturned the notion that it could be blocked. The Supreme Court found that physician-assisted suicide, at least, should be accessible to all individuals. It shouldn't be able to be blocked based on, the province that you live in. Now, there are some sort of stipulations here, and we see these in the certain states within the U.S. that also have physician-assisted suicide. We'll get back to the places where it's legal, but the stipulations are that you cannot have a serious medical condition, and also, more importantly than that, more importantly than that, you can't undergo what Canada is referring to, and other nations are too, as suicide tourism. This is apparently a real phenomenon because individuals where it's not legal in their country to either have death with dignity, however you define it, physician-assisted or pure euthanasia, will go to countries where it is legal, and they'll kind of do the deed there. So a lot of countries are trying to figure out how to block that from happening, and this new law actually has this kind of intended consequence, but for some people a kind of bummer unintended consequence, which is that they're going to be blocking Americans from being able to utilize the law.
And we see this basically in any form of medicine. If it's plastic surgery, if some places it's cheaper because the regulations are lower, or if drugs are cheaper, like if you have something that's required for your life, especially if it's health related, and it's very expensive to begin with, people will travel abroad to seek it out. This is an issue that, I don't know, it's awkward to talk about, as you implied in your intro. It's like talking about abortion. Like, people on both sides get uncomfortable because of the...
I love talking about abortion.
It's the funnest. It's the best. Maybe we'll talk about it in this hour. But, like, maybe this is one of the positions where I guess I'm a libertarian on. As uncomfortable as it is, and look, I've never known anyone who actually committed suicide. I've known people in my family who've attempted it, and if they had succeeded, it would have been devastating. And all of that is true socially. I don't see what place the government has in any way to stop people from doing it if they want to do it.
Well, it just feels a lot like enforced morality.
That's what it feels like, yeah.
And that's not really your place to do. This reminds me a lot of the Brittany Maynard story. She was a woman. She had stage 4 glioblastoma, and she wanted to take her own life and die because she knew that her disease would definitely kill her, and there was no way out of it. And she did eventually take her own life, I think through barbiturates prescribed from her doctor. And it seemed like the best way for her to choose to live out the remainder of her own life.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little silly that it's against the law, considering that the person who is actually often doing it can't feel the ramifications of that breaking the law. The problem is the physicians can, and the physicians in certain areas can go to prison, can be fined. Family members can go to prison for this, even though it's the wishes of their family member.
Yeah.
It's interesting because I think that we're starting to have an enlightened view of death with dignity across the globe. Now I think is a good time to actually pull up that graphic. You can see all of the different countries where death with dignity are legal. And some of these, they qualify it as assisted suicide, and some they qualify it as euthanasia. Legislation passed right here in California that hasn't been enacted yet, but it has passed. And it hasn't been enacted yet in Canada. The vote hasn't even passed yet, but it does look like now that Trudeau is in power, now that the Liberal Party has a majority there, that it will likely go through.
Another thing that bothers me about this is that we think we're having one debate when we're really having a different one. The debate between whether we can make it illegal to kill yourself is fake. That's not what we're having. You can't stop a person from killing themselves. You can only stop them from doing it in a clean, pain-free way. If I'm going to kill myself, as I go about my day, there's 1,000 different ways that I can do it. That will be painful, that might lead to me simply being maimed, that might lead to medical expenses for my family, that might traumatize my family. You can't stop a person from doing any of those things. You can only legally stop them from having a pain-free, dignified death.
Yeah, it's perfectly acceptable and legal for you to go into a gun shop and purchase a gun with which you plan to commit suicide, but it's not legal, not yet in California, not in most places across the country, for you to get a prescription from a doctor that is known to be a lethal prescription. And it is a complicated issue, especially when it comes to individuals who are suffering from mental illness, individuals who may not be in a position to make a clear decision about whether or not suicide is in their best interest if they're not outside of the active episode that they're experiencing. But many places that have assisted suicide laws on the books allowing it, away within something like 6 months. There's usually an arbitrary line in the sand. For me, I think that line is kind of too far in one direction. I think for everybody, though, there is a line, right? There's got to be a line. We euthanize our pets, and we see that as a moral imperative. When we have a dog or a cat that's suffering, and they're in a lot of pain, we actually think it's immoral not to put them down. And that's an organism that can't tell us what their wishes are.
Yeah, I think there's a social line. I think that if families want to put pressure on someone to not do it, I think that's totally fine. If doctors don't want to be forced to do it because they think that a person could be temporarily mentally distraught or something like that, then I think they should be fine to do that. But at the end of the day, I just don't see what right we have. You don't have a right. The government doesn't have a right to stop you from ruining your life. We can ruin our lives in all sorts of ways, and it's the family and friend that's supposed to stop you from going into a horrific relationship, starting into a career that you're going to fail in. Like, those sorts of things that can ruin your lives or end your life, that's what family and friends stop. It's not the government's job to tell you, no, you have to keep living.
Well, and in most examples in which assisted suicide has been legalized or allowed, and in most examples that we see that individuals do die with dignity, it's not a life ruiner. It's because they're in absolute, utter pain.
Agony,
it's because, they're in agony and this is the best way out. And so the idea that I would be able to put and of course this is the general my religious view, this is a purely religious issue. We know that it is. This is legislating morality from a fundamentally religious place. And I think that we have to move past doing that. And I would actually push you one step further and say, I don't think that it should be okay for a doctor to say that he won't administer this medication unless there is some sort of qualification that, yes, there is a mental instability and basically the parameters in which you can prescribe aren't there. But I think this is the same as a doctor trying to say that he's not going to give me my birth control. I don't care what your religious beliefs are. You respect the fact that I don't have them. I'm a human being and I deserve this kind of respect.
I think we can have that debate. I mean, I think there's all sorts of different types of doctors. I'm not sure that every doctor should be forced. Like, you're a podiatrist.
No, I agree.
I agree. But some doctors, sure. Like, well, normally I'm a dentist for children, but sure, I'll help you pull with this.
Thanks for bringing levity into the conversation.
Not everything has to be dour.
Let's take it back down.
Kim, no. But I mean, yeah, I am interested. So does it seem like here on the panel we all kind of agree with this kind of legislation?
It seems like it. I don't.
Committing suicide is something people flippantly, like a decision they just go like, oh, I'm going to kill myself. Fuck it. You know, like a lot of the times we hear about abortion, like, oh, women will just go around getting all these abortions all the time. And it's not a decision you make because you love abortions. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong that you need to take control of with your own life and your own body and make that decision yourself.
Yeah. And now I think it's also important that we're very clear here that we are obviously not advocating for suicide, and that there are plenty of examples in which individuals who might think that this is the best option haven't looked at all of the options available. And so, of course, I do think it's important that if you are having questions about this, that you seek out a suicide prevention hotline and learn what all of your options are. That being said, I think that this is a fundamental human right. This is a civil right. It's about dying with dignity, and I am an advocate for allowing that within the legislature. It's almost one of those things where I just don't think there should be laws that prevent people from doing things that are fundamental to them.
And that only directly harm them.
Yeah,
like that's my evolving view on drugs as well. And
it's evolving? You didn't feel that way before?
About what?
So wait, you do think that drugs should be decriminalized?
I now believe that most, if not all, drugs should be legal.
And you didn't
so long as they don't directly lead to people doing things that will hurt other people.
And you didn't believe that in the past?
I don't do drugs. I didn't think about it all that much years and years ago.
That's fair. I mean, a lot of times, it's funny, people don't even think about these issues, but I do have some information here that the majority of U.S. doctors support physician-assisted suicide, and 70% of the American public actually, when surveyed, say that they also promote death with dignity, but the number changes if you actually put the word suicide in full, because it has that stigma.
Yeah, and then look, realistically, a lot of doctors already practice this.
For sure. When we're talking about end stage and we're talking about pushing morphine, that's a very common practice in most hospitals, actually. If somebody is in the active throes of dying, it's very common to push morphine to kind of hurry it along and make sure that the person is comfortable. So, again, where's the line in the sand? You know, I think this is a really nuanced conversation that we could probably keep having for quite a while. But why don't we talk about something? Oh, God, this one's scary, too.
They're all scary.
You guys, why did I get stuck with all these depressing stories? Okay, here we go. Okay, a new story in The Guardian, it's in The Guardian, is referring to hearing kind of them speaking a little bit more loudly about it than we hear here in the United States.
Well, isn't it because it's so heavily an economic decision or problem? I mean, we talk about incentivizing drug companies to make a different kind of antibiotic, and then it's just like, oh, we need to incentivize them to do this.
Yeah, because when it comes to
no one's going to come together altruistically.
Yeah.
That's a real problem. When you have a medical institution that is relying on supply and demand, things get complicated. You see that the drugs that most of the R&D goes into are the maintenance drugs that people take, drugs that they have to take every day of their life until they die. If you have diabetes, there's a lot of money to be made in that. If you have heart disease, there's a lot of money to be made in that. An antibiotic, generally speaking, you take for 7 days, and you don't take it again.
But to be safe, I take one every day.
Oh, good, Sean. No. The worst joke. It's actually really funny. It's like it's more profitable to do long-term use drugs. I mean, just go on for the rest of their life. It's so ghoulish and anti-human to think that, I'm just going to put this person on a crutch rather than, this is what I'm going to incentivize rather.
And look, there's certain things that we can incentivize drug companies to push their R&D in one direction or the other. We can do that. We can also set up massive government research efforts. I mean, if we can build nuclear weapons and we can get ourselves to the moon and send probes outside of our solar system, we can probably do something similar with microbes in the same way that we can and probably should for coming up with new forms of alternative energy and that sort of thing as well.
Regardless of the approach, though, I mean, it needs to happen.
Yeah.
Like, we all agree this needs to happen.
It actually shares, to me, a lot with climate change. One, that it looks like between 2050 and 2100, it's basically a race to see which is going to kill us, climate change or microbes, but also that every country has an incentive, or actually doesn't have enough of an incentive, but needs to work on this. But any one country by itself, it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, Britain can fight against this internally. Microbes can come from outside of Britain and can travel into it. And that's why this needs to be a worldwide thing.
Guys, we are dealing with such just aggressive antibacterial resistance at this point. And this is something that I speak from personal place about, because I have had methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus infection. I've had a MRSA infection, which is kind of the common one that people refer to as the superbug, but now there's tons of superbugs.
Even worse ones, yeah.
And it was horrible. I was on antibiotics for like 3 months. I had to go through 4 courses of 4 different drugs. There's allergy to one, and then one made me really sick, but it was resistant to the first drug that I took, which was really scary.
Wow.
And now we're in a position where there's only one drug left that can help you.
We should start working on social acceptance for gonorrhea.
Can you imagine? I talked to Maren McKenna about this, who wrote a great book called Superbug, and I interviewed her years ago for one of the science programs I was working on, and I was like, so what do you do if you get gonorrhea and then the drug doesn't work? Like, what do you do? And she was like, yeah, I asked this researcher the same question, and his answer, stone-faced, don't get gonorrhea. That's it. The only option you have.
Yeah.
I mean, it's horrifying.
Well, I mean, yeah, once you've got it, you can't just wait years and years and years for someone to decide, I'm gonna altruistically help now and
develop a new drug. So
help save the world.
We do have to put the pressure on some way or another, whether it's putting more money into the National Institutes of Health to work on this, whether it's actually incentivizing or subsidizing antibiotics to the drug manufacturers, because, we do have a system in place that we need to work within. There are private drug manufacturers in this country, and they actually supply most of the drugs.
Even after Obamacare?
Even after Obamacare, yeah, it's weird.
Sorry.
What is that? So logically, if all these people have antimicrobial resistant infections, wouldn't that result in more of an incentive for the medical industry at large? Because we have what we would look at as longer illness, greater risk of death, more expensive care. Is that just feeding into a larger problem?
Well, I think the issue is that even if more people get this infection, you go to take the drug, you still only have to buy 1 course of the drug, and then you're better. That's how antibiotics work. And I think that is the fundamental problem with a supply and demand situation when it comes to medical care. I mean,
which is why maybe we shouldn't have it be involved.
Exactly. When there's a profit motive that actually incentivizes people to be sick or stay sick, that's a bad system in place.
So what about, look, in the research that we have, we see that a significant portion of all the antibiotics used in the UK are not used by humans, they're used in farming. And in the US, it's even higher. It's a gigantic
way
portion.
higher.
So then, theoretically,
it's 60% in the UK.
60 in the
UK. Is it 60 or have they gotten it down to 40 by now?
It was somewhere around there. I think it was even higher in the US. But regardless of what percentage it is a potential solution veganism for everybody?
Well, here's the interesting thing. Okay, it's 40% in the UK. Okay, when it was previously 60%. So legislation that was enacted helped them to lower that number.
But imagine if we didn't need to dope up all of those animals because we didn't need those animals, by and large.
Yeah, that's because the main issue here that I think a lot of people don't realize. So in 1991, it was 90% in the U.S. 90% of the antibiotics that we produce went straight to livestock.
And then probably into our bodies.
Yeah,
or
in
into the water
2011.
supply.
Well,
that's how it gets communicated.
In 2011, 80% went to livestock, and 72% of that 80% were antibiotics that are also medically important to humans. That's the real important thing here.
Yeah.
Because the more that you are feeding antibiotics to wild bacteria. Basically, bacteria exists in the wild. This is how evolution works, people. There's a mutation. It happens randomly. It's going to happen regardless of what's happening around it. Some of these bacteria will have a mutation that makes them resistant to the antibiotic. The more you pump the populace or the farm animals full of this antibiotic, the more you see that the ones who are resistant start to thrive, and they start to multiply, and they start to actually have an evolutionary advantage there. And that's how antibiotic resistance actually flourishes. It's not just because you didn't finish your 7-day course and you only took 5, although that contributes. Overuse is a big problem, and misuse. Now, the reason that we feed antibiotics to livestock, you guys know this, right? It's not to keep them well; it's to make them big.
I actually didn't know that. From what I have seen, they do not seem well. So it seemed like that would be a good reason to do it.
They seem very unwell and very large.
We discovered at the turn of the century, when we actually had some really bad famine, that there were a lot of studies that went into play that said, how can we continue to feed people when we have limited supplies of feed and we're not getting the right yields and people are starving? And studies were done in the lab that showed, oh my gosh, if you give some of them these antibiotics, some of these cows, these pigs, they actually grow faster and need less food. And so we enacted that globally and just ran with it long before we even knew that antibiotic resistance was an issue. The problem is, as we learn these scientific things, as we learn these health effects, these negative health effects, we're not very good at legislating to keep up with the science. And so now we're faced with, as you said, what do we do? How do we feed a growing population, but how do we also maintain a lack of antibiotic resistance?
Soylent. Probably soylent.
Lab meat.
Yeah, we
Lab
have
meat.
We have
In
the
vitro meat.
Maybe I would try it.
It won't be if we all want to pitch in and eat some in vitro meat.
Like with
I will eat it.
We have in America we have willful ignorance regarding science combined with an incredible amount of deference to short-term economic gain of corporations. And that can result in catastrophic consequences for the entire world.
And so much of that is just built into the way that we legislate. It's built into the culture. When we're legislating on 2 and 4 year cycles, it's very difficult for anybody to try to push for long-term solutions. So there has to be systemic change within how we actually have our representatives put into office if we're going to change and how they finance those campaigns, if we're going to be changing things like this. But regardless of that, I think if we see more public support for dialing down the amount of antibiotics that are used or changing our approach to how we use antibiotics, at least in livestock, then maybe we can make a dent in this problem, because we hear people talking all the time about legislating so that doctors have to be more sure before they prescribe the antibiotic and they need to run more tests and we do more rapid tests. And all of that's true, but that's 20%.
Yeah.
20%.
Think about the animals.
Oh, we're the animals.
We are
Think about other animals.
Think about the non-human animals.
Think about the 4-legged animals.
The appropriate way to say it. Okay.
We should probably take our first break. I think we're a little bit past the halfway point. So we got more stories for you when we come back from this break. And of course, with this new panel and new stories should come new tweets to hashtag TYT Live. We'll read some when we come back from this. Welcome back to the second hour of the Young Turks, everybody.
It's like a fairy wonderland.
That's one of the last animals you'll be able to get actual natural meat off of soon. We've got Karen, and we've got myself, and you actually sort of made me think. Right now, when we eat chicken or fish and we get a bone in it, it's like, oh, it's inconvenient. In the future, that might be like, oh my god, this was an actual animal.
No,
We're eating lab-grown meat.
Once we get to lab-grown meat, it's going to be just perpetuating the chicken nugget society, which I am okay with.
I love them. I love hot dogs too.
Yeah.
I don't want to know what's in there. Okay, so we have a couple of tweets from the stories we talked about early on.
Hot dog one.
Ew!
You what?
I found a bone in a hot dog once.
Yeah, that'll be
your like treat.
I didn't know that stuff was animal.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got bitchy gay guy who says, well, thanks, Kara. I'm never having sex again. Don't get gonorrhea.
Yeah,
I have the same policy.
Wrap it up.
And Robin says, TYT Live, always talking about things that actually matter. Makes me feel like part of our society is sane. Well, thank you.
That's nice.
What's next?
All right, so, oh gosh, we get to actually tell good stories in the second half of the second hour. So for the first time in the history of medical science, a man has been able to recapture the ability of using his hands that were previously paralyzed because he had a chip implanted in his brain. Now, this technique is not that new, if we think about it. We've probably read articles about primates, non-human primates, who were able to play video games with their brains. We can monitor their brainwave activity, and if they think about maybe moving a ball on a screen, then they actually do it. They'll get delivered to Juice Street, and you can train them to do that.
There was an episode of House about that.
Oh, really?
Locked-in syndrome, yes.
Oh, well, there you go. So what happened here is an individual named Ian Burkhart had suffered a spinal cord injury. And why don't we throw up this first graphic so that you can actually see what it looks like. So the injury was around the area of his neck, and that's what that cleave is. So basically, the nerves in his arm worked fine, and in his hand, and his brain was still sending signals, but they were disconnected. So when his brain would think lift hand, his hand wouldn't be able to lift. This is pretty common in spinal cord injuries, and that's why you'll see partial paralysis, like from the waist down or from the arms down. These ingenious doctors at Ohio State, they're the ones who operated, but the scientists are at Battelle Memorial Institute, which is a nonprofit organization in Columbus, Ohio. They devised a way to insert a microelectrode array into the motor cortex of Ian Burkhart, on the opposite side of the brain from his hand, and actually map his thoughts when he's thinking lift hand, oh, I'm trying to lift hand. They defined in the brain what was being activated when he thought about that. And this was like weeks to months to years of calibration.
Yeah.
So once they were able to figure out exactly what kind of cluster of nerves were being activated when he thought about lifting his hand, then they could program into the computer some information that would then, and this one's missing a line. There should be a second lead. If you look where that other little dot is on the computer, it's a very simplified graphic. There should be a second lead to that
bracer.
Arm. Yeah, to the, what do you call it?
Bracer.
The bracer? I was going to say to the shower head on his arm. It's a very simple graphic. A second lead coming out of the computer to basically something that's wrapped around his arm that can induce electrical pulses to his nerves. So now what it's doing is it's joining the circuit that was broken before, but the circuit is now outside of his body.
Yeah.
He thinks lift arm. Now that it's mapped into the computer so that they kind of know what those thought patterns represent, then they can say lift arm to the individual nerves, and his arm freaking lifts. And it took a really long time for them to do this, but they can get to the point where he can pick up a bottle, they can get to the point where he can stir something, he has like fine motor control, and actually can do a pinch grasp. So I think there's some video of him actually using that hand, and it's really, really impressive. Or not. We can talk about it until the video comes up. So,
there you go.
Yeah, okay, so you can see here, these are, the chip is in his head all the time, But they have to insert this so that he can hook up to the computer, obviously. Eventually, they hope to have wireless technology. Yeah, here they're mapping the brain activity, and then here they're actually trying to induce changes into him. So for a while, in order to learn, he used the avatar, but then they knew it was like really working when he could get past using the avatar and just think about it with his own brain. I mean, look at that. He hadn't been able to use that hand in years. So this idea of remembering how to use muscles that you haven't accessed in years is just fascinating. And he was really gung-ho. A lot of his family members were actually really nervous for him to do this surgery because obviously it was experimental and elective.
And it took a long time, so they were there alongside all the training.
It took a long time. And there is some real risk to opening up somebody's brain. Massive risk of infection.
Especially with the microbes that we were talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah, and for anybody who is paralyzed, the idea that someday this could translate into walking or something like that is obviously got to be really inspirational. I don't know anything really about the brain or about the body. I'm an idiot when it comes to that stuff.
You're a biology major.
No, you weren't.
Political psychology.
Why did I think that you were
only
really
tangentially about the brain.
Were you a bio minor?
I've read a lot of evolutionary biology books.
Did you study any biology at school? Why did I think you did?
I had an animal behavior course. I did biology in college, like basic biology.
Okay.
A little bit.
You know a little bit about the brain.
Is we have, in terms of the miniaturization of computer technology, we've got like 10 micron and smaller like transistors and all of that, running extremely complex calculations at 4+ gigahertz, let alone actual server technology. So when you crack the spinal cord and you have the nerves, and we're talking about the transmission of information through electricity, why are they not able to take in that information into some sort of chip or whatever and then transmit it?
That's what they're doing.
Too big?
I know what I'm saying. They're feeding it into a computer that's sort of translating the information. I'm saying literally replacing the broken portion of the spine with a mechanical.
So that's where things get really difficult. And trust me, researchers researchers have been working on this for a long time. There are fundamental problems with the body when you ablate a central nervous system neuron. So basically, the spinal cord is a cluster. If you remember what neurons look like from school, you had the cell body, and you had you had the long axon, and then you had all the little dendrites on a multipolar cell. So the axon, that long thing, it's a bundle of those that make up the spinal cord. So what you've got is cells in your brain, long axons connecting them to cells that are in the hands, legs, feet, whatever in the periphery, and vice versa for feedback. When you actually ablate a central nervous system axon, you have this scarring phenomenon that occurs. We've never been able to make it so that they fuse back together. It's very hard for us to convince the body to be able to continue that communication path.
Yeah, I was reading about I think one experiment, they successfully were able to meld a chip into brain cells, and it was extremely difficult. I don't think it even lasted that long.
Yeah, I mean, did you guys read about the pig who had the baboon heart? This was a study that blew up in the science world this week.
Tell us.
Where a pig, they were able to successfully have a baboon heart that was genetically modified to work inside of a pig, and the pig stayed alive for like longer than we've been able to do that. And we have had animal hearts put into humans before, but eventually you do die. Yeah. It's a real difficulty. We actually think that genetically modifying organs from other animals is a more realistic fix for certain parts of the body than cybernetic fixes. Because do you know anybody who's had a pacemaker? Do you know anybody who's had an artificial valve inserted? They break.
Yeah.
If things break, you have to open the body back up. You have to fix it. You have to update it. And that's really, really invasive, especially if we're talking about the brain. I did recently a really great thing for Nat Geo called Brain Surgery Live, where doctors did something quite similar, but this was for Parkinson's patients, and this is an elective procedure that is enacted all the time, where doctors will go into a Parkinson's patient's brain and map out exactly where their source of kind of the main rigidity is occurring, and then they will insert electrodes so that you can stimulate that part of the brain, and it actually calms that rigidity, and it requires that they have to take less meds, so then they get less wiggles, which is huge for quality of life. That said, the disease still progresses. It's just helping with quality of life, exactly, with those symptoms. But we do have some fixes that are similar, but this is the first time ever that this idea of sort of brain control from outside of the body, using your own thoughts. That circuit has been able to be bridged.
A little bit of it in consumer electronics and even toys now.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, just like a very weak, different version.
They just think it's the government that's making your hand move.
No, but there are some consumer electronics that like think,
That's true, yeah.
There's a Jedi toy for children.
Yeah, there are, and there is some mind control that's legitimate. There's also some like bullshit, like wear this thing and then you'll have like more powers.
No.
Like you'll be a brighter thinker, you'll be more awake.
Like those bands or
something. Yeah, it's like a lot of, and even with some of the brain interface things, it's like there's not a lot of good research saying that it actually does anything positive for you.
It's like a major triumph of a lot of things coming together. I mean, we go back to remember Obama's initiative to map the human brain.
Yeah.
We have maybe tangential studies, like we were visualizing thoughts of zebrafish a while back, and it just, you think, oh, this doesn't go anywhere.
That's huge.
It's useless. It's not. It goes somewhere that actually helps people, as evidenced here.
Also,
it turns out they have really boring dreams.
Yeah, probably. Turns out they have really short memories. It's weird.
Hungry.
No, actually, did you guys see the study this week where, for the first time ever, an individual got MRI data from inside the scanner while they were tripping on LSD?
Oh, yeah, I did see that. Possible.
Yeah, we're learning more and more every day. But super cool for Mr. Burkhart. Congratulations. One thing that I have to mention is that, unfortunately, the funding is drying up. I mean, why do I have to end everything with such a bummer? Did I have a quote from him here? If not, I'm just going to read this. It's going to be difficult because I've enjoyed it so much. If I could take the thing home, it would give me so much more independence. Now I've got to rely on someone else for so many things. Getting dressed, brushing my teeth, all of that. I just want other people to hear about this and know that there's hope. Something will come around that makes living with this injury better. So, yeah, I mean, this is a prime example of why we need to be funding this amazing biomedical research. And it's hard. This is a nonprofit that did it. You rely on probably donations from people like people who are watching the show right now. But good luck, Mr. Burkhart. I'm very impressed.
Good stuff.
All right. I think we have one more story.
I think we do.
Are we okay with that?
Yep.
All right. Teens. Teens. Start the story with teens. Boo. I actually, at first, when I read about the story, was horrified, but now I think it's sort of funny. Have you seen the hashtag fire spray challenge?
No, I'm an adult.
Look at what kids on Instagram are doing using the hashtag fire spray challenge. My favorite part about this is that,
fire hot.
Duh, didn't you know you could do this with a can of hairspray?
Yeah.
The looks on their faces like they're discovering fire for the first time. This is what makes me sad more than
humanity
anything.
as a whole.
Did you know fire's real hot?
It's pretty
You know
hot.
what happens when much it touches your skin?
So, have either of you ever done this?
No.
Yeah, of course.
I did it as a kid.
Well,
yeah.
fire's a challenge.
No, I haven't videotaped myself doing it. No, I did this.
There weren't videos like that when I did it.
When I was a kid, I lit everything I could get my hands on fire. I loved...
When I think about that library. Great.
No, really, I loved this idea. I mean, I was a very kind of scientifically minded experimental kid, so...
And a pyro.
It was in a pyro. So it was really interesting to me to be like, okay, how would this burn? How would that burn? Does it burn at this color? Does it burn at that heat? I loved burning weird things like, do you ever burn a comb or a... What? You're such a troll, John. A comb or a hairbrush.
I burned a crayon.
Crayons are cool when you burn them.
I burned some hair. It was real gross.
Yeah, it's super gross.
It sounds terrible to say this. It's just because it was on a sidewalk. It was an old discarded book. But saying you burned a book,
don't burn a book.
Really bad. I don't remember what it was.
Anti-intellectual.
I had a pile of it.
Why did you just admit that live on air?
I don't know.
He burns a lot of people.
No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. But I did it because an older kid did it, and so I wanted to see it, which is a stupid reason to do it. But I didn't do it so that lots of people would give me a thumbs up and think that I was cool. And that's bad enough, and we'll get into that obviously. But these kids are doing something kind of silly and dangerous. And the thing that unifies all of it is that they are actively making it able to be viewed by whoever they want, which seems like a great way to get your parents to beat the shit out of you.
But isn't that exactly what you just said? Like, I want to look cool.
My mom never knew.
No, the thinking behind it is I want to look cool in front of these other kids. I want them to think that I'm this daring,
I don't know if there was another kid around.
Child.
I mean, he wanted to look cool when he showed it to me, but I think I did it by myself.
And then you wanted to look cool so that
I just wanted those books to burn, okay?
You're just like these kids, except you burn literature.
Do you think that Instagram is going to block this?
I mean, look, anything that reasonably could lead to harm.
There's a huge amount of risk involved.
I mean, they're not as bad as showing nipples on Instagram.
Oh yeah, because that's
Just
terrible.
worse.
But this really isn't.
Burned a nipple off. Oh my gosh.
This is a liability. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
They can be seen to be encouraging it.
A kid lights the torch and he goes, "Ow, my thumb!" Like that's kind of funny. But like the first time somebody gets horrific burns on their face, or they potentially die because they lit themselves on fire, is the first time they say, "Oh, if it's this cool with hairspray, let's see how cool it is with lighter fluid."
Yeah.
I mean,
or a big gallon of gas.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love technology. There's almost nothing I love as much as it, and I love the idea of trying to come up with how new technologies are going to influence society. And there's tons of ways that it's been super positive and it's been awesome. And the only reason we have our business is because of that sort of thing. But growing up amongst it, it just seems like, how are kids supposed to function? Because they are all trained to be so desperate for recognition and approval. And obviously we already had that. But now to get it in sort of a weird, virtual, anonymous way online, and they're willing to do anything to get thumbs up and shares and stuff like that. Even more than perhaps us, who that's our job. And a lot of it is dangerous. There was the banana slip challenge recently where people are like they're cracking their heads on furniture in their kitchen.
Trust falls?
No, not even trust falls. It's like you put a banana on the ground and then
there were also trust falls. And trust falls were hilarious because everybody got hurt. Everybody got
people like that.
Well, no, it's like when you just go up to somebody and yell trust fall and fall on them and they're not expecting.
I didn't do that.
You've never seen this? Oh, maybe it's like a stupid talk trick.
Even just a few years ago, at least like planking is not that dangerous. You're literally not moving. And now it seems like all of them are stopping yourself from breathing or setting yourself on fire. There was another
challenge for people putting bags over their heads?
Yes, condoms, right? Yes, condoms. There was a challenge specifically, like this is to produce flame. There was a challenge to pour lighter fluid on yourself and set it on fire. Which sounds like a troll started it, but people were really doing it.
No, we used to do a thing when we had lighters where you would fill, you would push the button without lighting it and fill your hand with fluid. What? And then you would light it and go like this, and you had like a little fireball in your hand.
Yeah,
they remember.
I want to start a challenge where you have a camera running, and you cut off your own head, and you see if you can smile before you lose consciousness. What is the limit? Literally pouring lighter fluid and setting yourself on fire.
It's not like people didn't do that before they had Insta.
I bet fewer people did it.
That's the issue, is that what we have now is a nucleation site. You're right. I mean, it's...
I don't know what that means, but that sounds right.
There's a place where something starts, and then it actually ripples out pretty quickly because so many people have access.
I guess words.
Yeah. But you do kind of sound like an old man.
I know. I know.
The kids these days.
I love technology. I spend every minute on my computer. I drive an electric car, and someday I'm going to marry a robot.
Digital native.
The nucleation, it does kind of, I maybe would have never gotten this idea to light a fire with, what is that? The gas or
hairspray.
Or light my goddamn arm on fire.
But here's the thing. Ultimately you're responsible for your actions. Yeah. Whether you see somebody at school doing it and a small group of people do it because of that, or you see somebody on the internet doing it and you think that would be really cool if I did this. This will be a flash in the pan. Yeah. Trust me. What is it? Hashtag fire spray challenge is not going to really catch on. Yeah, it's just like, and actually the funny thing is, I didn't pick the stories today. I came in late, so this was an assigned story to me, and I was like, oh God, these idiots, oh, I'm so nervous. And the idea was to present and say, kids are doing this, but then sometimes this happens. No, it all looks the same. They all go, whoosh, ow.
So far, yeah.
So far.
Yeah.
And that's the real danger.
And so just bear in mind the risk.
That's how you learn. You put your hand on the fire.
In the olden days.
Yep.
Eventually, it's going to go wrong for somebody. There's a risk that happens. So if you do this, make sure that you get a really big flame out of it. You want to risk your life for nothing.
John Idarola for giving you that idea.
I know. I cannot wait to see the lawsuits rolling in. I recuse myself from anything that John said.
I'm going to see what challenge I can start. Because it seems like...
What about the cinnamon challenge? I actually kind of like that.
That doesn't seem dangerous. I've never done it.
It's a lot of choking.
It's pretty dangerous. There's a lot of choking.
Really?
Yeah, because you can't breathe. That's why people cough and start retching.
Yeah. Well, how about this? As you spit it out, set it on fire.
Cinnamon,
what about the milk challenge? Did you guys do the milk challenge in high school?
Drink a gallon of milk?
Drink a gallon of milk.
I did a half-gallon one.
I never did it, but all my guy friends did it, and I laughed and laughed. And some girls would do it, and then I was like, you guys are ballers.
You're part of the bread.
I know. You're cool. It's super gross, but it's like comical, cartoon level vomit.
Oh.
It's like the vomit. It's like SNL level where they just go. It's like keeps going.
Family high level.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. And don't light yourself on fire, kids.
Don't drink a gallon of milk. Or light yourself on fire while drinking a gallon of milk. Don't do that.
Yeah.
And slipping on a banana.
Yeah.
So that, unfortunately, is going to be all the time we have for the second hour. Thank you for leading us through that, Kara. So it's great to have you back. Kim, thank you for lending your specific science and tech wisdom. We always appreciate that as well. We have a break of about 45 minutes before we come back for the Democratic debate, which I believe is happening in Brooklyn. It's going to be Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders, just days before the all-important New York primary. We're going to have live coverage of that starting at 8:50 p.m. Eastern, 5:50 p.m. Pacific. We're going to have Jordan Sheraton, who I believe is on site with his views as well. Jimmy's going to be here. Wes is going to be here. I think Michael Shore might be here. And so we will see you in just a few.
It was love. Oh, man. All the time.
There's no shortcut to a great dad, Brandon. You gotta do the work. Put in the one-on-one cut. That's what I'm doing right now. It's one of these things where I showed up. Hey, you guys know this is private property, right? Stockholm sein Deutsch? Stockholm sein Deutsch. And that's how you deal with rich people. That's what a dad brand's about. Watch out! Northern Lariat thereby. Baron Corbin, the lone wolf, standing tall here on SmackDown. Look at this guy. That's a scary sight.
Just think about the plethora of emotions that Zack Ryder's had to go through. Losing that Intercontinental Championship, trying to refocus, get back on track, but
I think Corbin looking to exploit the emotional turmoil that Ryder's been going through. Ryder meets him with a couple knees to the face in the corner. Beautiful missile drop kick by Ryder, looking to get back into this matchup.
they're riding high on those emotions right now, Byron. Look at him go.
Flooring up forearms in the corner by Zack Ryder.
Here it comes.
Watch out. No. Looking for the broski boot, well scouted by Corbin. And still feels the soul of Zack Ryder's boot.
That's the mantra of Zack Ryder, always ready for the next opportunity, the next challenge.
Yeah, well, here it goes. And Corbin eviscerating Ryder with the end of days. It's the end of the match. Oh, my God.
Here is your winner, Baron Corbin.
Corbin tried to take out Dolph. Now Dolph's back for a little bit of revenge.
Wanting some modicum of revenge on Corbin, ducks the clothesline. This begin. Oh my God, it's debate time yet again. We actually have a debate cap this time, but we've got a debate, an extremely consequential debate happening in Brooklyn on the Democratic side, just days in advance of the big New York primary, and we've got a panel for you. Myself, we've got Wes, Vinny, and joined by the Harriman, fresh off the Alex here in America. You know this is just the end. Now, Ben here, I was going to have Jordan in just a minute, who was at not only the debate tonight, along with James, but was also at the gigantic Washington Square Park rally last night.
47,000 people, right? Is that what we're at?
27,000 at the thing, but then there was various forms of overflow and all of that.
You think they would make the front page of the paper?
You'd think so.
You'd think it'd be maybe even the front page.
What? Here, I mean, look, I'm not a believer in the giant Bernie conspiracy theories, but I would be pretty sure that all networks would have covered 30,000 people going to a Donald Trump rally in New York City.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
Live. They would have covered it live.
That's what I mean, live. They would not.
Yeah.
Of course, they would have covered it, but it would have been the thing that we talked about that day.
Well, they should have. Imagine how many people would have gotten punched in the face at that.
I literally just was at a Starbucks, and I was walking past the newspaper. They still have newspapers there, and so there was the New York Times. And I stopped and looked above the fold. Not a mention of that there was 40,000 people or whatever in the Washington Square Park. I heard it was the biggest event ever in Washington Square Park.
Well, why don't we go to Jordan, because he was actually there. He can tell us a little bit more. Jordan, you're on the line?
Just desserts for me, mate.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm here.
That's a live shot there. So what was the rally like last night?
The rally was incredible. I mean, it was, you kind of felt like you were at a modern day Woodstock without such heavy drugs.
Yeah.
There was a lot of love in the air. Young people, older people, a lot of different demographics represented. And they all, the most of what I got was they trust Bernie Sanders and they feel like he's the only politician who's ever told them the truth.
According to the Daily Beast.
Oh, I got a guess.
Oh, there's an ex-con right behind you. According to the Daily Beast, it's mostly hippies and communists who are going out to support him.
Well, apparently, I watched Carol Costello, our friend on CNN, who said it was mostly Occupy Wall Street members and NYU students.
Yeah.
So, apparently they know something we don't.
I love how they broke this down. First of all, there are no communists, right? But I like that NYU students are Occupy Wall Street. What is it? Where do they get that? Where did she decide that?
Based on absolutely nothing. Yeah, important question though. So obviously the date to register as a Democrat in New York was months and months ago. So based on, you've been talking to people outside of the debate tonight, you were at the rally, the people going out to show support for him, what percentage do you think are actually already registered to vote? Who will be voting early next week?
I actually did a few interviews that are going up on TYT Politics with voters who've basically been disenfranchised. There was a party change of affiliation in October. Young people aren't paying attention 6 months before a primary. A few people I spoke to last night said they looked online, they thought they were registered Democrats. It suddenly says they're not registered or have no party affiliation. They called their local electoral board. They're told, oh, you got to call a judge. I mean, there's a lot of either nefarious things going on or straight up bureaucratic incompetence.
I think that's what the founders had in mind, is that you just call a judge to be allowed to vote. How's it going, Jank?
Oh no, what is this? It's going awesome. Okay, here's what you guys got to understand. First of all, I like that today, Cenk Huger playing the role of Jordan Cherry. Here's what you guys got to understand.
Crazy things Clinton supporters said.
Okay. No, Jordan's going to tell you crazy things Clinton supporters said later. Here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm nervous, dude. The debate's about to start. I'm super nervous. What if he wins New York? What if he wins New York?
Whisper. So
I did. I'm in the media center the whole night. I've been whispering of a dream. The problem is no one heard me.
Don't whisper of your dreams to Ben. He's not interested in those stories, unfortunately. So, based on you've been in New York now. What do you think his chances are? I mean, we've seen some recent polls that even today still have him down by like 11 to 17 points, depending on who you talk to. It is a close primary. They did try to stop as many people from voting as possible.
Yeah. Yeah, John, I see that you're still a dick. Debbie Downer over there with the polls. Blah, 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 blah.
I'm not happy about it.
Okay, I'm playing. Look, the polls, of course, they don't look good, and it's a close primary. We know the situation. Look, I think the conversation I had was off the record, but let's just say this. I think that if Bernie Sanders is within 5 points of her, that they're going to consider that a win. And I don't mean they're going to consider it a win like the headline should be Bernie Sanders won. As in, all right, great. We're still in the ball game. We go to Pennsylvania. We go April 26th. We win those states. We carry that momentum over there. So I think that's what we're looking for here. Does he get within 5 points of her? if he wins New York in a close primary where you can't switch to vote Democrat for the 6 months before the election, all these things rigged against him, and the polling being about 10 to 12 points down, boy, that would be an upset of epic proportions. And on Tuesday night, our studio would explode.
I actually read a tweet from a Clinton surrogate saying that if she lost by a couple of points, that would still be a win. But we actually have to cut away from you, Cenk. They've started the actual debate. Bernie Sanders is now.
Dude, what if he wins New York? I gotta go. I gotta see the debate. I gotta go. I gotta go.
Perfect dream.
All right.
Okay, so see you later, Cenk.
Assuming Cenk can get on an airplane and be back tomorrow.
We'll see.
There were two polls out there that had us ahead. Of the last 9 caucuses and primaries, we have won 8 of them, many of them by landslide victories. Over the last year, we have received almost 7 million individual campaign contributions, averaging, guess what, $27 apiece.
I know, I find it 29.
Individual campaign contributions than any candidate in American history at this point did a campaign.
That's amazing.
The reason that our campaign has done so well is because we're doing something very radical. We're telling the American people the truth.
Whoa! Wow!
And the truth is that this country is not going to move forward in a significant way for working people unless we overturn this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision, and unless we have real campaign reform so that billionaires and super PACs cannot buy elections. This campaign is also determined to end a rigged economy where the rich get richer and everybody else get poorer, and create an economy that works for all of us, not just the 1%. Thank you.
A lot of cheering from the communists and CCNY students.
So first of all, it's great to be here in New York, and I am delighted to have this chance to discuss the issues that are important to our future. I was so honored to serve as a senator from New York for 8 years. To work to provide opportunity for all of our citizens to make it possible that we could knock down the barriers that stand in the way of people getting ahead and staying ahead. And during those 8 years, we faced some difficult challenges together. We faced 9/11. We worked hard to rebuild New York. I was particularly concerned about our first responders and others who'd been affected in their health by what they had experienced. We worked hard to bring jobs from Buffalo to Albany and all parts of New York to give more hardworking people a chance to really make the most out of their own talents. And we worked hard to really keep New York values at the center of who we are and what we do together. And that is exactly what I want to do as your president. We will celebrate our diversity. We will work together, bringing us back to being united, setting some big, bold, progressive goals for America. That's what I'm offering in this campaign, to build on the work, to build on the values that we share here in New York, to take those to Washington, and to knock down those barriers that in any way hold back not only individuals, Americans, but our country from reaching our full potential. That is what my campaign is about.
Thank you, Secretary. We are going to deal with many of the issues both of you just raised. I want to begin with a question that goes right to the heart of which one of you should be the Democratic presidential nominee. Senator Sanders, In the last week, you've raised questions about Secretary Clinton's qualifications to be president. You said that something is clearly lacking in terms of her judgment, and you accused her of having a credibility gap. So let me ask you, do you believe that Secretary Clinton has the judgment to be president?
I've known Secretary Clinton, how long? 25 years. We worked together in the Senate, and I said that in response to the kind of attacks we were getting from the Clinton campaign. Washington Post headline says, Clinton campaign says Sanders is unqualified, and that's what the surrogates were saying. Does Secretary Clinton have the experience and the intelligence to be a president? Of course she does. But I do question her judgment. I question a judgment which voted for the war in Iraq. Let's review that.
We were not able to hear him over the chair.
The history of this country voted for virtually every disastrous trade agreement which cost us millions of decent paying jobs. And I question her judgment about running super PACs which are collecting tens of millions of dollars from special interests, including $15 million from Wall Street. I don't believe that that is the kind of judgment we need to be the kind of president we need.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, it is true that now that the spotlight is pretty bright here in New York, some things have been said, and Senator Sanders did call me unqualified. I've been called a lot of things in my life. That was a first. And then he did say that he had to question my judgment. Well, the people of New York voted for me twice to be their senator from New York. And President Obama trusted my judgment enough to ask me to be Secretary of State for the United States. So, look, we have disagreements on policy. There's no doubt about it. But if you go and read, which I hope all of you will before Tuesday, Senator Sanders' long interview with the New York Daily News, talk about judgment and talk about the kinds of problems he had answering questions about even his core issue, breaking up the banks. When asked, he could not explain how that would be done. And when asked about a number of foreign policy issues, he could not answer about Afghanistan, about Israel, about counterterrorism, except to say if he had some paper in front of him, maybe he could. I think you need to have the judgment on day one to be both president and commander-in-chief.
Come on, Bernie. Senator. Let's talk about judgment. And let us talk about the worst foreign policy blunder in the modern history of this country. I led the opposition to that war. Secretary Clinton voted for that war. Let's talk about judgment. Let's talk about super PACs and 501c4s. Money which is completely undisclosed. Where does the money come from? Do we really feel confident about a candidate saying that she's going to bring change in America when she is so dependent on big money interests? I don't think so.
Well, let me just say.
Secretary, let him finish.
I'm allowed to attack her in the same way she's allowed to attack him.
Thirdly, we have got to understand that in America we should be thinking big, not small.
Thank you.
We need to join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to all people. So why you?
Thank you, Senator. Secretary.
Well, make no mistake about it. This is not just an attack on me, it's an attack on President Obama. President Obama.
Every attack on you.
You know, let me tell you why. You may not like the answer, but I'll tell you why. President Obama had a super PAC when he ran. President Obama took tens of millions of dollars from contributors. And President Obama was not at all influenced when he made the decision to pass and sign Dodd-Frank, the toughest regulations on Wall Street in many a year. This is a phony This is a phony attack that is designed to raise questions when there is no evidence or support to undergird the insinuations that he is putting forward in these attacks.
Thank you, Secretary. We're going to continue on this, but I want Dana Bash to continue with the questioning.
Secretary Clinton, the government announced yesterday that 5 of the biggest banks on Wall Street have failed to develop plans to dismantle themselves in the event of another financial crisis. This is the second time in 2 years those banks neglected to come up with credible plans. So as president, would you call on regulators to start the process of breaking up these banks, something that the law not only allows but actually explicitly encourages?
You know, this is what I've been saying for the past year. No bank is too big to fail. No executive too powerful to jail. I have been talking about what we should be doing under Dodd-Frank. I'm glad that Senator Sanders is now joining in talking about Dodd-Frank. He's for the approach that needs to be taken. I believe, and I will appoint regulators who are tough enough and ready enough to break up any bank that fails the test under Dodd-Frank. There are 2 sections there, and if they fail either systemic risk, a grave risk to our economy, or if they fail the other, that their living wills, which is what you're referring to, are inadequate. But let's look at what's at stake here. We can never let Wall Street wreck Main Street again. I spoke out against Wall Street when I was a senator from New York. I have been standing up and saying continuously, we have the law, we've got to execute under it. So you're right, I will move immediately to break up any financial institution, but I go further because I want the law to extend to those that are part of the shadow banking industry, the big insurance companies, the hedge funds, something that I have been arguing for now for a long time.
Senator Sanders, you were recently asked what you would replace the big Wall Street banks with if you could break them up. You said, quote, that is their decision. Why would you trust the banks to restructure themselves
First thought, Donna.
when you say their whole business model is fraudulent?
That's right. So let's start off with the basic premise. A few days ago, Goldman Sachs formally reached a settlement with the United States government for $5 billion. What Goldman Sachs acknowledged was essentially that they were selling fraudulent packages of subprime mortgage loans. Goldman Sachs was not the only bank. Other banks, of course, did the same. Now, I don't need Dodd-Frank now to tell me that we have got to break up these banks, A, because they're based on fraudulent principles, and B, because when you have 6 financial institutions that have assets equivalent to 58% of the GDP of this country, they are just too big, too much concentration of wealth and power.
But Senator,
point is, we have got to break them up so that they do not pose a systemic risk and so that we have a vibrant economy with a competitive financial system.
But Senator, you didn't answer the specific question, which is not just about breaking up the banks, but why allow the banks to do it themselves?
Because I'm not sure that what the government should say is you are too big to fail, you've got to be a certain size. And then the banks themselves can figure out what they want to sell off. I don't know that it's appropriate for the Department of Treasury to be making those decisions. What we need is to make sure that they are safe.
Dana, you know,
I love being in Brooklyn. This is great. Let me ask here. There are 2 ways to go at this under Dodd-Frank, which is, after all, the law that we passed under President Obama. And I'm proud that Barney Frank, one of the authors, has endorsed me, because what I have said continuously is, yes, sometimes the government may have to order certain actions. Sometimes the government can permit the institution themselves to take those actions. That has to be the judgment of the regulators. But there's another element to this. I believe strongly that executives of any of these organizations should be financially penalized. If there is a settlement, they should have to pay up. compensation or bonuses, because we have to go after not just the big, giant institution. We've got to go after the people who are making the decisions in the institution. And hold
One guy's 10 times better on regulating the banks than the other person. We already know that.
You've consistently criticized Secretary Clinton for accepting money from Wall Street.
No, she'll leave it as it is.
That she made as senator that shows that she favored banks because of the money she received.
Sure. The obvious decision is when the greed and recklessness and illegal behavior of Wall Street brought this country into the worst economic downturn since the Great Recession, the Great Depression of the 30s, when millions of people lost their jobs and their homes and their life savings. The obvious response to that is that you got a bunch of fraudulent operators and that they have got to be broken up. That was my view way back, and I introduced legislation to do that. Now, Secretary Clinton was busy giving speeches to Goldman Sachs for $225,000 a speech. So the proper response,
when it's totally true.
the proper response, in my view, is we should break them up, and that's what my legislation does.
Well, you can tell, Dana, he cannot come up with any example because there is no example.
About Elizabeth Warren. Why didn't you say that? Elizabeth Warren, when I'm doing lawyers, we told her specific about the bankruptcy bill.
It may be inconvenient, but it's always important.
And then she switched when she became a senator. She said it was because of the money.
I stood up against the managers of the banks when I was a senator. I called them out on their mortgage behavior. I also was very willing to speak out against some of the special privileges they had under the tax code. When I went to the Secretary of State office, the President Obama, led the effort to pass the Dodd-Frank bill. That is the law. Now, this is our 9th debate. In the prior 8 debates, I have said, we have a law. You don't just say, we're upset about this. I'm upset about it. You don't just say, go break them up. You have a law because we are a nation of laws.
Thank you,
so
Madam
I
Secretary.
support Dodd-Frank, but I have consistently said that's not enough. We've got to include the shadow banking
Senator
sector.
Sanders.
Secretary Clinton called them out. Oh my goodness. They must have been really crushed by this. And was that before or after you received huge sums of money by giving speaking engagements behind them? So they must have been very, very upset by what you did. Look, here is the difference. And here is the clear difference. These banks, in my view, have too much power. They have shown themselves to be fraudulent organizations endangering the well-being of our economy. If elected president, I will break them up. We've got legislation to do that. End of discussion.
Secretary Clinton, if I may, Senator Sanders keeps bringing up the speeches that you gave to Goldman Sachs. So I'd like to ask you, you've said that you don't want to release the transcripts until everybody does it, but if there's nothing in those speeches that you think would change voters' minds, why not just release the transcripts and put this whole issue to bed? You know, first of all, there isn't an issue. When I was in public service, serving as the senator from New York, I did stand up to the banks. I did make it clear that their behavior would not be excused. I'm the only one on this stage who did not vote to deregulate swaps and derivatives as Senator Sanders did, which led to a lot of the problems that we had with Lehman Brothers. Now, if you're going to look at the problems that actually caused the Great Recession,
nobody covered it. It's weird. It's weird. The most powerful Democrat in the country stood up to the banks.
It wasn't investment banks, Lehman Brothers. It was mortgage companies like Countrywide. I'm not saying that Senator Sanders did something untoward when he voted to deregulate swaps and derivatives. What the fact is, he did. and that contributed to the collapse of Lehman Brothers, which started a campaign. Okay, just 1 second, please. Secretary Clinton, the question was about the transcripts of the speeches to Goldman Sachs. There are certain expectations when you run for president. This is a new one. And I've said, if everybody agrees to do it, because there are speeches for money on the other side, I know that. But I will tell you this.
Voting for Republicans.
There is a long-standing expectation that everybody running release their tax returns, and you can go to my website and see 8 years of tax returns, and I've released 30 years of tax returns, and I think every candidate, including Senator Sanders and Donald Trump, should do the same. Secretary Clinton, we're going to get to the tax returns later, but just to put a button on this, you're running now for the Democratic nomination. Right. And it is your Democratic opponent and many Democratic voters who want to see those transcripts. It's not about the Republicans.
Wow.
You know, let's set the same standard for everybody. When everybody does it, okay, I will do it. But let's set and expect the same standard on tax. Everybody does it, and then we move forward.
She doesn't have to release her transcript.
Well, let me respond. Secretary Clinton, you just heard her. Everybody else does it, she'll do it. I will do it. I am going to release all of the transcripts of the speeches that I gave on Wall Street behind closed doors. Not for 200. And second of all, of course, we will release our taxes. Jane says we've been a little bit busy lately. You'll excuse us. But we will. Senator,
Because he doesn't make enough money.
Well, you know, there are
Senator, when are you've been asked for weeks and weeks to release your
Well, I
tax
think we
return.
got one that's coming out tomorrow.
Which one?
Last year's.
2014.
Yes.
What about 2013? All the other ones.
Yeah, look, I don't want to get anybody very excited. They are very boring tax returns. No big money from speeches, no major investments. Unfortunately, I remain one of the 4 members of the United States Senate, and that's what I will show.
So, Senator, just to be clear, tomorrow you will release the 2014 tax returns from you and your family.
Yes.
And what about the earlier ones? What's the problem? What's taking so long? Because you just have to go to the filing cabinet, make a copy, and release them.
Well, the answer is, what we have always done in my family is Jane does them. And she's been out on the campaign trail. We will get them out. We'll get them out very shortly.
Thank you. Senator, you've slammed companies like General Electric and Verizon for moving jobs outside of the United States. Yesterday, the CEO of Verizon called your views contemptible and said in your own state of Vermont, Verizon has invested more than $16 million and pays millions of dollars a year to local businesses. He says you are, quote, uninformed on this issue and disconnected from reality. Given your obvious contempt for large American corporations, how would you, as President of the United States, be able to effectively promote American businesses around the world?
Well, for a start, I would tell the gentleman who's the CEO at Verizon to start negotiating with the communication workers. And this is a perfect example of the candidate of the kind of corporate greed which is destroying the middle class of this country. This gentleman makes 18 bad about Verizon. Oh no, you don't. See, that's his compensation. This gentleman is now negotiating to take away health care benefits of Verizon workers, outsource call center jobs to the Philippines, and trying to create a situation where workers will lose their jobs. He is not investing in the way he should in inner cities in America.
Senator, but the question was, given your contempt
for large American corporations, as president, how would you be able to promote American business around the world? First of all, the word contempt is not right. There's some great businesses who treat their workers and the environment with respect. Verizon happens not to be one of them. And what we need to do is to tell this guy, Immelt, who's the head of General Electric, doesn't like me? Well, that's fine. He has outsourced hundreds of thousands of decent paying jobs throughout the world, cut his workforce here substantially, and in a given year, by the way, turns out that both Verizon and General Electric in a given year pay nothing in federal income tax despite making billions in profit.
Senator, experts say that no matter the means to bring back these jobs to the United States, prices of goods for consumers in the United States would go up, which would disproportionately impact the poor and middle class. So how would you bring back these jobs to the United States without affecting the cost of goods to America's middle class and poor?
Well, for a start, we're going to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. And number two, while it is true, we may end up paying a few cents more for a hamburger in McDonald's, at the end of the day, what this economy desperately needs is to rebuild our manufacturing sector with good-paying jobs. We cannot continue to sustain the loss of millions of decent-paying jobs that we have seen over the last 20, 30 years based on trade agreements, of which Secretary Clinton has voted for almost every one of those. That has got to change.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, first of all, I do have a very comprehensive plan to create more jobs, and I think that has to be at the center of our approach. And so I think it is important that we do more on manufacturing. I went to Syracuse and laid out a $10 billion plan that would, I believe, really jumpstart advanced manufacturing. I have seen the results of what can happen when we have the government cooperating with business, and that's exactly what I will do. When I was Secretary of State, I helped to lead the way to increase exports of American goods around the world, which supports tens of thousands of jobs. So I think you've got to go at this with a sense of how to accomplish the goal we are setting. More good jobs with rising incomes for people everywhere from inner cities to rural areas to every distressed community in America. And that's exactly what my plan would bring about. I think we have a pretty good record. If we look at what happened in the 1990s, we got 23 million new jobs and incomes went up for everybody. Let's do that again in America.
I'll have you respond in a moment. Stand by. You will respond in a moment, but I have to follow up with Secretary Clinton. You stood on the stage with Governor Cuomo in support of new legislation to raise New York's minimum wage to $15 an hour. But you do not support raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. As president, if a Democratic Congress put a $15 minimum wage bill on your desk, would you sign it?
Well, of course I would. And I have supported the fight for 15. I have the endorsement of most of the unions that have led the fight for 15. I was proud to stand on the stage with Governor Cuomo, with SEIU and others who have been leading this battle, and I will work as hard as I can to raise the minimum wage. I always have. I supported that when I was in the Senate. But what I have also said is that we've got to be smart about it, just the way Governor Cuomo was here in New York. If you look at it, we move more quickly to 15 in New York City, more deliberately toward 12.50 upstate, then to 15. That is exactly my position. It's a model for the nation, and that's what I will do as president. Go as quickly as possible to get to 15.
I am sure a lot of people are very surprised to learn that you supported raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour.
Wait a minute. Come on, I have stood on the debate stage with Senator Sanders 8 times. I have said the exact same thing.
Please.
If we can raise it to 15 in New York or Los Angeles or Seattle, let's do it.
You're both screaming at each other. The viewers won't be able to hear either of you, so please don't talk over each other. Go ahead. All right. When this campaign began, I said that we got to end the starvation minimum wage of $7.25, raise it to 15. Secretary Clinton said, let's raise it to 12. There's a difference. And by the way, what has happened is history has outpaced Secretary Clinton. Because all over this country, people are standing up and they're saying 12 is not good enough. We need $15.
That's right. Okay, I get it. 15. Like that's it. You're right. 15. I've heard from people. It's 15. Fuck it, 16.
Thank you.
Thank you for 15. I don't think it's quite accurate.
All right, Secretary.
All right. I have said from the very beginning that I supported the fight for 15. I supported those on the front lines of the fight for. It happens to be true. I supported the 15 effort in LA. I supported it in Seattle. I supported it for the fast food workers in New York. The minimum wage at the national level right now is $7.25, right? We want to raise it higher than it ever has been. But we also have to recognize some states and some cities will go higher, and I support that. I have taken my cue from the Democrats in the Senate, led by Senator Patty Murray and others, like my good friend Kirsten Gillibrand, who has said, we will set a national level of 12 and then urge any place that can go above it to go above it. Going from 7.25 to 12 is a huge difference. 35 million people will get a raise. 1 in 4 working mothers will get a raise. I want to get something done, and I think setting the goal to get to 12 is the way to go, encouraging others to get to 15. But of course, if we have a Democratic Congress, we will go to 15.
Senator, go ahead. Well, I think the Secretary has confused a lot of people. I don't know how you're there for the fight for 15 when you say you want a $12 an hour national minimum wage. Boom! Now, in fact, there is an effort. Patty Murray has introduced legislation for $12 minimum wage. That's good. I introduced legislation for $15 an hour minimum wage, which is better by 3. And ultimately, what we have got to determine is after massive transfer of wealth from the middle class to the top 1/10 of 1%, when millions of our people are working longer hours for low wages, I think we have got to be clear, not equivocate, $15 and minimum wage in 50 states in this country as soon as possible.
We're going to turn to another critically important issue right now, guns in America. Secretary Clinton, you said that Vermont, Senator Sanders' home state, has, quote, the highest per capita number of guns that end up committing crimes in New York. But only 1.2% of the guns recovered in New York in 2014 were from Vermont. Are you seriously blaming Vermont and implicitly Senator Sanders for New York's gun violence?
No, of course not. Of course not. This is a serious difference between us. And what I want to start by saying, it's not a laughing matter. 90 people on average a day are killed or commit suicide or die in accidents from guns. 33,000 people a year. I take it really seriously because I have spent more time than I care to remember being with people who have lost their loved ones. So yes, we have a problem in America. We need a president who will stand up against the gun lobby. We need a president who will fight for common sense gun safety reforms.
There's a big anti-gun judge ruling today.
And what we have here is a big difference. Senator Sanders voted against the Brady bill 5 times. He voted for the most important NRA priority, namely giving immunity from liability to gun makers and dealers, something that is at the root of a lot of the problems that we are facing. Then he doubled down on that in the New York Daily News interview and asked whether he would support the Sandy Hook parents suing to try to do something to rein in the advertising of the AR-15, which is advertised to young people as being a combat weapon.
But everything is such a legitimate political attack that she makes, but everything she has isn't true. It's always you have to twist something in a disingenuous way to make your attack land. Whereas Bernie literally just says the facts.
We hear a lot from Senator Sanders about the greed and recklessness of Wall Street. And I agree. We've got a whole Wall Street accountable. Well, what about the greed and recklessness of the gun manufacturers?
Well, the only problem is, folks, she didn't answer your question. You asked her whether she thought that Vermont was responsible for a lot of the gun violence, and you made the point that what she said was totally absurd.
I asked her, are you seriously blaming Vermont and implicitly Senator Sanders for New York's gun violence? She said no, but go ahead.
So why did she put out that statement?
I put it out.
Statement because, excuse me, I think I'm responding now.
Please, go ahead.
A statement that was refuted by the governor of the state of Vermont, who was a supporter of hers, who said, oh yeah, in campaigns, people tend to exaggerate. Here is the fact on guns. Let's talk about guns. That horrible, horrible Sandy Hook, what's the word that we want to use? Murder, assault, slaughter, unspeakable act. Back in 1988, I ran for the United States Congress, 1 seat in the state of Vermont. I probably lost that election, which I lost by 3 points, because I was the only candidate running who said, you know what, we should ban assault weapons, not see them sold or distributed in the United States of America. I've got a D- voting record from the NRA. And in fact, because I come from a state which has virtually no gun control, I believe that I am the best qualified candidate to bring together that consensus that is desperately needed in this country.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Secretary Clinton, I want you to respond to that, but why did you put out that statement blaming Vermont and its gun policy for some of the deaths of my guns in New York?
Well, the facts are that most of the guns that end up committing crimes in New York come from out of state. They come from the states that don't have the kind of serious efforts to control guns that we do in New York. But let me say this. In 1988, as we've heard on every debate occasion, Senator Sanders did run for the Congress, and he lost.
Not really that important.
He came back in 1990, and he won. And during that campaign, he made a commitment to the NRA that he would be against waiting periods. And in fact, in his own book, he talks about his 1990 campaign. And here's what he said. He clearly was helped by the NRA because they ran ads against his opponent. So then he went to the Congress, where he has been a largely very reliable supporter of the NRA, voting, he kept his word to the NRA, he voted against the Brady bill 5 times because it had waiting periods in it. Thankfully, enough people finally voted for it to keep guns out of the hands of people who should not have them.
Senator, I want you to respond, but I also want you to respond to this. You recently said you do not think crime victims should be able to sue gun makers for damages. The daughter of the Sandy Hook Elementary School principal who was killed back in the 2012 mass shooting says you owe her and the other victims' families an apology. Do you?
what we need to do is to do everything that we can to make certain that guns do not fall into the hands of people who do not have them. Now, I voted against this gun liability law because I was concerned that in rural areas all over this country, if a gun shop owner sells a weapon legally to somebody, and that person then goes out and kills somebody, I don't believe it is appropriate that a gun shop owner who just sold a legal weapon to be held accountable and be sued. But what I do believe is when gun shop owners and others knowingly are selling weapons to people who should not have them. Somebody walks in, they want thousands of rounds of ammunition, or they want a whole lot of guns. Yes, that gun shop owner or that gun manufacturer should be held liable.
So, Senator, do you own
Barbara Bella, Superior Court Judge, the law does not prevent lawyers from the families of Sandy Hook victims from arguing that AR-15 semi-automatic rifle is a military weapon. That's the Bushmaster and should not have been sold to civilians.
Anyone else who wants the right to sue?
You should ask that. What about that case? That specific case, not any time, but that specific case.
I believe that the law that Senator Sanders voted for, that I voted against, giving this special protection to gun manufacturers and to dealers is an absolute abdication of responsibility on the part of those who voted for it. This is a unique gift given to only one industry in the world, as by the United States Congress. As Senator Murphy from Connecticut said, we have tougher standards holding toy gun manufacturers and sellers to account than we do for real guns. And the point that Senator Sanders keeps making about how he wouldn't want a mom and pop store, that was not the point of this. And if he can point to any incident where that happened, I would love to hear about it. What was really going on, I'll tell you, because it has a lot to do with New York City. New York City was on the brink of being able to hold manufacturers and dealers accountable through a very carefully crafted legal strategy. The NRA came to their supporters in the Congress and said, stop it now, and Senator Sanders joined those.
Secretary Senator, let me just reiterate. When are we going to take a break? Just to reiterate so there is no confusion. Decades ago, before it was popular, in a rural state with no gun control, Bernie Sanders said, let's ban assault weapons, not see them distributed in the United States.
Thank you, Senator. Let's turn it over to Errol Lewis of New York One, Time Warner Cable News. Secretary Clinton, the 1994 crime bill that you supported added 100,000 police officers across the country and banned certain assault weapons. It also imposed tougher prison sentences and eliminated federal funding for inmate education. Looking at the bill as a whole, do you believe it was a net positive, or do you think it was a mistake?
Well, I think that it had some positive aspects to it, and you mentioned some of them. The Violence Against Women Act, which has been a very important piece of legislation, in my opinion. And it also did some things which were to provide more opportunities for young people. So if we were to have the balance sheet on one side, there are some positive actions and changes. On the other side, there were decisions that were made that now we must revisit and we have to correct. I think that sentences got much too long. The original idea was not that we would increase sentences for nonviolent, low-level offenders, but once the federal government did what it did, states piled on. So we have a problem. And the very first speech I gave in this campaign was about what I will do to reform the criminal justice system and to end the mass incarceration. So I think that if all of us go back and look at where we were, Senator Sanders voted for the crime bill, and he says the same thing. There were some good things and things that we have to change and learn from. So that's how I see it. And I think we ought to be putting our attention on forging a consensus to make the changes that will divert more people from the criminal justice system to start. To tackle systemic racism and divert people in the beginning.
Now, earlier this year, a South Carolina voter told your daughter, Chelsea, quote, I think a lot of African Americans want to hear, you know what, we made a mistake. Chelsea said she's heard you apologize, but went on to say that if the voter hadn't heard it, then, quote, it's clearly insufficient. Do you regret your advocacy for the crime bill?
Well, look, I supported the crime bill. My husband has apologized. He was the president who actually signed it. Senator Sanders
what about
voted
you,
for it.
Senator?
I'm sorry for the consequences that were unintended and that have had a very unfortunate impact on people's lives. I've seen the results of what has happened in families and in communities. That's why I chose to make my very first speech a year ago on this issue, Errol, because I want to focus the attention of our country and to make the changes we need to make. And I also want people, especially I want white people to recognize that there is systemic racism. It's also in employment, it's in housing, but it is in the criminal justice system as well.
Senator Sanders, earlier this week at the Apollo Theater in Harlem, you called out President Clinton for defending Secretary Clinton's use of the term super predator back in the 90s when she supported the crime bill. Why did you call him out?
Because it was a racist term and everybody knew it was a racist term. Much of what Secretary Clinton said was right. We had a crime bill. I voted for it. It had the Violence Against Women Act in it. When mayor of Burlington, we worked very hard to try to eliminate domestic violence. This took us a good step forward. We're talking about the weapon that killed the children in Sandy Hook. This banned assault weapons, not insignificant. But where we are today is we have a broken criminal justice system. We have more people in jail than any other country on earth. And in my view, what we have got to do is rethink the system from the bottom on up. And that means, for a start, and we don't talk about this, the media doesn't talk about it, you got 51% of African American kids today who graduated high school who are unemployed or underemployed. You know what I think? Maybe we invest in jobs and education for those kids, not jails and incarceration. And I'll tell you what else. I think. And that is we have got, and this is a difference between the Secretary and myself as I understand it. We have got to have the guts to rethink the so-called war on drugs. Too many lives have been destroyed because people possess marijuana, millions over a 30-year period. And that is why I believe we should take marijuana out of the Federal Controlled Substance Act.
Thank you. Let's get Secretary Clinton's response.
Well, look, I think that as Senator Sanders said about what I said, I will say about what he said. I think that we recognize that we have a set of problems that we cannot ignore and we must address. And that is why I have been promoting for my entire adult life, I think, the idea of investing early in kids, early childhood education, universal pre-K, like what Mayor de Blasio brought to New York. We have got to help more kids get off to a good start. That's why I want a good teacher in a good school for every child, regardless of the zip code that child lives in, and to be really focused on how we build ladders of opportunity and tear down these barriers that stand in the way of people getting ahead.
Senator Sanders, I have a question for you related to this. So you've said that by the end of your first term as president, the U.S. will no longer lead the world in mass incarceration. To fulfill that promise, you'd have to release roughly 500,000 prisoners. How are you going to do that since the vast majority of American prisoners are not under federal jurisdiction?
We're going to work with state governments all over this country. And you know what? In a very divided Congress and a very divided politics in America, actually the one area where there is some common ground is conservatives understand that it's insane to be spending $80 billion a year locking up 2.2 million people. With federal and presidential leadership, we will work with state governments to make sure that people are released from jail under strong supervision, that they get the kind of job training and education they need so they can return to their communities. On this one, Errol, actually, I think you're going to see progressive and conservative support. We can do it if we're prepared to be bold.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Secretary. We have to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot for Secretary.
Well, we actually stayed during the breaks, right?
Yeah.
And we talk about what
We will,
That's
actually.
right.
So I believe going into this debate that if it wasn't particularly pricey from Bernie Sanders' point of view, it would imply that he had seen polling that was better than the public polling that we have seen. But both came out of the gate swinging. I believe Hillary first, but both have been throwing lines back and forth.
So your thought was that if Bernie played it safe, it meant the polling looked good?
Yeah, I mean, that was what I thought going into... There was another one of the big election days where we would have expected that he would come out swinging. It's a lot of delegates on the line, but he didn't, and that implied to me that he felt like he was where he needed to be. But neither of them are acting as if they're comfortable with the position that they have vis-a-vis the polls going into the next few states. And they're both... I mean,
to me, it would indicate that if Bernie had seen polling and I don't think that happens anymore. New York is so polled. I don't think they have secret polls that are any better.
But I mean, internal campaign polls.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think those internal campaign polls can be any better. They're doing the same thing. But if he thought he were close, that this strategy would be consistent with polling close. Like, okay, I'm close. I got to close this deal. I'm going to be aggressive. I draw lines of distinction.
I'm stunned by how harsh she's been coming out. I mean, from the gate. Made me feel like she was a little more worried than she needed to be. I mean, because of the simple structure of what it takes to vote in the New York primary, she's fairly safe no matter what the day-to-day polls say.
That's right. I have a sense that he has a Michigan in him, and that it just wouldn't surprise me still. I mean, I look at the polls, and she's probably going to win New York. She's probably going to win it by 10 to 8 to 12, something around there. There have been many, many, many campaigns where the person who's getting 27,000 people. Now, right, if they're all, from SUNY Stony Brook and members of the Young Communists of America, then okay, she can't get them. But they're not. They're New Yorkers. And so, those people, when they get the big energy and the big turnout, and if those polls close at all, that would be an indication of a surge. And I think he can. I think
12 points represents closing from a few weeks ago.
Sure. But it's sort of, as with many times, he gets to a reasonable degree of closeness, and then with the exception of Michigan, that's where it plateaus in states that are like New York, right? The demographic makeup of the close vote. So, but I just feel like somewhere along the line he may have something in it. Maybe the fact that he's won 8 in a row is no different than the fact that she swept the South and it was early. It's just, this is the way they were laid out. This is when these states came out. Or it means a little something, and the national polls have gotten a little closer. So, I don't know.
I think she looks really worried. That's what those harsh attacks felt to me, is that she actually felt that he was now a threat.
Yeah, I think that's right.
In previous debates, it was kind of like, here's this guy, no one's going to take seriously, no one's going to cover him anyway. I don't really need to get emotionally involved.
And by the same token, don't you get the feeling that his people were like, enough?
Yeah.
Go at, it's a race.
Yeah.
Go.
Which is a very risky thing to do. I mean, we see, how many times did she interrupt him? The first time he said, excuse me, I'm seeing tweets about, the press room's blowing up. But they weren't blowing up when she did the same thing to him. And he was treating her with the same level of respect or disrespect, call it whatever you want, that she was treating him with. They were treating each other as if they were equals running against each other in a primary.
You think the one person is? Do you really think that she has treated him worse in this debate than he has treated her? On a politeness?
I think that actually the point that I was going to make when I started talking was, I think that one of the reasons that they're debating the way they are is partially it's because of New York, but it's partially I think they're sick of each other. I think that they've gotten far enough into the debate that they've both insulted each other, 55 different ways, and they both probably despise each other at this point.
Yeah, I mean, and I think New York has a lot to do with it. I just don't think it would have happened anywhere else. This is where this happens. It always happens.
I do watch
when it's competitive.
He's never given this many. What the fuck did she just say?
Right, that's right.
Looks to the camera.
Yeah, she said that he's just catching up on caring about Dodd-Frank and financial regulation.
She's been part of the fight for 15.
I just think it's such a bad tactic of hers to try to pretend, again, as always, been a bad tactic,
try and pretend to be something that you're not. And she's trying to do it as if she's been a leader on something that everybody on the planet knows she did not lead on.
And that's, if you want to know how you get to a 55% unfavorability rating, that's how you do it.
Talk about it in terms of the extraordinary threats that climate change pose to our country and our world. And that's why for the last many years, both in the Senate and as Secretary of State, it's been a big part of my commitment to see what could be done. But there has never been any doubt that when I was a senator, I joined with others to try to get rid of the subsidies for big oil. And I have proposed that again, because that's what I think needs to be done as we transition from fossil fuels to clean energy. And everyone who's looked at this independently, the Washington Post and others who give us both hard times when called for on facts, have said that this is absolutely an incorrect, false charge. So we both have relatively small amounts of contributions from people who work for fossil fuel companies, best we can tell from the reports that are done, but that is not being supported by big oil, and I think it's important to distinguish that. And let's talk about what each of us has proposed to try to combat greenhouse gas emissions and put us on the fastest track possible to clean energy.
Thank you. We're going to get to that too, but I want you to respond, Senator. It is one thing, as the Secretary indicated, to talk about workers. I'm sure I have contributions, you have contributions from workers in every industry in the country. But as I understand it, 43 lobbyists for the fossil fuel industry maxed out, gave the maximum amount of money to Secretary Clinton's campaign. Now, that's not saying, and then some people say, well, given the hundreds of millions of dollars she raised, it's a small amount. That's true. But that does not mean to say that the lobbyists there thought she was a pretty good bet on this issue. Now, what I think is, when we look at climate change now, we have got to realize that this is a global environmental crisis of unprecedented urgency. And it is not good enough, if we, God forbid, were attacked tomorrow, the whole country would rise up and say, we got an enemy out there, we got to do something about it. That was what 9/11 was about. We have an enemy out there. And that enemy is going to cause drought and floods and extreme weather disturbances. There's going to be international conflict. I am proud, Wolf, that I have introduced the most comprehensive climate change legislation, including a tax on carbon, something I don't believe Secretary
I don't think it's a laughing matter.
Well, let's talk about the global environmental crisis. Starting in 2009, as your Secretary of State, I worked with President Obama to bring China and India to the table for the very first time, to get a commitment out of them that they would begin to address their own greenhouse gas emissions. I continued to work on that throughout the 4 years as Secretary of State. I was very proud that America led the way to the agreement that was finally reached in Paris with 195 nations committing to take steps to actually make a difference in climate change. And I was surprised and disappointed when Senator Sanders attacked the agreement, said it was not enough, it didn't go far enough. At some point, putting together 195 countries, I know a little bit about that, was a major accomplishment, and our president led the effort to protect our world, and he deserves our appreciation, not our criticism.
Let's talk about that. When you were Secretary of State, you also worked hard to expand fracking to countries all over the world. But the issue here, of course the agreement is a step forward, but you know agreements and I know agreements, there's a lot of paper there. We've got to get beyond paper right now. We have got to lead the world in transforming our energy system, not tomorrow, but yesterday. And what that means, well, it means having the guts to take on the fossil fuel industry. Now, I am on board. Legislation says, you know what? We ain't going to excavate for fossil fuel on public land. That's not Secretary Clinton's position. Let us support a tax on carbon, not Secretary Clinton.
Go ahead and respond.
Well, I'm a little bewildered about how to respond when you have an agreement which gives you the framework to actually take the action that would have only come about because under the Obama administration, in the face of implacable hostility from the Republicans in Congress, President Obama moved forward on gas mileage. He moved forward on the Clean Power Plan. He has moved forward on so many of the fronts that he could, given the executive actions that he was able to take. And you know, I'm getting a little bit concerned here because, you know, I really believe that the president has done an incredible job against great odds and deserves to be supported. Now, it's easy. It's easy to diagnose the problem. It's harder to do something about the problem.
Errol Lewis, go ahead with your question. We're going to continue on this. Errol, go ahead.
Okay, Secretary Clinton, as Secretary of State, you also pioneered a program to promote fracking around the world, as you described. Fracking, of course, a way of extracting natural gas. Now, as a candidate for president, you say that by the time you're done with all your rules and regulations, fracking will be restricted in many places around the country. Why have you changed your view on fracking?
No, I don't think I've changed my view on what we need to do to go from where we are, where the world is heavily dependent on coal and oil, but principally coal, to where we need to be, which is clean, renewable energy, and one of the bridge fuels is natural gas.
It's not.
And so for both economic and environmental and strategic reasons, it was American policy to try to help countries get out from under the constant use of coal, building coal plants all the time. Also to get out from under, especially if they were in Europe, the pressure from Russia, which has been incredibly intense. So we did say natural gas is a bridge. We want to cross that bridge as quickly as possible, because in order to deal with climate change, we have got to move as rapidly as we can. That's why I've set big goals. I want to see us deploy 500 million more solar panels by the end of my first term, and enough clean energy to provide electricity to every home in America. So I have big, bold goals, but I know in order to get from where we are, where the world is still burning way too much coal, where the world is still too intimidated by countries and providers like Russia, we have got to make a very firm but decisive move in the direction of clean energy.
Here is a real difference. This is a difference between understanding that we have a crisis of historical consequence here, and incrementalism and those little steps are not enough. That's right. Now, not on climate change. Right. Now, the truth is, as Secretary of State, Secretary Clinton actively supported fracking technology around the world. Second of all, right now we have got to tell the fossil fuel industry that their short-term profits are not more important than the future of this planet. And that means, and I would ask you to respond, are you in favor of a tax on carbon so that we can transit away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy at the level and speed we need to do?
You know, I have laid out a set of actions that build on what President Obama was able to accomplish, building on the Clean Power Plan, which is currently under attack by fossil fuels and the right in the Supreme Court, which is one of the reasons why we need to get the Supreme Court justice that President Obama has nominated to be confirmed, so that we can actually
that's enough of that.
I don't take a backseat to your legislation you've introduced that you haven't been able to get passed. I want to do what we can do to actually make progress in dealing with the crisis. That's exactly what I have proposed.
Thank you,
and my approach, I think is going to get us there faster without tying us up into political knots with a Congress that still would not support what you are proposing.
Senator Sanders, you said that climate change is the greatest threat to our nation's security.
Secretary Clinton did not answer one simple question. Are you for a tax on carbon or not? Yes.
I have a question for you. You've said that climate change is the greatest threat to our nation's security. You've called for a nationwide ban on fracking. You've also called for phasing out all nuclear power in the U.S. But wouldn't those proposals drive the country back to coal and oil and actually undermine your fight against
Two championship matches were made
where we are. Let me reiterate.
Episode of Raw.
We have a global crisis. Pope Francis reminded us that we are on a suicide course. Our legislation understands, Errol, that there will be economic dislocation. It is absolutely true. There will be some people who lose their job, and we build into our legislation an enormous amount of money to protect those workers. It is not their fault that fossil fuels are destroying our climate. But we have got to stand up and say right now, as we would if we were attacked by some military force, we have got to move urgently, and boldly. What does that mean?
Senator, jobs are one thing, but with less than 6% of all U.S. energy coming from solar, wind, and geothermal, and 20% of U.S. power coming from nuclear, if you phase out all of that, how do you make up that
deficit? You don't phase it all out tomorrow, and you certainly don't phase nuclear out tomorrow, but this is what you do. What you do is say that we are going to have a massive program, and I had introduced legislation for 10 million solar rooftops. We can put probably millions of people to work retrofitting and weatherizing buildings all over this country, rebuilding our rail system, our mass transit system. If we approach this, Errol, as if we were literally in a war, in 1941, under Franklin Delano Roosevelt, we moved within 3 years to rebuild our economy to defeat Nazism and Japanese imperialism. That is exactly the kind of approach we need right now. Lead the world.
Thank you, Senator. Let's turn to another critically important issue, the issue of national security and foreign policy. Secretary Clinton, President Obama says the worst mistake in office that he made over these past 7.5 years was not preparing for Libya after Muammar Gaddafi was removed. You were as Secretary of State. Aren't you also responsible for that?
Well, let me say, I think we did a great deal to help the Libyan people after Gaddafi's demise, and here's what we did. We helped them hold 2 successful elections, something that is not easy, which they did very well because they had a pent-up desire to try to chart their own future after 42 years of dictatorship. I was very proud of that. We got rid of the chemical weapons stockpile that Gaddafi had, getting it out of Libya, getting it away from militias or terrorist groups. We also worked to help them set up their government. We sent a lot of American experts there. We offered to help them secure their borders, train the military.
All of them came back.
They, at the end, when it came to security issues, did not want troops from any other country, not just us, European or other countries, in Libya. And so we were caught in a very difficult position. They could not provide security on their own, which we could see, and we told them that, but they didn't want to have others helping to provide that security. And the result has been a clash between different parts of the country, terrorists taking up some locations in the country, and we can't walk away from that. We need to be working with European and Arab partners, with the United Nations, in order to continue to try to support them. The Libyan people deserve a chance at democracy and self-government, and I, as president, will keep trying to give that.
Senator, go ahead. According to the New York Times, for President Obama, this was a pretty tough call, like a 51-49 call. Do you overthrow Gaddafi, who of course was a horrific dictator? But the New York Times told us it was Secretary Clinton who led the effort for that regime change. And this is the same type of mentality that supported the war in Iraq. Look, Gaddafi, Saddam Hussein are brutal, murdering thugs. No debate about that. But what we have got to do, and what the president was saying, is we didn't think thoroughly about what happens the day after you get rid of these dictators. Regime change often has unintended consequences. In Iraq and in Libya right now, where ISIS has a very dangerous foothold. And I think if you study the whole history of American involvement in regime change, you see that quite often.
Secretary, we're going to let you respond.
Yes, well, I would just point out that there was a vote in the Senate as to whether or not the United States should support the efforts by the Libyan people to protect themselves against the threats, the genocidal threats coming from Gaddafi, and whether we should go to the United Nations to seek Security Council support. Senator Sanders voted for that, and that's exactly what we did.
No.
We went to the United Nations. Yes, he did. We went to the United Nations Security Council. We got support from the Security Council, and we then supported the efforts of our European and Arab allies and partners. This was a request made to our government by the Europeans and by the Arabs because of their great fear of what chaos in Syria would do to them. And if you want to know what chaos does, not just to the people inside, but the people on the borders, look at Syria. Nobody stood up to Assad and removed him, and we have had a far greater disaster in Syria than we are currently dealing with right now.
Senator, go ahead. Secretary Clinton made this charge in previous debates, and just repeating it doesn't make it true. What you were talking about is what I think was what they call the unanimous consent. You know what that is? Where basically, do we support Libya moving to democracy? Well, you know what? I surely have always supported Libya moving to democracy. But please do not confuse that with your active effort for regime change without contemplating what happened the day after that. Totally different issue.
Well,
second of all, if I might, in terms of Syria.
Senator, let her respond to that, then we'll get to that. Go ahead, Secretary.
There was also in that a reference to the Security Council, and I know you're not shy when you oppose something, Senator, so yes, it was unanimous. That's exactly right, including you. And what we did was to try to provide support for our European and Arab allies and partners. The decision was the President's. Did I do the due diligence? Did I talk to everybody I could talk to? Did I visit every capital and then report back to the President? Yes, I did. That's what a Secretary of State does. But at the end of the day, those are the decisions that are made by the President to in any way use American military power. And the President made that decision. And yes, we did try, without success because of the Libyans' obstruction to our efforts, but we did try and we will continue to try
Secretary.
to help the Libyans.
Go ahead, Senator. If you listen, 2 points. Number one, yes, 100 to 0 in the Senate voted for democracy in Libya, and I would vote for that again. But that is very different from getting actively involved to overthrow and bring about regime change without fully understanding what the consequence of that regime change would be. Second of all, I know you keep referring to Barack Obama all night here, but you in Syria talked about a no-fly zone, which the President certainly does not support, nor do I support, because A, it will cost an enormous sums of money. Second of all, it runs the risk of getting us sucked into perpetual warfare in that region. Thirdly, when we talk about Syria right now, no debate, like Gaddafi, like Saddam Hussein, Assad is another brutal, murdering dictator. But right now, our fight is to destroy ISIS first, and to get rid of Assad second.
Well, I think Senator Sanders is just reinforce my point. Yes, when I was Secretary of State, I did urge, along with the Department of Defense and the CIA, that we seek out, vet, and train and arm Syrian opposition figures so that they could defend themselves against Assad. The president said no. Now, that's how it works. People who work for the president make recommendations, and then the president makes the decision. So I think it's only fair to look at where we are in Syria today. And yes, I do still support a no-fly zone, because I think we need to put in safe havens for those poor Syrians who are fleeing both Assad and ISIS, and have some place that they can be safe.
Staying at the national security, Dana Bash has a question.
Senator Sanders, in 1997, you said this about NATO. You said, quote, "It is not the time to continue wasting tens of billions of dollars helping to defend Europe, let alone assuming more than our share of any costs associated with expanding NATO." Do you still feel that way?
Well, what I believe, my memory is correct here, we spend about 75% of the entire cost of the military aspect of NATO. Given the fact that France has a very good healthcare system and free public education, college education for their people, the UK has a good national health service, and they also provide fairly reasonable higher education. You know what? Yeah, I do believe that the countries of Europe should pick up more of the burden for their defense. Yes, I do.
And just following up, Senator Sanders, Donald Trump also argues that NATO is unfair economically to the U.S. because America pays a disproportionate share. So how is what you say about NATO and your proposal different than his?
Well, you gotta ask Trump. All I can tell you is with a huge deficit, with 47 million people living in poverty, with our inner cities collapsing, I do think countries like Germany and UK and France and European countries whose economy, or at least its standard of living and healthcare and education, they're doing pretty well. So I would not be embarrassed as President of the United States to say to a European ally, you know what? The United States of America cannot just support your economies. You've got to put up your own fair share of the defense burden. Nothing wrong with that.
Secretary Clinton. I support our continuing involvement in NATO, and it is important to ask for our NATO allies to pay more of the cost. There is a requirement that they should be doing so, and I believe that needs to be enforced. But there's a larger question here. NATO has been the most successful military alliance in probably human history. It has bound together across the Atlantic countries that are democracies, that have many of the same values and interests, and now we need to modernize it and move it into the 21st century to serve as that head of our defense operations in Europe when it comes to terrorism and other threats that we face.
Madam Secretary,
yes, of course they should be paying more, but that doesn't mean if they don't, we leave, because I don't think that's in American interest.
That's going to be part of my question to you is, to that point, there are 28 countries in the alliance, and the United States gives more money to NATO's budget than 21 of those countries combined. If they don't agree to pay more, as you suggested, then what would you do as Commander-in-Chief?
I will stay in NATO. I will stay in NATO, and we will continue to look for missions and other kinds of programs that they will support. Remember, NATO was with us in Afghanistan. Most of the member countries also lost soldiers and civilians in Afghanistan. They came to our rallying defense after 9/11. That meant a lot. And yes, we have to work out the financial aspects of it, but let's not forget what's really happening. With Russia being more aggressive, making all kinds of intimidating moves toward the Baltic countries. We've seen what they've done in eastern Ukraine. We know how they want to rewrite the map of Europe. It is not in our interest. Think of how much it would cost
if Russia's aggression were not deterred because NATO was there on the front lines, making it clear they could not move forward.
Senator, let's talk about the U.S. relationship with Israel. Senator Sanders, you maintain that Israel's response in Gaza in 2014 was, quote, disproportionate and led to the unnecessary loss of innocent life. What do you say to those who believe that Israel has a right to defend itself as it sees fit? Well, as somebody who spent many months of my life when I was a kid in Israel, who has family in Israel, of course Israel has a right not only to defend themselves, but to live in peace and security without fear of terrorist attack. That is not a debate. But what you just read, yeah, I do believe that. Israel was subjected to terrorist attacks, has every right in the world to destroy terrorism. But we had in the Gaza area, not a very large area, some 10,000 civilians who were wounded and some 1,500 who were killed. Now, if you're asking me, not just me, but countries all over the world, was that a disproportionate attack? The answer is, I believe it was. And let me say something else. Somebody who is 100% pro-Israel. In the long run, and this is not going to be easy, God only knows, but in the long run, if we are ever going to bring peace to that region which has seen so much hatred and so much war, we are going to have to treat the Palestinian people with respect and dignity. So one is not to say that right now in Gaza, unemployment is somewhere around 40%. You got a lot of that area continuous and hasn't been rebuilt. Decimated, houses decimated, healthcare decimated, schools decimated. I believe the United States and the rest of the world have got to work together to help the Palestinian people. That does not make me anti-Israel. That paves the way, I think. Thank you, Senator. An approach that works in the Middle East.
Thank you. Secretary Clinton, do you agree with Senator Sanders that Israel overreacts to Palestinian attacks and that in order for there to be peace between Israel and the Palestinians, Israel must, quote, end its disproportionate responses?
I negotiated the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in November of 2012. I did it in concert with President Abbas of the Palestinian Authority, based in Ramallah. I did it with the then Muslim Brotherhood President, Morsi, based in Cairo, working closely with Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Israeli cabinet. I can tell you right now, because I have been there with Israeli officials going back more than 25 years, that they do not seek this kind of attacks. They do not invite rockets raining down on their towns and villages. They do not believe that there should be a constant incitement by Hamas, aided and abetted by Iran, against Israel. And so when it came time, after they had taken the incoming rockets, taken the assaults and ambushes on their soldiers, and they called and they told me, I was in Cambodia, that they were getting ready to have to invade Gaza again because they couldn't find anybody to talk to tell them to stop it. I flew all night. I got there. I negotiated that. So I don't know how you run a country when you are under constant threat, terrorist attack, rockets coming at you. You have a right to defend yourself. That does not mean that you don't take appropriate precautions. And I understand that there's always second guessing anytime there is a war. It also does not mean that we should not continue to do everything we can to try to reach a two-state solution, which would give the Palestinians the rights, and just let me finish, the rights and the autonomy that they deserve. And let me say this, if Yasser Arafat had agreed with my husband at Camp David in the late 1990s to the offer that Prime Minister Barack put on the table, we would have had a Palestinian state for 15 years already.
I don't think anybody would suggest that Israel invites or welcomes missiles flying into their country. That is not the issue. And you evaded the answer. You evaded the question. The question is, not does Israel have a right to respond, not does Israel have a right to go after terrorists and destroy terrorists. That's not the debate. Was their response disproportionate? I believe that it was. You have not answered that.
Well, I will certainly be willing to answer it. I think I did answer it by saying that, of course, there have to be precautions taken, but even the most independent analyst will say the way that Hamas places its weapons, the way that it often has its fighters in civilian garb, it is terrible. I'm not saying it's anything other than terrible, but it would be great. Remember, Israel left Gaza. They took out all the Israelis. They turned the keys over to the Palestinian people. And what happened? Hamas took over Gaza. So instead of having a thriving economy with the kind of opportunities that the children of the Palestinians deserve, we have a terrorist haven that is getting more and more rockets shipped in from Iran and elsewhere.
I read Secretary Clinton's statement speech before AIPAC. I heard virtually no discussion at all about the needs of the Palestinian people. Almost none in that speech. So here is the issue. Of course, Israel has a right to defend itself. But long term, there will never be peace in that region unless the United States plays a role, an even-handed role, trying to bring people together and recognizing the serious problems that exist among the Palestinian people. That is what I believe the world wants us to do, and that's the kind of leadership that we have got to exercise.
Well, if I want to add, again,
away from having to actually say
describing the problem is a lot easier than trying to solve it. And
you won't even describe it.
I have been involved, both as First Lady with my husband's efforts, as a senator supporting the efforts that even the Bush administration was undertaking, and as Secretary of State for President Obama. I'm the person who held the last 3 meetings between the President of the Palestinian Authority and the Prime Minister of Israel. There were only 4 of us in the room: Netanyahu, Abbas, George Mitchell, and me. 3 long meetings. And I was absolutely focused on what was fair and right for the Palestinians. I was absolutely focused on what we needed to do to make sure that the Palestinian people had the right to self-government. And I believe that as president, I will be able to continue to make progress and get an agreement that will be fair both to the Israelis and the Palestinians without ever undermining Israel's security.
There comes a time when, if we pursue justice and peace, we are going to have to say that Netanyahu is not right all of the time. Yay!
Well, I have spoken about and written at some length the very candid conversations I've had with him and other Israeli leaders. Nobody is saying that any individual leader is always right, but it is a difficult position. If you are, from whatever perspective, trying to seek peace, trying to create the conditions for peace, when there is a terrorist group embedded in Gaza that does not want to see you exist. That is a very difficult challenge.
You gave a major speech to AIPAC, which obviously deals with the Middle East crisis, and you barely mentioned the Palestinians. And I think, again, it is a complicated issue, and God knows for decades, presidents, including President Clinton and others, Jimmy Carter and others have tried to do the right thing. All that I am saying is we cannot continue to be one-sided. There are two sides to the
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Secretary. We have to take another quick break for much more on the CNN Democratic President.
Much more? Really? Wow. How about
He'll read anything if you put it on a teleprompter.
7:20.
Of course, to be fair, after the second hour, I said we'll see you in just a few, knowing full well it'd be 50 minutes or so. But anyway, a slightly more muted, I think, second half, or the majority of the second half right now.
And I thought,
still substantive.
you know, I suspect I'll get some resistance here and certainly on Twitter, but considering what you expect from Clinton and considering the speech at APAC, I thought she was attempting to be, while unwilling to, he was trying to Clinton it as much as possible, while trying not to do anything that would offend Jewish voters. Did not go as far as she clearly could have gone in support of Israel. Like, I was ready for her to actually say more.
Really? What do you mean?
I'm ready for her to talk more about, you know, she did mention at one time that constant, they don't want you to exist, they're going to wipe you. They're not going to wipe you from space. But more of that there was a tone to that by mentioning right at the beginning, by talking twice about Abbas and also about the Muslim Brotherhood and Morsi. There was just a moment of like, and look, I was in that room, I negotiated that, I am prepared to negotiate on behalf of the Palestinians. It could have been, it would be worse if the Republicans were talking about it. She didn't drift as far to the right as the Republicans. Which on this, I sort of,
it's a high bar. Maybe. Look, I think the way that they both answered, I think he was trying to speak up for the rights of Palestinians, especially dead civilians, without angering too much people who want you to be 100% in favor of whatever the current right-wing leadership of Israel wants. While she was trying to speak up for the rights of the Israeli government without pissing off people who are worried about dead Palestinians. They were both coming at it from opposite directions. They weren't as bombastic as a Republican would be, that's true. But look, I think from her, I don't think it's unreasonable to say that you could even be on her position and to be largely deferential to the political and military strategy of the current leadership of Israel and still say that regularly killing huge quantities of civilians whenever you move in is disproportionate and unacceptable. But she had that opportunity and she declined to, even with the follow-up. That indicates something.
Yeah, it indicates something. Is that but the question is, what does that indicate? And to me, only what it indicates is a total unwillingness to, in any way, damage her support among Jewish folks. 100%. That's all it means. And so, if you think that means, realistically, right? Is she going to be? No, it means two things. It also means that she is going to be yet another American president who will not be tough enough on Israel when they continue to move in settlements in the West Bank.
Yeah. I think a lot of people in American politics don't understand that just because, for me, do I support Israel's right to exist? Of course. I think,
do you?
Yeah, and I think Netanyahu is a threat to the future of Israel.
That's right, which is essentially what Bernie was saying.
I mean, and he has been for 15 years.
That's right.
The right wing has been a threat to Israel itself.
Well, we don't talk enough about the fact that, look, that's a political party, and it's a terrible political party. I mean, obviously, Netanyahu is not in any way like Ted Cruz personally. Ted Cruz is a religious zealot. Netanyahu is not even that religious, but he is he's like Dick Cheney. That's who Netanyahu is like. And so, there are other parties there, and when the time comes, at some point, when they elect somebody else, you'll see some change in policy. The notion that we are unable to draw that distinction here, that we have somehow rigged a political system where we can't say, I fully support Israel's right to exist, and I hope Benjamin Netanyahu is not elected. I hope that party is thrown out of power. That party is detrimental to peace for the Israelis, and therefore peace in the Middle East.
And has been the turn of the century.
That's right.
It's singular amongst our views of every other country that it doesn't matter who leads. Well, it does matter who leads it if it ever actually changed, but we're not allowed to distinguish between a particular individual or political party and the population or the country as a concept or whatever.
It's part of our own sort of this myopic view of America that we have. Like, only our politics is complicated. Right? Like, there's crazy zealots in all of
Israel's a monolith.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. The Jewish community, Jews all think alike.
They all get along.
By Republicans. Senator Sanders, you're promising health care and free college for all.
And those plans would be met with both political and practical challenges. The Nonpartisan Committee for Responsible Federal Budget says your initiatives would cost up to $28 trillion, and even after massive tax increases, that would add as much as $15 trillion to the national debt. How is this fiscally responsible?
Well, first of all, I disagree with that study. There are many economists who come up with very, very different numbers. For example, we are the only country, major country on earth that does not guarantee health care to all people. And yet we end up spending almost 3 times what the British do, 50% more than the French. My proposal, a Medicare for all single-payer program, will save middle-class families many thousands of dollars a year in their health care costs. Public colleges and universities tuition-free? Damn right. That is exactly what we should be at. And I pay for that. I pay for that by telling Wall Street that, yeah, we are going to have a tax on Wall Street speculation, which will bring in more than enough money to provide free tuition at public colleges and universities and lower the outrageous level of student debt. Well, we have seen in the last 30 years a massive transfer of wealth from the middle class to the top 1/10 of 1%. The establishment does not like this idea, but yes, I am determined to transfer that money back to the working families of this country. Thank you, Senator. Secretary, go ahead and respond.
Well, again, I absolutely agree with the diagnosis. The diagnosis that we've got to do much more to finish the work of getting universal health care coverage, something that I've worked on for 25 years. Before there was something called Obamacare, there was something called Hillary Care, and we're now at 90% of coverage. I'm going to get us to 100%. And with respect to college, I think we have to make college affordable. We are pricing out middle class, working, and poor families. There's no doubt about that. But I do think when you make proposals and you're running for president, you should be held accountable for whether or not the numbers add up and whether or not the plan are actually going to work. And just very briefly on health care, most of the people who have analyzed what Senator Sanders put out, remember he had a plan for about, 18, 20 years. He changed in the middle of this campaign. He put out another plan. People have been analyzing the new plan. And there is no doubt by those who have analyzed it, progressive economists, health economists, and the like, that it would pose an incredible burden, not just on the budget, but on individuals. In fact, the Washington Post called it a train wreck for the poor. A working woman on Medicaid who already has health insurance would be expected to pay about $2,300. The same for free college. The free college offer, my late father said, if somebody promises you something for free, read the fine print. You read the fine print, and here's what it says. The fine print says this, that it will, the federal government will cover 2/3 of the cost and require the states, even those led by Republican governors, to carry out with the remaining 1/3 of the cost.
We are not a country that has the courage to stand up to big money and do what has to be done for the working families of the country. Secretary Clinton will have to explain to the people of our country how it could be that every other major country on earth manages to guarantee health care to all of their people, spending significantly less per capita than we can. I live 50 miles away from Canada, It's not some kind of communist authoritarian country. They're doing okay. They have a healthcare system that guarantees health care to all people. We can do the same. In terms of public colleges and universities, please don't tell me that we cannot do what many other countries around the world are doing. Kids should not be punished and leave school deeply in debt for what crime? For trying to get an education. Yes. Well, we all going to pay for it.
Secretary Clinton, go ahead.
We have a difference of opinion. We both want to get to universal health care coverage. I did stand up to the special interests and the powerful forces, the health insurance companies and the drug companies, and perhaps that's why I am so much in favor of supporting President Obama's signature accomplishment with the Affordable Care Act, because I know how hard it was to get that passed, even with a Democratic Congress. So rather than letting the Republicans repeal it, or rather starting all over again, trying to throw the country into another really contentious debate, let's make the Affordable Care Act work for everybody. Let's get to 100%.
Let's keep it going. Let's get it out there. Let's keep doing it. Secretary, let's talk about Social Security, another critically important issue. Senator Sanders has challenged you to give a clear answer when it comes to extending the life of Social Security and expanding benefits. Are you prepared to lift the cap on taxable income, which currently stands at $118,500? Yes or no, would you lift the cap?
I have said repeatedly, Wolf, I am going to make the wealthy pay into Social Security to extend the Social Security Trust Fund. That is one way. If that is the way that we pursue, I will follow that. But there are other ways. We should be looking at taxing passive income by wealthy people. We should be looking at taxing all of their investments. But here's the real issue, because I've heard this, I've seen the reports of it. I have said from the very beginning, we are going to protect Social Security. I was one of the leaders in the fight against Bush when he was trying to privatize Social Security. But we also, in addition to extending the trust fund, which I am absolutely determined to do, we've got to help people who are not being taken care of now. And because Social Security started in the 1930s, a lot of women have been left out and left behind. And it's time that we provide more benefits for widows, divorcees, for caregivers, for women who deserve more from the Social Security system, and that will be my highest priority.
Go ahead, Senator. Interesting comment, but you didn't answer the question.
I did. That's the way. Yes, I did.
Can I answer?
I did answer the
please.
Well,
don't
put words into my mouth and say something that's not
accurate. Go ahead, Senator. All right. Essentially, what you described is my legislation.
Yes. Yes.
Here is the issue. And your answer has been the same year after year. In fact, the idea that I'm bringing forth, I have to admit it, it wasn't my idea. It was Barack Obama's idea in 2008. Exact same idea. He called for lifting the cap, which is now higher. It's at 118, and starting at 250 and going on up. If you do that, you're going to extend the life of Social Security for 58 years. You will significantly expand benefits by $1,300 a year for seniors and disabled vets under $16,000 a year. What's wrong with that? Are you prepared to support it?
I have supported it. We are in vigorous agreement here, Senator. I think it's important to point out that, we're having a discussion about the best way to raise money from wealthy people to extend the Social Security Trust Fund. Think about what the other side wants to do. They're calling Social Security a Ponzi scheme. They still want to privatize it. In fact, their whole idea is to turn over the Social Security Trust Fund to Wall Street, something you and I would never let happen. So yes, we both want to make sure Social Security is vibrant and well-funded and helps the people at the bottom.
Senator, go ahead. Campaign of challenging, if I hear you correctly, Madam Secretary, you are now coming out finally in favor of lifting the cap on taxable income and extending and expanding Social Security. If that is the case, what's the vote for?
Favor of this. The one guy is obviously more trustworthy. Thank you. We got this. We have to figure it out. We're ready to get there.
Will make the rich pay. How will you make the rich pay? He has to play.
As you said, I've said the same thing for years. I didn't say anything different tonight. We are going to extend the Social Security Trust Fund. There is still something called Congress. Now, I happen to support Democrats, and I want to get Democrats to take back the majority in the United States Senate. So a lot years ago, can actually be
Every attack like you had, hold on. I got to admit, maybe I'm a little bit confused. Are you or are you not supporting legislation to lift the cap on taxable income and extend Social Security for 58 years and increase benefits? Yes or no?
I have said yes. We are going to pick the best way or combination. Or combination. You know, it's always a little bit challenging because you know if Senator Sanders doesn't agree with how you are approaching something, then you are a member of the establishment. Well, let me say this. Let me say this. We are going to trust fund. We've got some good ideas to do it. Let's get a Congress elected that will actually agree with us.
Secretary, go ahead. Okay, Secretary Clinton, I've got a question for you from a reader of the New York Daily News.
Secretary,
This is a reader of the Daily News who sent us a question for you. Just a second, Senator. Hannah Green wants to know your position, Secretary Clinton, regarding President Obama's nomination of Merrick Garland to the Supreme Court. President Obama said earlier this week that he would not withdraw the nomination even after the presidential election. If elected, would you ask the president to withdraw the nomination?
I am not going to contradict the president's strategy on this, and I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals. I fully support the president, and I believe that the president is on the right side of both the Constitution and history, and the Senate needs to immediately begin to respond. So I'm going to support the president. When I am president, I will take stock of where we are and move from there.
Senator Sanders. Well, there's no question. I mean, it really is an outrage. And it just continues the 7.5 years of unbelievable obstructionism we have seen from these right-wing Republicans. I mean, a third grader in America understands the President of the United States has the right to nominate individuals to the U.S. Supreme Court. Currently, everybody understands that except the Republicans.
So, Senator Sanders, would you ask him to withdraw the nomination?
Yeah, but here's the point. That obviously I will strongly support that nomination as a member of the Senate. But if elected president, I would ask the president to withdraw that nomination because I think that we need a Supreme Court justice who will make it crystal clear, and this nominee has not yet done that, it's crystal clear that he or she will vote to overturn Citizens United and make sure that American democracy is not undermined.
You know,
the same thing we said right here. He said that is, Lynn and I talked about this and said, how to phrase the question, and said, would you ask him to withdraw?
Hold on, Hillary's are people who believe that Roe v. Wade is settled law and Citizens United needs to be overturned. And I want to say something about this since we're talking about the Supreme Court and what's at stake. We've had 8 debates before. This is our 9th. We've not had one question about a woman's right to make her own decisions about reproductive health care. Not one question. And in the meantime, we have states, governors, doing everything they can to restrict women's rights. We have a presidential candidate by the name of Donald Trump saying that women should be punished, and we are never asked about this. And to be complete in my concern, Senator Sanders said, with respect to Trump, it was a distraction. I don't think it's a distraction. It goes to the heart of who we are as women, our rights, our autonomy, our ability to make our own decisions, and we need to be talking about that and defending Planned Parenthood from these outrageous attacks. Your response.
You're looking at a senator and former congressman who proudly has a 100% pro-choice voting record. Who will take on those Republican governors who are trying to restrict a woman's right to choose, who will take on those governors right now who are discriminating outrageously against the LGBT community, who comes from a state which led the effort for gay marriage in this country, proudly so.
Thank you, Senator.
Who not only thinks we are not going to not defund
Senator, thank you. Your time is
we've
up.
got to expand funding for Planned Parenthood.
Senator Sanders, you've spoken a lot tonight about your votes in Congress. You have been in Congress for over a quarter of the century, and there as an independent, not a Democrat. Now you're seeking the Democratic nomination, but Secretary Clinton has suggested that she's not even sure you are a Democrat. Are you?
Well, why would I be running for the Democratic nomination to be President of the United States? But here is a good point. You know, in virtually all of the general election matchup polls between Trump and Secretary Clinton and Trump and Bernie Sanders, in almost all of those polls, I do better than Secretary Clinton. In the CNN poll, I was 20 points ahead of Trump. I think Secretary Clinton was 12 points. And you know why? Because, in fact, a whole lot of people, this may be a shock to the Secretary, but there are a whole lot of independents in this country. And we are not going to win the White House based on just long-term Democratic votes. We have got to reach out to independents, and I think I am well qualified to do that. I am in this race as a Democrat. I have raised millions of dollars for my colleagues in the United States Senate to help them get elected. I will do everything that I can to open the Democratic Party to the young people who are flocking in politics.
On that very subject, Secretary Clinton mentioned electing a Democratic Congress several times. She says that she raised $15 million for the Democratic Party in the first 3 months of this year. You don't appear to have raised any money for the party. So yesterday you did announce that you would help 3 members of Congress who have endorsed you. But why aren't you doing more now to help the party you say you want to lead?
The truth is, and you can speak to my colleagues, we have raised millions of dollars for the DSCC. I have written letters that have raised just if I may use the word, huge amount of money. So that's just not accurate. But I will also say, and this is important, and maybe the Secretary disagrees with me, but I am proud that millions of young people who previously were not involved in the political process are now coming into it. And I do believe that we have got to open the door of the Democratic Party to those people. And I think the future of the Democratic Party is not simply by raising money from wealthy campaign contributors. I think that the way we are doing it in this campaign, $27 a contribution, not being dependent on Wall Street or big money. That is the future of the Democratic Party that I want to see.
Let us talk about where we are in this race. I've gotten more votes than anybody running, 9.6 million at the last count. That is 2.3 million more than Senator Sanders. And it is 1.4 million more than Donald Trump. And I think you have to look at the facts. And the facts are that I'm putting together a very broad-based, inclusive coalition from the south to the north, from the east to the west, with African Americans, Latinos, women, union households, working people, and I am very proud of the campaign we are running. it is a campaign that will not only capture the Democratic nomination, but a campaign that will defeat whoever the Republicans end up nominating. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Senator Sanders. And I want to say, Senator Sanders, I also want to say that I do think it is absolutely critical and incredible that we have so many young people involved in the political process. I applaud all of those who are applauding you, Senator Sanders. We're happy that they are supporting you, that they are passionately committed to you and to the issues. But let me also say, it's going to be important that we unify the Democratic Party when the nomination process has been completed.
Thank you.
And I know,
Secretary Clinton,
I know something about that.
Thank you very much.
Because when I went to the very end of the 08 campaign with then Senator
Secretary
Obama,
Clinton, you're out of
we
time.
did unify the party, and we did elect a Democratic president.
Senator Sanders, on that note, Senator. Senator,
very briefly say something.
Senator Sanders, please, I want to ask you a question about this, and then you can incorporate that into your response. There are 3 months now between now and the Democratic convention. Your campaign manager says that you will absolutely take the fight to the floor if neither you nor Secretary Clinton clinches the nomination with pledged delegates alone. Do you vow to take this fight to Philadelphia no matter what?
I think we're going to win this nomination, to tell you the truth. Let me acknowledge what is absolutely true. Secretary Clinton cleaned our clock in the Deep South. No question about it. We got murdered there. That is the most conservative of this great country. That's the fact. But you know what? We're out of the Deep South now. And we're moving up. We got here, we're going to California, we got a number of large states there. And having won 7 out of the last 8 caucuses and primaries, having a level of excitement and energy among working people and low-income people, doing better against Donald Trump and the other Republicans in poll after poll than Secretary Clinton is, yeah, I believe that we're going to win this nomination, and I believe we're going to obliterate Donald Trump or whoever the Republican candidate is.
Now let me take it.
Secretary Clinton, go ahead.
I think it's important for people out there watching this tonight to know that I also have a considerable lead in pledged delegates. And my lead in pledged delegates is actually wider than Barack Obama's lead was over me. And in addition to winning states in the Deep South, we won Florida, Texas, Arizona, Massachusetts, Ohio, Illinois, North Carolina, Missouri. And so I think where we stand today is that we are, in this campaign, very confident and optimistic. But it all comes down to reaching every single voter. I'm not taking anything for granted, or any voter, or any place. So I'm going to work my heart out here in New York until the polls close on Tuesday. I'm going to work in Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Delaware, and Maryland, all the way through California. And when we end up with the number of delegates we need, we will unite the party and have a unified convention that will go on to the general election with.
The reason why in virtually every contest we are winning by very strong margins, younger people, and I'm not just talking about very young, the older you get, the youngest, 45 or younger, is I think people are sensing that establishment politics and dependence on Wall Street and big money interest is really never going to address the crises that we face. And people understand you can't take money from powerful special interests into your PAC and then really expect the American people to believe you're going to stand up to these powerful special interests. So I am very proud of the fact that we have brought millions of new people into the political process,
Senator.
many of whom previously had given up.
Thank you, Senator, very much. The candidates, they will make their final pitches to New York voters right after this.
Actually, there is a situation where I could trust their opinion if they took money. Like if Hillary Clinton took that $250,000 from Goldman Sachs and she was like, listen, here's $250,000 for the biggest go fuck Goldman Sachs sculpture you can make.
If she took it to run a Super Bowl ad attacking Goldman Sachs, that would be pretty badass. Give a lot of credit to that. Yeah. And I look forward to, as I've said before, the end of the primary when all of the Democratic Party can go back to saying that we need to reform money in politics instead of just half of it. So, what do you think? I mean, we've only got the closing remarks, the last chance to significantly change things in New York to the extent that you can, considering the structural constraints there.
I think Hillary's she's doing well. I think. I mean, she's certainly taken some big hits. But at the same time, I really don't know how many votes this is going to... I mean, if you still are undecided by the time you're watching this, I don't think this is going to clear it up for you. You know what I mean? I don't think you're going to go, oh, Hillary's in bed with Wall Street. I didn't know. Oh, she's going to be with Big Pharma. Oh, you mean Bernie's against? He doesn't have a super... I didn't know any... No one... There's
some people.
So I think
it's a small number. But.
And I don't think that it's clear... I still don't think that delineations are clear enough in a lot of ways. In a sense, even though Bernie, he is being as aggressive as I think he could be, my reflex is to always say he's not being aggressive enough. I think he's aggressive enough. I think he missed a big opportunity when they asked him specifically, when did money ever influence her, and he didn't have one.
Yeah.
And there's plenty, especially the one with Elizabeth Warren and the Bill Moyer show.
Yeah.
Which there's a video of that over at youtube.com/Jimmy Dore Show. And what I'm saying...
But did she admit in that money had made her change hands?
No, she didn't admit it, but Elizabeth Warren told the story.
You could talk about her position on universal health care. And you can't say that directly the contribution changed it, but she was strongly in favor of full universal, all of that, for a very long time, many years. Then she started taking tons and tons of money, and now it's, well, we don't want to talk about that because the Republicans wouldn't like it, and that'd be a big argument and all that. Well, I mean, and by the way, really fast, the problem with money in politics isn't just that you have somebody who's strongly in one position, and then you give them money, and so then they go to the other position. It's that the money can be donated because either based on their record, you know that they're going to go your way, or because they've told you in private, perhaps in speeches of which we'll never see the transcript for, that they're going to go your way.
Yeah, I don't think it works like that, and I feel as strongly as you that we have to get money out of it.
Why do they give money?
What doesn't work? What way? Well, first of all, in regards to Hillary and healthcare, I mean, she changed her position on it because that's what could get passed. Now, part of why that could get passed was because we have so much money in politics in general. Like if there's no seat at the table for big pharma, if bills are drafted by well-meaning civil servants and not lobbyists and staffers who then later become lobbyists, we'd have different bills. We'd have a whole different system. But the fact is, no one really thinks we could not have passed it. It would not have passed in the political environment that we live in, the single-payer system. It was not going to pass. Now, was Barack Obama secretly championing it and not? I don't know. I don't know what's in his heart. But the notion that she changed because she got paid off, it doesn't quite hold up. The example of the bankruptcy bill strikes me as a much better example of where that might have happened, where she got lobbied at the very least, and lobbied by people who ultimately pay her. Also, regarding the bankruptcy bill, included in the bankruptcy bill was the deregulation of the derivatives, which is the very thing that she criticized Bernie for voting for. When she switched her vote on the bankruptcy bill, she was doing exactly the same thing. There was another opportunity missed there by Bernie. So I get it. Money in politics is insidious, but here's what Hillary, those of you who dislike Hillary much more strongly than I dislike Hillary, let's put it like that. Like, you don't have a deal closer. You don't have the thing that goes on the front page of the paper. If this is all the president's Ben Bradley is saying to you, God damn it, you don't have it. You don't have it. I know you think you have it, and we were there, but you don't have it. And admittedly, it's super hard to have.
Yeah. Okay.
Closing statements. Each candidate will have 2 minutes. Senator Sanders, you're first.
I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, the son of an immigrant who came to this country from Poland the age of 17 without a nickel in his pocket.
For Donald Trump and all.
Never made a whole lot of money, but was a very proud American because this country gave him and my mom the opportunity to send their kids to college. I believe that this country has enormous potential if we have the guts to take on the big money interests who dominate our economic and political life. And I disagree with Secretary Clinton in the belief that you can get money from Wall Street, that you can get money for a super PAC from powerful special interests, and then at the end of the day, do what has to be done for the working families of this country. I just don't accept that. What I believe is that this country, if we stand together and not let the Trumps of the world divide us up, can guarantee health care to all people as a right, can have paid family and medical leave, can make public colleges and universities tuition free, can lead the world in transforming our energy system and combating climate change, can break up the large financial institutions, can demand that the wealthiest people in this country start paying their fair share of taxes. And we can do that when millions of people stand up, fight back, and create a government that works for all of us, not just for 1%. That is what the political revolution is about. That is what this campaign is about. And with your help, we're going to win here in New York. Thank you. Thank you. Secretary Clinton. Secretary Clinton.
Thank you. I am very grateful for the fact that the people of New York gave me the great honor of serving as your senator. You took a chance on me in 2000, and then you reelected me with one of the biggest margins we've had in our state in 2006. During those years, we worked closely together. I tried to have your back, and time again, you had mine.
Yeah, that was going to pass.
We took on the challenges of 9/11 together. We got the money to rebuild New York.
Oh, she's changing.
We came to the aid of our brave first responders, construction workers, and others who endangered their own health by helping to save lives and search for survivors. We worked to create jobs despite the disastrous policies of George W. Bush across New York. And we stood up time and time again against all kinds of vested, powerful interests. I'm asking for your support again in the primary on Tuesday to continue that work together, to take what we did in New York and to take those New York values to the White House and put them to work on behalf of all of our people, to knock down the barriers that stand in the way. You know, of course we have economic barriers. I've been fighting against those, trying to even the odds most of my adult life. But we also have racial barriers, gender barriers, homophobic barriers, disability barriers. We have a lot of barriers that stand in the way of people being treated as they should and having the chance to live up to their own God-given potential. So I am humbly asking for your support on Tuesday. I'll work my heart out for you again. And together, we won't just make promises we can't keep. We'll deliver results that will improve the lives of people in New York and America. That's what we'll do together. Thank you, New York.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you very much, Senator. I want to thank the candidates for a really terrific debate. Thanks all to the candidates.
Yeah.
I find
how dare you? Why do you make up? She didn't say how dare you. They said you said
that was I think the implied tone to keep bringing it up after weeks.
I didn't read into it in any way that way. I would ask
the entire purpose of it was you are now going to apologize for even daring to say that she might be unqualified. When she's been saying for 4 months, everything he says is a crazy fantasy and he'll get nothing done. How is that not on the same level?
It's not.
He's lying to you.
Nearly on the same level. And he has said, John, come on. And he has said for 4 months that she's a totally corrupted candidate who isn't fit to do the job because.
Yeah, I think that those are on a very same level.
Right, and then but going around and saying out loud, look, I don't think it matters that he said she's unqualified. I don't think it matters that her surrogate said that he wasn't qualified. But that said, he did say it, and as soon as you say it in New York, you're a buffoon who's never spent a moment in front of a camera. If you don't think that's going to come up from reporters, that's just foolish and ignorant. And so, yeah, he got asked of the one thing. And by the way, you know what it did? It gave Bernie Sanders an opportunity to give exactly the kind of answer that he should have given about why she's unqualified. He won that point. He won that moment in the debate.
Okay. So, and it demonstrates why I think that that's a stupid quest. Like to say, oh, is she qualified? And any answer has to be simply, oh, has she held administrative positions in the past? That is not the only thing that qualifies you for a position that important. I've been watching House of Cards. Frank Underwood has been in government. He's also a murderer. He's not qualified to be president. It doesn't matter that he's been a senator or a whip or whatever. There's other shit you can do.
He's a fiction.
I understand that. What I'm saying is, you can hold all sorts of committee positions if you do certain other things that don't have to do with your resume necessarily. You can be unqualified.
Give me your toughest Bernie Sanders.
Toughest question.
What would you ask? What do you think they should ask Bernie Sanders that's tough? Or should they just be like, wow, you're such a
I'm not saying they should. When have I said that they shouldn't ask him tough questions? I'm glad that they asked both candidates tough questions there.
It's just, if you call Hillary Clinton unqualified when she is on paper, by the standard of which we've judged every other, whether the qualifications of every other elected, literally in my lifetime, she's the most qualified person for president. Now,
you're only using
you're reading into it. I'm using that not just that she had these positions, that she did those positions, that she took she had high stress level positions, right? That she succeeded in some, depending on your definition of success, right? And at the same time, she has fought Republicans her entire career. She is probably, to me, by far the best candidate to stand up to Republicans. Because I don't quite know what Bernie's going to do when confronted with a wall of resistance. The reason why I'm going to vote for Bernie is because I like the idea that somebody is going to be talking about things that we don't talk about. That it might change the entire tone of the dialogue. That it might cause, not so much a revolution in votes, we're not going to get that yet, but a revolution in ideas and the manner the president leads by the tone they set, and the tone might be totally different. But as far as winning political fights, she's won 50,000 more than Bernie has.
Okay, my point, I would love to have a very long debate about this, but we do have to do the rest. Okay, you're smiling at me like I don't have a point. So what I'm going to say is, when I think about qualifications, I don't simply think about whether or not she moved to New York and was their senator or whatever. What I think is, does she recognize the magnitude of the challenges that we face, and is she ready to do what we need to do to fix them? If she's not, I don't care if she's been a senator. I don't care if she's been in government for 55 years. It doesn't matter. You need to be qualified to solve the problems.
Okay, John, but let me just, sorry, but then if that's no.
And if I can't if I can't trust what position she's going to have on any issue, in 2008 she's a pro-gun Democrat. Now she's so anti-gun. She was for TPP and Keystone XL. Now she's against it. I have no idea what she'll do.
Then that's what he meant when he said
we agree he did a good job.
Then why wouldn't you ask that? Why is that not a good question? For allow him to go, let me tell you why she's not qualified. He should stand up and say it. Make his goddamn point.
In hindsight, it was a fine question then. Anyway,
something just really quickly about that is that
I'm actually very glad it was asked.
Are we out of time?
No. What are you going to say?
Correct me if I'm wrong. How many bills did Hillary Clinton author in the Senate? 0. So her leadership has always been bad. And when she got a chance to vote for something, she voted for the Iraq War. Not only that, she argued for it. So that thing that she has experienced, yes, she She was in the Senate. All to her experience, I don't think a lot of people would agree with. I think that the experience she showed was that she's willing to do the wrong thing repeatedly and side with Wall Street and her big money donors when she has power. That's what she's proven. And so if that's what you think is called qualified, then she's qualified. But you're right. Okay, so I was wrong. I will say I was wrong. That was actually that. You're right. Bernie should be able to answer that question in the way he did, and he did. And the fact, and I'll just say this, and I fucking resent Ben, that you're gonna fucking vote for Bernie and come in here and argue like this. That is bullshit. That is fucking. You're voting the way I'm voting, and here you come in and say all this shit. I'm afraid of you.
Wolf Blitzer accomplished what he needed to with this question, which was about getting the candidates to argue with each other, get going, and get them upset, and get the audience engaged and watch it early, immediately. And then when they had that break, I think both their campaign managers were like, "Dude, we're not like chill. Like, don't go so hard. Like, because they start to, when you give into the anger, you start to break apart. You know, when you look at the unqualified questions, it's not a question that you can look at Hillary Clinton's life and say, that's where she paid back the money, guys. You can't find any particular thing that does that. To me, what was telling about the debate was that she said she wanted to arm and equip foreign fighters in Syria and do no-fly zones. I think the U.S. needs to get past knocking over the governments of other countries. Yeah. It's fucking dangerous, and there are unintended consequences, and people die. And even though those people don't live in America and they don't speak English, they're still fucking people. Yeah, stop doing it. Yeah. Stop doing it. That's all. We just stop getting involved in all this stuff.
And by the way, people will say, because we've only talked about one person, that this is a standard that's only being applied to Hillary Clinton. It is not. This is why we oppose every candidate on the Republican side. All of them, except for Donald Trump, and he can say that he's run businesses, all of them have held positions in government. I don't think they're qualified. I don't think Ted Cruz is remotely qualified. I don't think he's qualified to be in the position that he's in right now because he doesn't have the judgment to make the right choices.
He isn't qualified.
So I admit out of your shit.
That's what he's not qualified for.
I don't eat that many peanuts. So I'm defining it differently than you. I admit that. And I thought that I actually agreed with you, but I liked his point better. So I agree with you.
I also agree with you. These guys got their positions at being ideologues. Yeah. On the Republican Party, on the Democratic Party, not quite so much. But it's all about consensus building and not making waves.
Okay, so let's do our overview. We just finished the big New York debate between Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders, and now we're going to talk about who won that debate. So it's an interesting topic. I'm going to give roughly the same response that I always do. It's similar to what Jimmy was saying during our live debate coverage. I think that if you're a Hillary supporter, if you're a Bernie supporter, I think that you're going to find things to like out of this, and I think there are things to criticize about both performances. What always matters is how is this going to impact people who had not already decided. I think that, like Jimmy said, I think that number is probably smaller than it was in previous contests, considering that we've had 9 debates already, and that New York decided that you had to register in 2006 to be able to vote next Tuesday, so it might not actually matter. I would say that they both gave strong performances. I lean towards Bernie in this case, not because he gave a universally great performance, but because the second half was better than the first, and he closed strong, I think. What do you guys think?
I will say I would say Bernie wins every time in a sense because he gets to get his message out. And it's a message you don't hear anywhere else. In fact, that stuff he said about Israel tonight was fucking revolutionary. You'll never hear another American politician say that stuff. So in that sense, it's a huge win. And of course, there's ways I wish he would say them better. I wish he would make the case of how affordable all this stuff is, how much money he doesn't talk about the $80 billion a month we gave in quantitative easing every month, and if we just took 1 month of that, we could pay for everybody's college. So he still isn't putting it in simple terms, but overall, he is the winner, but a lot of people could say Hillary's the winner because I don't think this debate's going to sway too many votes.
I thought that it was, first of all, this assessment of every debate has been wrong. Like I don't see it the way anybody else do. So I was trying to see this through that prism, but it's nearly impossible. I think Bernie won the debate by a lot. I thought this was her weakest performance. I thought that she was, in part because of Dana Bash's tenaciousness, that by the time, early in the debate, that third try from Dana Bash on the transcripts, when Hillary got booed, it resonated
again, I know we can surmise who the booing was from. Same people who were screaming for Bernie were booing that. We're just a bunch of guys who hate women. We think they should stay home. Right. Yeah. No, I get it. But it was a moment of, oh, Jesus. Right? Like you can't, what she should say to me in an honest world, I'm not going to release the transcripts, because I gave those transcripts to Banks and the media, who I don't trust, and you don't really trust either. Going to take all that stuff out of context, and I'm going to spend the next 2 months explaining away those speeches, which I honestly wish I'd never gave. But I'm rich as hell, and if you think $675,000 over 3 stitches to Goldman Sachs buys me off, you haven't paid attention to my career.
Because I'm way more expensive than that.
We don't live, right, but I am, right. But we don't live in that world that happens. So I thought she was particularly weak on that. I thought she was particularly terrible on Libya and Syria. Terrible. I don't think Bernie's great either, ever, on foreign policy, but it didn't really seem to come up this time. And his anger and tenaciousness had the effect of putting her much more on the defensive than I think she was in the other debates, if I'm remembering correctly, and I think that helps her.
Here's my opinion. The first half of the debate, Bernie was the clear winner. No question about it. The second half of the debate, she won, and she ended on a high note. And I'll tell you, it's like a movie. No one cares what the fuck happens at the midpoint or Act 2. They care about the ending. And she ended well. She ended strong.
Really? That's exactly.
I'm not saying she's got my vote. What I'm saying is, in the performance, like train monkey performance they go through, her first act, she was caught on a lot of stuff, and she looked stupid. And Act 2, she came back, and she, was able to prevaricate between everything they were asking her.
Yeah, I didn't think it, for whatever reason, I found her prevarications more annoying than usual. I always find them a little annoying. I found them
I thought they were unusual. What hurt Bernie, I thought, and granted she didn't answer the question, which is the cat. The cat. That he had to yell over for it, I think, hurt him, because it was going to be the follow-up question anyway.
It's not that important. Like, again, if we get bogged down in two candidates who want to support and strengthen Social Security, I really don't think Hillary Clinton's going to let Social Security go into the tank.
No, she's not.
Yeah, and Bernie has a more aggressive way of dealing with it. It's one of the things that I like about him. But we ended up, he ends up needling her, as Wes was saying, over something that it doesn't seem to me to be needle-worthy.
To me, for me, what I hear on the environment is, how I decide. Right. For her, she's an incrementalist. And I think Sanders is absolutely right. Scientists seem to believe Sanders is absolutely right. We need to do emergency measures now.
We need like an environmental Manhattan project.
Just to Wes's point about the second half, I thought Bernie's best moment, I wrote down the time, came at 7:39, so solidly in the second half, when he sort of wrapped up his moment about healthcare and education. And it got thunderous applause. He was direct about it. We've gone back and forth on it, and he was like, look, of course we can pay for it. We pay for it by, prioritizing it, by making it valuable. Other countries do it. We can do it. It's crazy that we can't. And there's an unwillingness on her part to tackle this. So I thought that was good, which is why I don't quite agree that it was that it split on a half.
Well, I don't mean just at the break. Just her last 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Were strong. A lot stronger than the rest of her debate.
Why don't you move the goalpost some more?
Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, the last 30 seconds, she was fucking on.
I think the last 30 seconds perfectly demonstrates. I mean, look, she's still winning in pledged delegates and the popular vote, but the effect that she's going to have on the future of the Democratic Party. He gets everybody fired up, and then she comes in and just saps every ounce of energy out of the room. And young people tuned out and started watching Naked and Afraid again. So we talked about the winners. Let's talk about losers. Now, obviously, there's only two candidates that are in the race or in the debate, so we don't agree on who the loser was. So, based on who you think the loser was, how much do you think their loss in this debate will actually affect them? Like, I can say, I think that Hillary had, I believe, a weaker performance. I think that, as we'll get to a little bit later on, her answer on Palestinian civilian casualties shows, in that case, not a lack of empathy. I think that deep down she does care about those people, but a willingness to put short-term political calculations ahead of empathy for massive loss of civilian life. I don't know. I don't think that she's going to be harmed too much by her loss. I would say that they were within a half a letter grade of each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't know, man. We'll see. How it affects polling. We'll get like a good, there should be a poll Saturday, Sunday that'll take into account most of this debate. So there'll be one. We'll get a sense of what it did. And as Cenk said, that if you Cenk inferred that he had maybe heard that if Bernie loses by less than 5, loses 52-48, that they'll see that as a momentum building win. They can say that. I don't think so, because I would see it as one. You would see it as one. I think, but we've run out of. If he can only lose by 4 points in a primary campaign that you had to register for as a Democrat in October of last year. But the question is, does that resonate? The only thing that matters is, does it mean people in Pennsylvania and Maryland are thinking the same thing? Because that argument is not going to convince people of anything. That doesn't resonate with anybody. Like, we might know that that's true, but the fact is, he's behind by 212 or 219 delegates. If he loses 52-48 because of the sheer size in New York, she'll actually gain 20 delegates in that way, and so she'll be ahead by 230, 235, and we've run out of 245 delegates for her to get, and Bernie can say he's going to take it to the floor if she doesn't have the 2373, but if she's close and is ahead by 200 or 100, then just
I don't even know how I feel about that.
Yeah.
Look, I think that if he loses 52-48, I think that is a win for him, that he was able to do that well there, and she should do better. She was the senator. But I don't know that it's a win that necessarily matters for the rest of the primary, because we don't think it's too big. It's too big.
We're in heading. The next primaries are April 26th. We're damn.
I'll agree with you.
Yeah. So I mean, the days of saying, "Hey man, we went 3-13 last year, but we just lost to the Patriots 30-24, and we led with 6 minutes to play." Hey, big deal. There are no moral victories. You lost. You lost.
I agree with you.
He's got to start winning, and he has to start. He needs another Michigan. He needs to win this one 54-46, 55-45, and have us go, wow, he's got momentum. That will make Pennsylvanians and Marylanders reevaluate.
Yeah. Okay, so let's turn to some of the best lines. I think that there are, as usual, a number of contenders for the best lines. I have a long list of videos, so in the control room, just get ready. These are going to be Bernie videos. I've got 3, but feel free to give suggestions that you guys think are also good ones. So let's go to video 3 first. Bernie on Hillary's attacks on Wall Street.
Secretary Clinton called them out. Oh my goodness. They must have been really crushed by this. And was that before or after you received huge sums of money by giving speaking engagements behind them? So they must have been very, very upset by what you did.
Okay, that was pretty good. We also have.
Why did you give those speeches? You knew you were going to run for president.
And other people have said this.
That's almost to me. Forget what she says about Palestinians. Forget what she says about the environment. That is such a profound lack of judgment from a political point of view. Get it from someone else, or you know what? Don't get it. Don't get it.
Two speeches at universities.
Right. You couldn't. You wanted to get a new Buick LaCrosse and you couldn't afford it. I don't think that happened.
At the same time, though, if imagine you could get like a Ferrari for speaking for 1 hour.
What year did she give the speech? Post Secretary of State.
Post Secretary of State. Yeah.
So
so in the past few years.
From leaving Secretary of State's office on, don't tell me she hadn't made up her mind about running for president. And even if you hadn't made up your mind, that means you might. So don't.
Yeah.
It's just dumb, and it's such a giant misread, even in 2012 or 2013, because that's when she left, of the political climate and what mattered to Americans. That shows to me more than anything that a degree of being out of touch, that you wouldn't know that was going to be received incredibly poorly.
I agree. I think that for all of the good characteristics she has, just pragmatically, politically, I think that her ability to read where the winds are blowing and to get there before they're already way past that point, that is not one of her strengths.
No, in her defense, almost every established politician misread. Yeah, none of us, and pundits.
That's true.
There was a general misreading of what we were going to be talking about in 2016.
But I'm talking about things like gay marriage and stuff like that too. Like, I think that she took longer than you needed to be on the right side of those things.
Yes, they're Clintons. They're super careful, pragmatic. But every gay person in the country, I apologize to every gay person, I do not speak for you, but millions and millions, thousands and thousands of gay leaders knew where the Clintons were on gay marriage and on gays, and they were comfortable with where they were. They were on the right side.
That's true. I prefer that you be public. But okay, next good line. This time on the debate over some of Hillary's comments from early in the 90s. This is going to be video 5.
Earlier this week at the Apollo Theater in Harlem, you called out President Clinton for defending Secretary Clinton's use of the term super predator back in the 90s when she supported the crime bill. Why did you call him out?
Because it was a racist term and everybody knew it was a racist term.
Damn, that was
after the break, so that does suggest that maybe they had.
Damn.
And that doesn't sound like a, or maybe it wasn't.
I think that was right. It was while I was occupied.
Well, you were on the break.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that was a strong line.
Yeah.
And look, I don't think that Hillary Clinton is a racist. I think that she was willing to use language in the 90s for political reasons that had racial connotations.
Yeah, she used it once. It was a huge mistake, but but again, I think that the lack of sufficient. There's been some good reporting on the crime bill, but you've had to read to get it. There's not been good, thoughtful talks of the crime bill, which was supported by a majority of the Congressional Black Caucus, by black mayors across the country. It was a very different time and huge concern about what has been the most violent decade that we'd ever seen. Crime was already declining at that point.
Yeah,
and it did not cause the mass incarceration. It didn't. But that said, it was a super unfortunate thing, and she said it, so she should have to answer for it.
And then finally, if you can get ready with video 10, this is going to be during the discussion about expanding healthcare access.
Most of the people who have analyzed what Senator Sanders put out, remember he had a plan for about, 18, 20 years. He changed in the middle of this campaign. He put out another plan. People have been analyzing the new plan. And there is no doubt by those who have analyzed it, progressive economists, health economists, and the like, that it would pose an incredible burden, not just on the budget, but on individuals. In fact, the Washington Post called it a train wreck for the poor. A working woman on Medicaid who already has health insurance would be expected to pay about $2,300. The same for free college. The free college offer, my late father said, if somebody promises you something for free, read the fine print. You read the fine print, and here's what it says. The fine print says this, that the federal government will cover 2/3 of the cost and require the states, even those led by Republican governors, to carry out with the remaining 1/3 of the cost.
We are not a country that has the courage to stand up to big money and do what has to be done for the working families of the country. Secretary Clinton will have to explain to the people of our country how it could be that every other major country on earth manages to guarantee health care to all of their people, spending significantly less per capita than we can. I live 50 miles away from Canada, It's not some kind of communist authoritarian country. They're doing okay. They got a healthcare system that guarantees healthcare to all people. We can do the same. In terms of public colleges and universities, please don't tell me that we cannot do what many other countries around the world are doing. Kids should not be punished and leave school deeply in debt for what crime? For trying to get an education. So yes, well, we are going to pay for it.
Secretary Clinton. So I actually think that conversation went on for a little bit, and the backside, when he went sort of back to his point there, I thought that was sort of his
and I think that's when he got the big cheer.
Yeah, it was like a minute later that they wrapped up that point, and I thought he won it. I thought it was sort of his strongest, among his strongest moments.
That what Hillary Clinton did at the beginning of that clip, and a lot of people miss it, I think, was she repeated that right-wing talking point when somebody promises you free stuff, he's promising you free stuff.
Yeah.
That's what Tea Partiers say. That's what Sean Hannity says. That's not what a Democrat is supposed to say when the other Democrat proposes universal health care. Free stuff, free stuff.
Yeah.
That's what turns the stomach of real liberals and progressives. I want to support the Democratic candidate. I want to be on the right side. But the Democratic candidate is on the real right side, which is the wrong side. I don't know if you're following what I'm saying because I'm being very confusing.
We're going to post some math on the website.
I got it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's great. I mean, she literally did that. That is so messed up that she said, oh, for my father said, if anybody promises you free stuff, Medicare, that's how you're referring to Medicare for us. I'm free stuff. Yeah. And so right there, if that should disqualify her from being, ironically, she's not the Democrat. Ironically, Bernie Sanders is the Democrat. That's why he's invigorating people. And I've said it before, all the debate that used to happen in the general election, we used to have a Republican who was in bed with big business and stood up for big business and was a war hawk. And then we had a Democrat who stood up for workers and was anti-war. That's not anymore. What we have is that's taking place in the Democratic primary this year. So what's happening is we have a guy who's not bought by corporations, who's beholden to the voters and not the donors, and we have somebody who is in bed with big business, Wall Street, military-industrial complex, and big pharma. Yeah. And that's the debate that's taking place right now. It's not a Democrat versus, it's a Republican versus a Democrat in the Democratic primary. So that's what's happening right now. And people pretending anything else, it's hard to take them seriously.
Well, you have a hard time taking me seriously because I'm pretending something.
I know he is pretending, and I will shove this thick fucking Coke bottle glass this guy down in a second.
Jimmy and I are enjoying tweets just to Jimmy about, like, what a douche I am.
Jimmy loves whenever you tweet to him that he's an idiot. That's always the high point of his day because he gets to respond to it. Sometimes live on air.
I just don't. I don't think that. I think that is the general characterization of many Bernie supporters about Hillary. I don't think it is an accurate portrayal of her. This is not the same as an old school. This is not Bob Dole. This is not
really.
Yeah, really.
I disagree.
I know you. You made a whole point. I heard you.
I said all that.
You said it out loud. Yeah. Look, your mics and everything.
Okay, so we've covered some of the.
But to me, the big loser is the tone of the Democratic debate is that I imagine that there will be a unity ticket, and if it's Hillary, I don't know how many Bernie supporters will get aboard. I think that Hillary supporters are much more likely, the way things stand right now, to get aboard Bernie after getting over the disappointment. So I suspect, obviously, we're talking on the margins here. They'll come together, but the tone is, there's an ugliness that we all sense, and we get it on social media, and it's taken a turn. I hope that turn is just New York. New York has the way of doing that. The two tabloids have a way of going after each other, and that works it up. And the media wants those questions and wants. I mean, it is not a coincidence. I think that the moment they got to New York, they asked those questions. All of a sudden, it was he's not qualified. No, she's not qualified. That we got into that as soon as we got to New York.
I think, and maybe this is me being naive, but I imagine that if Hillary lost somehow and it went to Bernie Sanders, I think a lot of her supporters would be very sad, especially the ones that watched her lose in 2008. But then, like, the freedom of, like, oh, I get to go to Bernie's policies, yes.
No, I think there would be.
I think that would be great.
I think that Hillary supporters. It strikes me that there's a stridency in the Bernie supporters. There's definitely a stridency among some, because we've heard it here in this newsroom about, that she whatever if this is a purity test, that's what I would say. It sounds like the Republicans, whatever it is, maybe they wouldn't call it a purity test, but she's not passing it, and there's a sense that a lot of Bernie supporters would sit it out or vote for Jill Stein or something.
I think it'll be smaller than the polls show, but I think the reason they're more strident is they think the problems are bigger. I think that the Hillary supporters tend to be older people who are like, yeah, we should make some changes, but let's not go crazy. Younger people are like, oh my God, I'm fucked. We got to do something.
No, and younger people are fucked.
Yeah, probably.
If I'm the average Democratic voter who's voted for Hillary Clinton, I'm what, 55, 60 years old? Yeah. I got
on the older side.
20 years left? Maybe? Probably 10, 30, because you got health care.
That's true. Yeah, unless you're in that 10%.
Maybe. But if you're a Bernie supporter, if you're like, I don't know, if you're 46 and under, because I feel like people in their 40s are getting fucked as hard as everybody else is. Like, everybody's like, oh, no, millennials, Jimmy, you don't have to worry. I think everybody,
I still like, I'm 38, I feel old, but
I'll worry when I get to my 30s.
38? This is what 38 looks like.
When you live
hard. Let's move on to some of the fails of the debate.
All right.
Over here. So, there were a lot of great lines. There were also some fails on both sides. We have video of one. I'm going to have suggestions for others, and then we'll debate it. The first thing that I think qualifies as a fail is going to be on Hillary Clinton when she was pressed to say that too many civilians had died, that the response had been disproportionate when Israel moved in during the last big conflict. By the way, sorry.
I don't think that anybody would suggest that Israel invites or welcomes missiles flying into their country. That is not the issue. And you evaded the answer. You evaded the question. The question is, not does Israel have a right to respond? Not does Israel have a right to go after terrorists and destroy terrorism? That's not the debate. Was their response disproportionate?
Because that video doesn't actually show the fail, it shows the setup to it. But she tried to answer, like, she will often not answer and then proceed to talk for as long as she can until she's stopped, hoping that by then the moderators will want to move on and not press her. In this case, they did, and so he reiterated again, was it disproportionate? And she just kept saying, I answered the question, and she said, it's awful, it's tragedy, which is great, very empathic out of her, but she refused to say that it was actually disproportionate. I don't know if pragmatically in the election it is going to be seen as a fail, but for me, from what I expect out of any human, including presidential candidates, I count it as a fail. I think it's a fairly easy thing to answer. If that many civilians have died in any conflict when it wasn't necessary, I think that's disproportionate.
Yes, it is a very easy thing to answer, but I mean, you got to remember what they're answering for. They're answering for what the news coverage, how it's going to be interpreted.
Yeah.
And the absurd touchiness of many American Jews to any sort of response that Israel has ever done anything wrong, that is unproductive, to say the least, which is why, as Jimmy said, that Bernie's response sounded, what you say, revolutionary.
Yeah.
That it did sound revolutionary because he was like, yeah, look, obviously, this is a stupid point. Israel gets to exist, they get to defend themselves, we're not disputing that. They went too far. And ultimately, that undermines peace. It'd be nice if that worked itself in the conversation. I thought she was incredibly careful there, and I was surprised. And maybe I'm a fool, and maybe she said it maybe she said it in the APAC speech. I don't remember. I just read that. But maybe she said the stuff about working with Abbas and Morsi. But that struck me as, oh look, you're mentioning Arabs who you sit down and negotiate with. That was already, to me, Hillary bold.
Okay, so that was the first one, but I do have two suggestions, and these are from Bernie. We unfortunately don't have the video, but I think that the first was going to be his response, as has often been the case with her attacks on his previous votes having to do with guns. The reason I think it was a fail is not because I think that he's wrong on the issues necessarily. I think that he hasn't come up with a good response, which I don't think is that difficult. She got called out on that absurd idea that Vermont is a massive exporter of guns into New York and tried to pretend that that's not what she was saying, when we all know that's what she was saying. But then she brings up the immunity thing. And I think that he's in a rough position because, understandably, considering the huge amount of gun violence, there's a lot of Democrats, a lot of libs who want way fewer guns, and I agree. I want way fewer guns. But that doesn't mean that simply anything you come up with to destroy gun manufacturers then makes sense or is constitutional. And she kept saying that he was voting for special protection for gun manufacturers to stop them from being sued when guns that are bought legally, sold legally, are then used to commit crimes. When it's not a special protection, if somebody purposefully drives into a crowd, you can't sue Ford or Chevy. If they kill someone with a hammer, you can't sue Home Depot for selling it to you. That's not a special protection. That's a protection that we give to every single thing. If it's not the intended use of the thing to do that crime, it's not like the car just all of a sudden explodes and takes out a block. Yeah, then they're liable. But if somebody just buys it legally and then uses it to kill someone, it doesn't philosophically, it doesn't.
It's not a great analogy, dude. It's not a great analogy.
Well, what's a better one?
The car isn't fucking designed to kill somebody as its primary function.
I understand that,
Whereas
which is why
that's the function.
I agree, which is why I would not allow them to sell guns specifically that are intended to kill as many people as possible in the shortest time possible. But I don't think that that's the philosophical argument that makes sense to take down the gun manufacturers.
So you're into muzzle loaders.
More so
as a solution.
More so, you can still hunt with them.
You could.
I did scare off a burglar with one.
I did watch muzzle loaders on Cinemax, and I think it's a little different of a show.
No, I would love to see a day when no Americans own guns anymore. Or if you want to shoot guns, and I understand there's a lot of people who want to shoot guns for fun, target practice. My father used to do that all the time. okay, you own a gun, it's at the gun store. You go there, you take out your gun out of a locker, you shoot it, you put it back in there. I think that would be cool. Most Americans don't agree with that. But simply because I'm for far more restrictions on guns doesn't mean that any restriction we can come up with makes sense. Or
look, they're talking in theoreticals here because I don't know what Bernie exactly voted, what the specific thing that he says he's against is. I don't know if there's an actual piece of legislation.
They do seem to be disagreeing about what it means.
But today, the Superior Court Judge Barbara Bellis ruled that, quote, the federal law that prevents certain lawsuits against gun makers when those guns are used in a crime, quoting NPR. That law, said Barbara Bellis, does not prevent lawyers for the families of Sandy Hook victims from arguing that the AR-15 semi-automatic rifle is a military weapon and should not have been sold to civilians.
And I think that that's different, and I think that makes sense.
Okay, well that's I think essentially what they're saying. He's saying no. Hey, they can sell it because somebody uses it to commit a heinous crime. Doesn't make the manufacturer of the AR-15 responsible. And we're saying no, it should. That's an okay exception. And I don't. The problem is I don't quite know about that specificity where they both come down. My hunch is, like so many things, they'd probably both be in favor.
Yeah. People also forget that she's not sincere about any of this in a sense because in 2008, she went to the right of Barack Obama on guns. Right? And I remember Barack Obama giving a speech saying, oh, Hillary Clinton, all of a sudden she's Annie Oakley over here.
Yeah.
She's not, all of a sudden she's shooting guns all the time because she went to the right of Barack Obama and she tried to be pro-gun rights. And now, 8 years later, she's anti-gun rights because it's more popular. And
because in 2008, remember the media was talking about Hillary's angry white Reagan Democrats, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And now, I don't know if those angry white Reagan Democrats, I don't know whether they really existed at all in the first place, but theoretically, we don't know whether are those the people who've gone to Bernie or are those people still with Hillary. But now, the basis of her support is the Obama coalition of blacks and other minorities, and so she has taken a different position. Yeah, that's but however, you stop your analysis of that as therefore she can't be trusted, and that's a totally acceptable.
If it was one thing, Ben, or if it was even two things or three things, it's everything. And if you go back and look at the tapes from the 2007 debates with John Edwards and Christopher Dodd, they were all saying the exact same thing then. They were saying things. Now, Hillary Clinton just said two completely different things in 2 minutes. And people would just cheer and applaud. And people say, I don't even still know what she's saying. And so this is not a new criticism of her. So, and I'm not cherry picking. So this is a pattern with her, right? So she's for it, she's against it. And maybe it's because she's been in the public life too long. I don't know. Bernie's been in the public eye even longer, and he's consistent.
The other fail.
And by the way, you're voting for him, so I resent you for doing this.
I'm voting for him too, but I'll defend her.
I'll resent you.
She's a Machiavelli.
Yes.
And the Clintons have always been Machiavelli, which is, if you read it, the prince is not about rulers are evil. It's about saying, don't get out in front of the people or they'll riot and drag you out of the palace and kill you.
Is it on audio tape?
Actually, it probably is.
It probably is.
If you want, I can record a special one of me reading it to you.
I would.
Just for you.
I would like that.
I can call you on the phone and read it.
You should give it away as a premium.
But it basically says, don't get out in front of it. Like, understand where people are going. And Barack Obama's a Machiavellian too.
Yes.
I mean, don't forget, he was against gay marriage.
Right.
When he was running for president. I mean,
that's why
successful politicians follow the book.
Well, Bernie's being very successful right now, and that's why he's running, because he's pushing a back against Democratic Machiavellian types.
Agreed. Final fail, I think Jimmy's going to agree with this one. That would be, he was queued up with, can you point to a time when Hillary was influenced by the money that was donated to her? Maybe mind fart, I don't know, he was brain fart, he's on the older side, obviously. It doesn't seem like it would be difficult to give at least a general sort of response to that. And he did, but it wasn't a good response. I would consider that a fail, considering how much of his time speaking has been about her and the money.
The bankruptcy bill is a real good one, because she championed it while in the White House, right?
She was against it, right? And then when she became a senator, she switched and was for it.
Right. In the White House, she
got it taken down, right?
Right. And then she changed her position when she came into the Senate, and being much more in line with the banks, right? After becoming a senator from New York.
And it was a bill that was a consumer bill, and she was against it. And she made it incredibly easy, continued for corporations to file for bankruptcy, and incredibly difficult for people to file for bankruptcy, and used as her explanation some cockamamie thing about women, I think.
And they were also able to, under that legislation, they were able to raise their interest rates up to 35% on credit cards. When people asked her about that, she said, "Oh, I voted for that because they wanted to raise it even higher, and I got it down to 35." Which was horrible.
Well, I mean, sometimes that makes sense, like the Clintons and DOMA, right? That literally was an attempt to keep it from being a constitutional amendment. That was what was happening at the time. And Clinton's political mistake, Bill Clinton's political mistake in 1993, right after he got in office, by making gays in the military issue 1, which was foolish, right? And then all of a sudden we had this movement, and he then pushed. So sometimes that's true. The notion that she was able to her big victory for the people was to keep interest rates down to 35%. That one doesn't ring true.
Yeah, exactly. So look, big, eventful, heated debate. Not as heated perhaps as Florida, but there was a lot thrown around. It's impossible at this point to predict what the media is going to draw out of it, what they're going to focus on. Probably something inconsequential.
Should we have some guesses?
Ridiculous.
Should we take each person guess?
Feel free, but obviously we have to be fast because we got to wrap it up. I think that he probably interrupted her. Or something along those lines. I think we should talk about that for 3 or 4 days.
The CNN headline is Clinton and Sanders take off gloves in raucous debate.
Okay, that's fair. That's true.
Yeah.
Online polling has Bernie Sanders winning 120%.
Whoa!
Online is a little skewed. I understand that.
Yeah. CNN announced that she won, but it was time-stamped yesterday, 11:30 p.m. So I'm not sure that that's
seriously.
I'm kidding.
One thing I did notice. What I noticed was right before the debate started, the last advertisement was for the American Petroleum Institute New Energy Voter.
They've been. I'm an energy voter. There are no energy voters. I mean that way. I mean they're climate voters, but they're not. Democratic debate. Washington Post headline: Clinton cast herself as the realist in the race.
Yeah, she tried.
Yeah, but she's been trying to do that the entire time. I mean, I would spin that the way maybe Wes would like when it comes to some of the biggest problems facing us, like climate change, especially in comparison to the Republicans. A realist can be quite extreme. Maybe you have to be extreme to show that you really understand the size of the problem. I would say when it comes to campaign finance reform, a realist should be fucking freaked out by the system we have and the way that it perversely influences the outcomes we get.
Healing will have to wait as Democratic debate turns personal. Healing will have to wait.
Well, look, she didn't get out this time against Barack Obama, and look, she can say, well, her lead is slightly bigger than his lead was at that point. But I don't think back in 2007 she was like, well, if she had 30 more delegates, I would have quit 2 months early. I don't think. But maybe we'll find out what happens after New York. Unfortunately, we got to call it. But thank you for joining us as always.
Jimmy tweeted a happy 50th birthday to me early, like in a year, and it got like 17 retweets and 72.
Well, it's gonna get more. Everybody, go retweet that, Jimmy. Okay, thank you for joining us for this debate. Obviously, we're going to have a big power panel tomorrow. Jake is going to be back, assuming he can get on his plane. From the East Coast, we're going to be breaking down the reaction to the debate, if we have any newer polls on what's going to happen in New York, and the most recent person who's been killed by cops that Trump has made fun of.
Don't freak out.
For you. Don't freak out.
Don't freak out.
Still got months, probably.
June 7th, Bernie overtakes Hillary. June 7th.
Yes. And between now and the next show, feel free to go off and whisper of a dream. We'll see you tomorrow for the Whisper of a dream. Whisper. What if Arizona was the last state she ever won?